In the beginning, when the world was wild and unshaped, there were stories whispered in the winds, tales passed down from generation to generation. These stories were not just entertainment, they were the lifeblood of the people, their connection to the unknown forces that shaped their world. Chinese mythology was born from these whispers, taking root in the minds of the ancient people, growing into a vast network of gods, monsters, and heroes that explained the mysteries of the universe. But where did these stories come from? How did they begin? The origins of Chinese mythology are as ancient as the land itself. Thousands of years ago, the world of ancient China was filled with untamed rivers, towering mountains, and thick, dark forests. The people believed that everything around them was alive, that every tree, mountain, and river had a spirit. The natural world was a living thing, and its spirits were powerful, sometimes kind, sometimes cruel. To survive, the people needed to understand these spirits, to find a way to communicate with them. So they began to tell stories that explained the things they saw but could not control. One of the oldest and most important of these texts is the Shanhai Jing, or the classic of mountains and seas. It is a strange, sprawling collection of myths, legends, geography, and creatures, both real and imagined, that describe the world as the ancient Chinese saw it. But the Shanhai Jing wasn't just a map of the physical world, it was a guide to the unknown, a way to make sense of the strange and terrifying creatures that lurk just beyond the edge of understanding. In those early days, when the Shanhai Jing was being compiled, the world was seen as a dangerous and mysterious place. People believed that gods and monsters lived side by side with humans, their actions shaping the landscape. For instance, one of the most famous myths told of Gong, a fearsome water deity with a serpent's body and a human face. Gong was full of rage, angry at the gods who ruled the heavens, and in his fury, he smashed his head against one of the pillars that held up the sky. When the pillar broke, the sky tilted, and the rivers of the world overflowed, causing great floods that swept away villages and lives. The people, terrified and in awe of the raw power of nature, needed a way to explain such disasters. Was it the wrath of a god? Was it punishment for something they had done? The stories gave them a way to understand the chaos around them, to give meaning to the destruction that often seemed senseless. But the myths weren't just about fear. There were also stories of creation, of gods and goddesses who brought life to the world. Nian, the mother goddess, was said to have shaped human beings out of yellow clay. Lonely after the gods had finished making the world, she molded each person with her hands, breathing life into them. And when Gong shattered the heavens, it was Nian who saved the world, using the legs of a giant tortoise to prop the sky back up. The people looked to Nian as a symbol of hope, of creation and renewal in the face of chaos. As time passed, these stories grew and spread, becoming a part of the culture and the daily life of the people. They were told around campfires, shared in the marketplaces, and passed from parents to children. But the stories also began to change. Each region of China had its own unique landscape, its own challenges and fears, and so the myths began to reflect these differences. In the north, where the winters were bitter and the winds howled across the plains, people told of fierce, cold-hearted spirits who ruled the icy wastes. In the south, where the land was lush and wet, the myths were full of water creatures, serpentine dragons, and river gods who controlled the rains. Over time, the stories were written down, but they never lost their power. The Shanhai Jing was just one of many texts that captured the imagination of the people. It spoke of strange creatures with human faces and animal bodies, beasts that could stretch across mountains and drink rivers dry. There was the Taotai, a monstrous creature that represented greed and gluttony, its face forever etched into ancient bronzeware, always hungry, always devouring. And there were the Jiangshi, the hopping vampires that rose from their graves to steal the life force of the living. These creatures didn't just haunt the imagination, they represented very real fears, of hunger, of death, of forces beyond human control. But Chinese mythology wasn't just about gods and monsters. It was also a way of understanding the world, of finding balance in the chaos. The ancient Chinese believed in the harmony of opposites, yin and yang, heaven and earth, light and dark. These dualities were reflected in their stories. Dragons, often seen as symbols of destruction in Western myths, were revered in Chinese mythology as protectors of the people, bringers of rain and prosperity. Yet they could also be dangerous, unpredictable, their power both a blessing and a curse. The Dragon Kings ruled the rivers and seas, their moods shaping the fate of the fishermen and farmers who depended on their favor. The myths evolved over time, influenced by changes in society, religion, and politics. With the rise of Taoism and Buddhism, new figures entered the mythology: saints, immortals, and demons, blending with the old spirits to create a rich tapestry of belief. Taoist immortals, like the Eight Immortals, walked among the gods and monsters, their powers drawn from their understanding of the balance of nature. Buddhist influences brought new monsters, too, like the fierce Rakshasas, demons who had crossed over from Indian mythology into Chinese thought. As the stories evolved, so too did the relationship between humans and the divine. In the early days, the gods were distant and unknowable, their power absolute. But as the myths grew, the gods became more human, with their own desires, flaws, and struggles. The Monkey King, Sun Wukong, one of the most beloved figures in Chinese mythology, was both a trickster and a hero, a mischievous monkey who challenged the heavens themselves, seeking immortality and power. His story, part of the epic journey to the West, reflected a changing view of the gods, not as untouchable beings, but as creatures with their own struggles and ambitions, much like humans themselves. In these ancient stories, the people found not only explanations for the mysteries of life, but also reflections of their own experiences, their hopes, their fears, their dreams. The myths gave them strength in the face of disaster, courage in the face of the unknown, and hope for a world where gods and humans could live together, each playing their part in the grand story of creation. In ancient China, the sky wasn't just a vast stretch of blue above. It was a living, breathing thing. People believed that the heavens were alive, filled with powerful forces that could shape the world below. They saw the sky as a place where gods ruled, where stars guided their lives, and where the fate of the world was written. This was Tian, heaven, where order reigned, and where the great emperors drew their power. But Tian wasn't alone. Beneath the heavens lay Di, the earth, a place where humans lived, worked, and struggled. And far below, in the shadows, there was Diyu, the underworld, a place of darkness, where the spirits of the dead wandered, where judgment awaited those who had passed from the living world. In the minds of the people, Tian was a place of unimaginable grandeur. It was said to be a vast expanse, stretching far beyond the stars, filled with divine palaces and celestial gardens. Here, the Jade Emperor sat on his golden throne, ruling over gods and men alike. His court was filled with heavenly ministers, dragons coiled around his feet, and phoenixes perched on the high rafters, their feathers shimmering in the eternal light of the heavens. But it wasn't always peaceful. Even in this place of perfection, there was conflict. The gods themselves, with all their power, sometimes clashed, their battles shaking the foundations of the cosmos. It was said that the stars above were not just lights, but the souls of the ancestors, watching over the living, guiding their descendants with their faint, distant glow. Every constellation told a story, a reminder that the heavens were always connected to the earth below. The emperors of China believed they ruled with the mandate of heaven, a divine right given by Tian itself. But this power was fragile. If an emperor failed in his duties, if he brought chaos instead of order, the mandate would be taken away. The people would know, for the skies would turn against him. Storms, floods, and earthquakes were signs of heaven's anger, warnings that balance had been lost. Yet, Earth was the stage where the drama of life played out. Di, the Earth, was more than just soil and stone. It was a living entity, pulsing with energy. The mountains were its bones, the rivers its veins. Each part of the earth had its own spirit, its own guardian. The great rivers, like the Yangtze and the Yellow River, were seen as dragons, ancient beings that carried both life and death in their mighty currents. The mountains, towering and silent, were home to gods and monsters alike. It was said that in the highest peaks, where the clouds touched the ground, immortals lived, their bodies made of mist and light, forever beyond the reach of mortals. People believed that the earth was filled with magic, that everything had a soul. The trees, the rocks, even the winds carried the breath of the earth. Spirits roamed freely, some kind, some cruel. They could be called upon for help, but they could also bring harm. Farmers would offer sacrifices to the spirits of the land, praying for good harvests, while travelers would leave gifts at the foot of mountains, hoping for safe passage. But for all its beauty, Earth was also a place of great danger. Monsters roamed the wilderness, hidden deep in forests or lurking in the depths of lakes. Some of these creatures were ancient, born when the world was young, their forms twisted by the raw power of nature. Others were the restless spirits of the dead, unable to find peace, wandering the land in search of vengeance or release. These beings, though feared, were part of the natural order. They reminded people that life was fragile, that the line between the living and the dead was thin, and that the world was filled with unseen forces. And then there was Du, the underworld, the land of the dead. It was a place no one wanted to go, but everyone would eventually reach. Unlike the heaven of the West, Du was not a paradise or a place of eternal rest. It was a land of shadows, where souls faced the consequences of their actions in life. The judges of the underworld sat behind tall desks, their eyes unblinking as they weighed the deeds of the dead. Each soul was given its judgment, sent to one of the many levels of Du to face their fate. Some would be reborn, their spirits washed clean, ready to return to the world of the living. Others were sent to endure punishments, their sins burned away in the fires of the underworld. The most wicked were said to be trapped there for eternity, their souls twisted into monstrous forms, becoming part of the dark landscape. Du was ruled by King Nian, the fierce ruler of the dead, who oversaw the endless cycle of death and rebirth. It was a place of horror and sorrow, but also one of justice. It reminded the living that their actions had consequences, that even in death, they could not escape the truth of who they had been. The underworld wasn't entirely separate from the living world. On certain nights, when the moon hung low and the air was thick with mist, it was said that the gates of Du would open, and the spirits of the dead would walk the earth once more. These were nights of terror, when the people would lock their doors, hang red lanterns in their windows, and burn incense to protect themselves from the restless dead. But despite the fear and the danger, Du was necessary. It balanced the cosmos. Just as heaven was a place of order and light, the underworld was a place of darkness and reckoning. Without it, the cycle of life would break, and chaos would reign. The people understood that Tian, Di, and Du were all connected, that one could not exist without the others. Together, they formed the fabric of the universe, a delicate balance that held the world together. In their stories, people found comfort in this order. They knew that the world was vast, filled with forces beyond their control, but they also believed that these forces were not random. There was a structure to the universe, a great web of life and death, of gods and spirits, of humans and monsters. The heavens watched over the earth gave life to the people, and the underworld waited for those who had finished their time in the light. It was all connected, a never-ending cycle, stretching back to the beginning of time and moving forward into the unknown future. Tian, Di, and Du, heaven, earth, and the underworld, were not just places in the ancient Chinese world. They were the very essence of existence, the invisible threads that tied everything together. People lived their lives knowing that they were part of something larger, something eternal, and in their myths, they found the stories that made sense of it all. Long ago, when night fell in ancient China, the world became a different place. The skies darkened, and the wind whispered through the trees, carrying tales of creatures lurking in the shadows. These monsters, both feared and respected, weren't just mindless beasts, they were part of the natural order, woven into the very fabric of Chinese mythology. Their presence wasn't random. They had a purpose, a role to play in the lives of the people. These creatures weren't just frightening, they were symbols, protectors, punishers, and spiritual beings who stood at the border between the human world and the unknown. In the ancient stories, monsters often appeared when balance was lost, when the world was thrown into chaos. They weren't always evil, but they were always powerful. Take the story of the Taotai, a fearsome creature with a monstrous appetite. The Taotia's face, often depicted on ancient bronze vessels, was a reminder of unchecked greed. It had no body, only a gaping mouth, forever consuming but never satisfied. The Taotai wasn't just a monster, it was a symbol of human excess, a warning of what could happen when desire spiraled out of control. Its image was carved into ceremonial objects to remind people to keep their cravings in check, to remember that endless hunger would lead to destruction. But monsters weren't just warnings of what to avoid. They could also be protectors. Dragons, for example, were revered as sacred creatures. Unlike the fire-breathing beasts of Western stories, Chinese dragons were seen as benevolent and wise. They brought rain to the farmers, guided emperors, and kept the natural world in balance. In times of drought, people would pray to the dragon kings of the rivers, begging for the life-giving rain. When the rains came, it wasn't just water falling from the sky, it was the gift of the dragon, a creature powerful enough to control the very elements. Though feared for their strength, dragons were symbols of protection and abundance, guardians of life itself. One of the most famous protective monsters was the Qilin, a creature with the body of a deer, the tail of an ox, and the scales of a fish. Its appearance was said to herald the arrival of great leaders or the birth of a sage. The Qilin was gentle, its steps so light that it left the grass unharmed. But when provoked, it could become fierce, unleashing its wrath on those who threatened the harmony of the world. To see a Qilin was a rare and magical event, a sign that heaven itself was watching over the earth. Its presence meant that the world was in balance, that justice and wisdom would prevail. Not all monsters, however, were so noble. Some came to punish, to remind humanity of its weaknesses. The Nian was one such creature. Every year, as the coldest winter nights settled over the land, the Nian would descend from the mountains, hungry and angry. It would terrorize villages, devouring crops, animals, and sometimes even people. But this monster had a weakness. It feared the color red and the sound of firecrackers. So, every year, on the eve of the new lunar year, villagers would dress in red, hang red lanterns, and light firecrackers to drive the Nian away. The monster's terrifying visits became a symbol of the old year's hardships, and its defeat marked the start of a fresh, hopeful beginning. The Nian reminded the people that fear could be overcome, that even the darkest of nights would eventually give way to the light of a new day. Monsters in Chinese mythology also played a role in the afterlife. The underworld was filled with terrifying creatures, each with a task to perform. One of the most feared was the ox-headed and horse-faced guards of Diyu, the land of the dead. These two towering figures stood at the gates of the underworld, ensuring that no soul escaped its judgment. With their terrifying appearance, one with the head of an ox and the other with the head of a horse, they struck fear into the hearts of those who dared challenge the natural order. Yet, even in their fearsome role, they represented justice. The dead had to be judged, their deeds and life weighed before they could move on. Without these guardians, chaos would reign in the afterlife, just as it would in the world of the living. Some monsters weren't born of nature but were once human, twisted by fate or punishment into their terrifying forms. The Jiangshi, or hopping vampires, were corpses that had come back to life, not through magic or blessing, but because they were denied a proper burial. Their bodies stiffened in death, and they moved by hopping, their long nails scraping the ground as they hunted for the life force of the living. These creatures were terrifying, not only because of the danger they posed, but because they represented a deeper fear, the fear of being forgotten, of dying without peace. The Jiangshi reminded people of the importance of honoring their ancestors, of ensuring that the dead were properly respected, lest they return in a monstrous form to seek vengeance. But sometimes, monsters were born not from the outside world but from within. The human heart could give birth to its own demons. Stories of shapeshifters, like the fox spirits or Huli Jing, spoke of creatures that could take on human form, often to trick or seduce. The Huli Jing was neither entirely good nor entirely evil. It was cunning, using its powers to deceive and manipulate, but sometimes it could fall in love with a human, blurring the lines between monster and person. These stories spoke to the idea that the line between humanity and monstrosity was thin, that even within the heart of a person, there could be the capacity for both great kindness and great cruelty. Monsters in Chinese mythology weren't just there to scare people. They were reflections of the world's balance, of the forces that shaped life, both good and bad. They could protect, like the dragon, or punish, like the Nian. They could guide people toward wisdom, like the Qilin, or remind them of their darkest fears, like the Jiangshi. But always, they were a reminder that the world was vast and mysterious, that forces beyond human understanding were always at play. In every story, every whispered tale told by firelight, these monsters were a reminder that life was full of challenges, but also full of hope. They taught that even in the face of the unknown, there was always a way forward. Whether they symbolized greed, protection, justice, or punishment, these creatures became part of the cultural soul of China, forever living in the hearts of those who told their tales. In the eastern skies of ancient China, when the sun began its rise and the first light of dawn touched the land, there was a belief that something sacred stirred. Hidden behind the clouds, with scales shimmering in shades of green and blue, the mighty azure dragon, Qinglong, would awaken. He was no ordinary dragon, for he was the guardian of the East, the embodiment of spring, and a symbol of life's renewal. The people looked to Qinglong with awe, for he was not just a creature of legend, he was a force of nature itself. His presence was felt in the gentle winds that blew through the fields, and the soft patter of rain that fed the crops, and in the warmth that returned to the earth after the harsh winter. When the cherry blossoms bloomed and the rivers swelled with fresh water, it was said that Qinglong had breathed life back into the world. His influence stretched far and wide, bringing not only the changing season but also hope to those who had endured the cold, dark months. In ancient stories, Qinglong was more than just a symbol of the season. He was one of the four symbols, guardians of the cardinal directions, each associated with a different element, season, and virtue. As the protector of the East, Qinglong was linked with wood, the element of growth, and spring, the season of birth and renewal. His domain was lush and vibrant, a place where life flourished. Forests, rivers, and fertile lands were his gift to the people, a reminder that after every winter, there would always be a spring. Legend spoke of his enormous size, his body so long it stretched across the sky, his scales glimmering like the first leaves of the season. His eyes were as deep as the oceans, full of wisdom and mystery, and his claws, though capable of great destruction, were also gentle, bringing rain to nurture the earth. The sight of Qinglong in the sky was said to be breathtaking, with colors that seemed to shift and shimmer, like a living jewel soaring among the clouds. One story told of a time when the land was gripped by a terrible drought. The rivers had dried up, the crops had withered, and the people were starving. Day after day, they prayed for rain, but none came. The sky remained an endless stretch of blue, mocking their desperation. In their despair, the people turned to Qinglong, begging him to save them. Moved by their pleas, Qinglong rose from his slumber beneath the eastern sea. With a roar that echoed across the mountains, he flew into the sky, his great wings stirring the winds. As he ascended, the air grew heavy, and the clouds began to gather. His massive tail whipped through the heavens, and with each stroke, the sky darkened. Soon, the first drops of rain began to fall, and the people rejoiced. But Qinglong was not finished. He called forth the full power of the storm, sending torrents of rain that soaked the parched earth, filling the rivers once more. For days, the rain fell, washing away the dust and bringing life back to the land. The crops began to grow, the trees turned green again, and the rivers flowed strong. The people celebrated Qinglong's gift, knowing that without him, they would have perished. They offered him sacrifices, thanking him for his mercy and his power. From that day on, they revered him not just as a guardian but as a savior, the one who brought life when all seemed lost. But Qinglong's role was not just to give, he could also punish. Another tale spoke of a corrupt emperor who defied the natural order. In his arrogance, the emperor ordered the forests to be cut down to make way for his palaces, ignoring the warnings of the wise men who told him that such destruction would anger the spirits. The emperor laughed at their concerns, believing himself to be invincible. Qinglong, who watched over the balance of nature, could not remain silent. From his perch in the heavens, he saw the devastation and felt the pain of the earth. Enraged, he descended from the sky, his eyes burning with fury. His once gentle claws became weapons of destruction, and his roar shook the mountains. He unleashed storms upon the emperor's lands, floods that swept away the palaces and drowned the wealth of the empire. The emperor, who had thought himself above nature, was powerless against Qinglong's wrath. His empire crumbled, and he was left with nothing but the ruins of his pride. The people learned from this story that Qinglong, though a protector, was also a force of justice. He guarded not just the east but the natural world, ensuring that the balance of life was maintained. Those who respected the land, who lived in harmony with the seasons, would flourish under his watchful eye. But those who abused their power, who thought themselves greater than the forces of nature, would face his retribution. Qinglong was also connected to the emperors of China, who believed they ruled with the mandate of heaven. The dragon was their symbol of authority, a reminder that their power came not from themselves, but from the harmony between heaven and earth. During the spring rituals, the emperors would pay homage to Qinglong, seeking his favor for a prosperous reign. They would burn incense and offer jade, symbols of purity and wisdom, hoping to align themselves with the dragon's grace and strength. For the common people, Qinglong was a constant presence in their lives. Farmers would look to the eastern skies, waiting for signs of the dragon's return each spring. When the first rains fell, they would offer prayers of thanks, knowing that Qinglong had blessed their fields. Children were told stories of the great dragon, taught to respect the land and the cycles of nature, for Qinglong was always watching, always ensuring that the world remained in balance. Even in modern times, the image of Qinglong endures. He is still a symbol of protection and renewal, a reminder that no matter how harsh the winter, spring will always come. His presence in the east, where the sun rises, fills people with hope. His stories continue to be told, passed down through generations, a timeless reminder of the power and beauty of nature and the importance of living in harmony with the world around us. Qinglong, the azure dragon, wasn't just a mythical creature. He was the soul of the east, the breath of spring, and the guardian of life itself. Through his tales, people found both strength and humility, knowing that while he could bring life and prosperity, he could also bring storms and floods. He was the protector, the judge, and the giver of life, a presence that would forever watch over the world. As the sun set in the west and the air grew cold with the onset of autumn, there was a feeling that something powerful and ancient was stirring. It wasn't just the leaves falling from the trees or the crisp wind that signaled the change of seasons. Hidden in the shadows, with gleaming white fur and eyes that pierced through the darkness, the white tiger, Baihu, watched over the land. This magnificent creature wasn't just a symbol of strength and ferocity, but a protector, a guardian who ruled the West with unwavering might. The white tiger's name alone sent chills through those who heard it. Its presence was a force to be reckoned with, fierce and unyielding. In Chinese mythology, Baihu wasn't just any tiger, it was the embodiment of justice and courage. Its roar echoed across the mountains and plains, a sound that made even the bravest warriors pause. For Baihu was the guardian of the West, the ruler of autumn, and the spirit that commanded respect from all who dared cross its path. The West was a land of endings, where the vibrant life of summer slowly faded into the stillness of autumn. Baihu's domain wasn't a place of gentle renewal, like the East ruled by the azure dragon. It was a place where the weak were cold and only the strong survived. The white tiger thrived in this world, where the cool winds of autumn swept away the warmth of the sun, and the land braced itself for the coming winter. In every gust of wind, every whisper of the leaves, Baihu's presence was felt. Baihu was more than just a seasonal symbol. It stood for martial prowess, embodying the essence of the warrior spirit. In ancient times, soldiers would invoke Baihu's name before going into battle, praying for the tiger's strength and courage to guide their swords. To fight with the spirit of Baihu was to fight with the power of an unstoppable force. Baihu did not retreat, did not show mercy. It was said that those who fell under its gaze could feel their heartbeats quicken, knowing that they were in the presence of something greater than themselves. There is a story, whispered among the old soldiers, of a general who once sought Baihu's blessing before leading his troops into a decisive battle. His enemies were fierce, outnumbering his forces 3-1, and defeat seemed certain. But the general, fearless and resolute, climbed a mountain alone to a sacred temple said to be blessed by the white tiger. He knelt before the altar, offering a white jade tiger, a symbol of purity and strength. He didn't ask for victory, only for the courage to fight without fear, like Baihu. As the night fell and the winds howled through the mountain, the general swore he saw the glimmer of white fur in the moonlight. A pair of golden eyes met his from the darkness. In that moment, he felt Baihu's presence, cold, fierce, and unbreakable. The tiger's energy surged through him, filling him with an unshakable resolve. When the battle came, the general fought like a man possessed. His soldiers, inspired by his bravery, rallied behind him. Against all odds, they won the battle. The legend of the white tiger lived on, not as a beast of myth, but as a living spirit of war, victory, and protection. Baihu's role wasn't limited to the battlefield. In ancient Chinese culture, the white tiger also protected the righteous and punished those who dared to commit evil. It was believed that when Baihu appeared, justice would be served. It was not a creature of mercy, its claws were sharp, and its judgment was swift. In the stories passed down through generations, Baihu was always on the side of what was right, protecting the innocent and punishing the wicked. Its appearance was both a blessing and a warning, a reminder that wrongdoers could never escape their fate. One tale spoke of a village plagued by a corrupt official who exploited the people, taking their harvests and leaving them with nothing. The villagers prayed for justice, their voices carried on the wind to the heavens. One night, as the official returned to his lavish home with yet another cart full of stolen grain, the wind began to howl. The temperature dropped, and a thick mist rolled in, wrapping the village in a blanket of silence. From the mist, the white tiger emerged, its eyes glowing in the darkness. The official, greedy and cruel, stood frozen with fear as the great tiger approached. Baihu didn't roar. It didn't need to. Its silent presence alone was enough to strike terror into the man's heart. The villagers watched from their windows, too afraid to move but filled with a strange, silent hope. Without a sound, Baihu disappeared into the mist, but the official was never seen again. The people knew justice had been served. Baihu had answered their prayers, protecting them from the darkness that had plagued their lives. The white tiger was also connected with the five elements theory in Chinese cosmology, representing metal. Like the sharp edge of a sword, Baihu's nature was precise and unforgiving. Metal was strong, unbending, and resilient, just as the white tiger was. In times of great difficulty, when people faced challenges that seemed insurmountable, they would turn to Baihu for strength, hoping to draw from the tiger's indomitable will. To them, Baihu was not just a distant figure of legend, it was a guiding force, a protector who stood guard at the edge of the known world, keeping the chaos of the unknown at bay. Even in death, Baihu had a role to play. It was said that when a great warrior died, his soul would be carried by the white tiger to the afterlife, ensuring that he received the honor and respect he deserved. To be taken by Baihu was the highest honor, a sign that the warrior had lived and died with courage and righteousness. In this way, Baihu was not just a protector in life, but also in death, watching over the souls of the brave and ensuring that they found peace. The white tiger was more than a myth. It was a symbol of all that was strong and righteous, a guardian whose fierce spirit watched over the West, guiding warriors, protecting the innocent, and serving justice. Its stories lived on, passed down through the ages, reminding people of the power of courage and the importance of standing up for what is right, no matter the odds. To walk with the spirit of the white tiger was to walk with the strength of the autumn winds and the unbreakable resolve of metal itself. As the scorching sun rose high in the southern skies and the heat of summer settled over the land, something magnificent stirred in the warmth. It wasn't just the crackling of the dry earth or the shimmer of the midday sun that captivated those who watched. There, soaring above, with feathers of flame and wings that seemed to carry the essence of fire itself, was the vermilion bird, Zhuke. Its presence filled the sky, burning brighter than the sun, a creature born of flames and renewal. The vermilion bird wasn't just a symbol of summer's heat, it was the embodiment of fire itself, fierce yet full of life. Every movement of Zhuke in the sky brought with it the sense of something eternal, something that would not be easily extinguished. When people looked to the south, where the bird reigned, they knew that this was not just a creature of destruction, but of rebirth. for where fire burned, new life always followed. In ancient times, the vermilion bird was a source of wonder. People believed that Jiangshi governed the element of fire, and with it, the energy of transformation. Fire could destroy, yes, but it also made way for growth, clearing the old so that the new could rise from the ashes. Jiangshi, with its brilliant red and gold feathers, was not feared like some of the other mythical creatures, but revered as a force of nature that brought balance to the world. Its cry was said to sound like music, filling the air with a strange beauty, a reminder that even in the heat of summer, there was magic in the world. There is a tale that speaks of a great drought, when the fields had turned to dust and the rivers had run dry. The people prayed for rain, but none came. The land was on the brink of ruin, and hope was fading. Then, one evening, as the sun dipped toward the horizon, the sky was suddenly set ablaze with a streak of fiery red. It was Jiangshi, flying down from the heavens, its wings spreading a warm glow over the land. As it descended, the heat that had been suffocating the earth began to ease, replaced by a strange, comforting warmth. Jiangshi didn't bring rain. Instead, it landed on the tallest mountain, its feathers glowing like embers in the twilight. From its beak, a single spark fell to the ground, igniting a small flame. At first, the people were afraid, fearing that this fire would consume what little remained. But they soon saw that the flames weren't destructive. They moved slowly, deliberately, burning away only the dead plants and dry wood that had choked the land. The fire cleared the way for new growth, and when it was finished, the soil was rich and ready for life to return. Within days, the first shoots of green began to appear, and soon the fields were flourishing once again. Jiangshi was not a bringer of chaos, but of renewal. Its fire was not a weapon but a tool of change, a reminder that sometimes things must be burned away to make space for something better. In the heat of summer, when the world felt overwhelming, people took comfort in the thought of Jiangshi soaring high above, watching over the south, ensuring that life would always find a way to renew itself. In Chinese culture, the vermilion bird was not just a creature of fire, it was a symbol of hope, of the resilience of life. It represented the south, where the sun was strongest, and with that, the height of energy and activity. Summer was a time of growth, of life reaching its peak, and Jiangshi was the guardian of that season. But more than just watching over the warmth, Jiangshi carried with it the promise of transformation. It was a reminder that no matter how intense the fire, there was always the possibility of starting anew. One of the most fascinating aspects of the vermilion bird was its connection to the phoenix, another legendary bird known for its cycle of death and rebirth. Though distinct in its own right, Jiangshi shared a similar symbolism. It was said that Jiangshi would never die, it would simply burn brighter and brighter until it was consumed by its own flames, only to rise again, even more radiant than before. This cycle of destruction and rebirth was not one to be mourned, but celebrated, for it was through this process that true transformation could occur. There's an old legend of a man who had lost everything, his family, his home, his fortune. With nothing left, he wandered the mountains, seeking answers, until one day, he collapsed in exhaustion. As he lay there, ready to give up, he saw a flicker of red in the sky. It was Jiangshi, its wings glowing against the setting sun. The man watched as the bird circled above him, its fiery feathers casting a warm light over the land. In that moment, he felt a surge of energy, a fire awakening inside him, just as the bird's flames blazed in the sky. He rose to his feet, his heart burning with new purpose. He returned to his village, where he rebuilt his life from the ground up, just as Jiangshi was said to rise from its ashes. In the southern skies, Jiangshi's presence was constant, a fiery guardian that inspired not only awe but also a deep sense of renewal. To the people, it was a symbol of resilience, the ability to face the fiercest challenges and emerge stronger, purified by the flames. Jiangshi's fire didn't destroy, it cleansed. It cleared the path for growth, for new beginnings, for life to flourish in ways it never could before. Summer was Jiangshi's season, a time when the world was alive with energy and heat. But unlike the harshness of winter or the unpredictability of spring, summer's heat, though intense, was steady and full of promise. It was during this time that Jiangshi's power was at its peak, when the bird's fiery wings lit up the skies and its songs filled the air. People looked to Zhuge not with fear, but with respect and admiration. Its flames weren't something to run from, they were something to be embraced, for they brought with them the chance for rebirth. The vermilion bird was more than just a mythical creature. It was a symbol of life's power to transform, to grow, and to rise again from the ashes. Its fire was not a threat but a gift, a reminder that even in the hottest, most difficult moments, there was always the possibility of renewal. Zhuge, with its wings of flame and heart of fire, soared through the skies, a guardian of the south and a symbol of the strength that comes not from avoiding the flames, but from rising within them. As the bitter winds howled from the north, carrying with them the icy breath of winter, something ancient stirred beneath the frozen earth and the cold waters. In the stillness of the season, when life seemed to slow to a near halt and the world felt frozen in time, the black tortoise, Xuanwu, stood guard. Its shell, dark as the night sky, and its presence, calm and unmovable, radiated a quiet strength. It was more than just a creature of the north, more than a symbol of winter. It was a protector, patient and enduring, watching over those who faced the harshest of battles, both in life and on the field of war. Xuanwu, the black tortoise, was unlike the other mythical creatures. It did not roar or fly through the skies with fiery wings. It did not strike fear with sharp claws or burning eyes. Instead, it carried with it the weight of time, wisdom, and resilience. Its power was not in its aggression but in its endurance, its ability to withstand the test of time and the harshness of nature itself. The black tortoise moved slowly, deliberately, yet with each step, it carved its place in the world, immovable and strong. To many, this creature was a source of quiet comfort, a reminder that true strength was not always found in speed or force, but in the ability to remain steady, no matter what storms may come. There is a story told in the north of a great king whose armies were on the brink of collapse. They were trapped, surrounded by their enemies, with no way out and winter closing in around them. The cold bit at their skin, and the freezing winds seemed to drain their will to fight. The king, desperate and out of options, climbed to the top of a hill overlooking a vast, frozen lake. He knelt on the ground, calling upon Xuanwu, the guardian of the north, to guide him and his people. As the king bowed his head, the wind suddenly grew still. The frozen lake before him began to shimmer, and from beneath the ice, he saw something stirring. Slowly, a massive shape rose to the surface, breaking through the ice with a deep, echoing sound. It was Xuanwu, the black tortoise, its shell gleaming in the moonlight, and beside it, a snake curled around its body, a symbol of the unity between strength and flexibility. The king gazed at the mighty creature, and in that moment, he understood. The black tortoise didn't charge into battle with reckless speed, it moved with purpose, enduring all challenges, just as winter always gave way to spring. The king knew what he had to do. Inspired by Xuanwu's calm resolve, the king reorganized his forces, instructing his soldiers to hold their ground and conserve their strength. They built fortifications and prepared for a long, cold standoff, much like Xuanwu would retreat into its shell, protecting itself from danger. Their enemies, thinking they had the upper hand, launched attack after attack, trying to break the king's forces. But the soldiers, now embodying the patience and endurance of the black tortoise, stood firm. They did not crumble under the pressure. They waited. Days turned into weeks, and the winter grew even harsher. The king's enemies, who had not prepared for such a long battle, began to falter. Supplies ran low, and their will to fight diminished. Meanwhile, the king's army remained strong, having learned to endure the cold and conserve their energy. When the time was right, they struck back, catching their enemies off guard. What had seemed like an inevitable defeat turned into a decisive victory, all thanks to the lesson they had learned from the black tortoise: strength lies in patience, and true power is in knowing when to act. Xuanwu was also deeply connected to water, and not just any water, but the cold, dark waters of the north. While the azure dragon ruled over rivers and rain, Xuanwu governed the still, deep waters, the kind that seemed to hold ancient secrets beneath their surface. In the stillness of a frozen lake or the quiet depths of a mountain stream, Xuanwu's presence could be felt. Water, like Xuanwu, could be both gentle and powerful. It could shape mountains over time, carving through rock with quiet persistence. It could drown entire armies, washing away all signs of life in a moment of rage. And yet, it could also sustain, giving life to the land and all who depended on it. Xuanwu's connection to water was a reminder that power doesn't always need to be loud or destructive. Sometimes, the greatest strength is found in quiet resilience. Water, like the black tortoise, could wait, biding its time until it was needed. In the depths of winter, when the world seemed still and frozen, there was always the promise that the ice would melt and life would return, just as Xuanwu watched over the world, ensuring that balance was always maintained. In ancient Chinese military strategies, generals often invoked the spirit of Xuanwu before heading into difficult battles, especially those fought in the harshest conditions. They knew that to win, they needed more than brute strength. They needed patience, wisdom, and the ability to endure. Xuanwu's connection to water also symbolized protection, for just as the tortoise could retreat into its shell for safety, armies could find protection in the strategies inspired by this guardian. Fortifications, strong defenses, and the ability to wait out the enemy were all tactics associated with Xuanwu's spirit. The black tortoise was also a symbol of longevity and protection. Its shell, hard and impenetrable, represented the ultimate shield against harm. People would wear talismans with images of Xuanwu, believing that it would protect them from danger and ensure a long life. Xuanwu was often depicted with a snake entwined around it, symbolizing not only strength but also the wisdom to adapt, to bend without breaking. This duality of strength and flexibility made Xuanwu one of the most revered creatures in Chinese mythology, for it taught that true protection came not just from standing strong but also from knowing when to yield. Even in times of peace, Xuanwu was a constant presence. During the coldest months of the year, when the land was covered in snow and ice, people would look to the north and feel comfort in the thought that Xuanwu was watching over them. The black tortoise wasn't just a creature of the battlefield, it was a guardian of life itself, ensuring that even in the coldest, darkest moments, there was always protection, always the promise that spring would come again. The black tortoise of the north was more than just a symbol of winter. It was a reminder that strength wasn't always about speed or aggression. Sometimes, true power came from patience, from the ability to endure the harshest conditions and emerge stronger on the other side. Xuanwu, with its unshakable presence and its connection to the cold waters of the north, was a protector of both the body and the spirit, a force that watched over the world with quiet, unyielding strength. In the ancient skies, the stars shimmered like the whispers of gods, and from their brilliance, four mighty beings emerged. The azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Each celestial creature carved its place into the heavens, binding themselves not only to the elements of the earth, but to the very essence of life, destiny, and power. These weren't just guardians of the seasons or the compass points, they held a deeper, more profound connection to the hearts and souls of those who gazed up at the night sky, wondering what the stars had in store for them. For centuries, these four beasts shaped the fabric of Chinese life, their influence woven into astrology, feng shui, and the very structure of imperial power. They weren't just myths, they were the pulse of the cosmos, the silent architects of fortune, guiding the ebb and flow of the world beneath their watchful gaze. The azure dragon, ruler of the east and spring, was seen as a symbol of life's vibrant beginnings. Its majestic, emerald scales shimmered like fresh shoots breaking through the soil after a long winter. In astrology, the dragon's presence in the east brought renewal, hope, and prosperity, breathing life into all things. People who were born under the watch of the dragon were said to be filled with ambition, courage, and a sense of destiny, always moving forward, just as the dragon soared through the skies. Farmers would look to the eastern constellation, knowing that the dragon's appearance signaled the start of planting season. There was a deep trust in the dragon's timing. It brought rain, the water of life, ensuring that the earth would be fertile, the crops plentiful. But the dragon's influence stretched far beyond the fields. It reached into the heart of the emperor's palace, where its image adorned robes, banners, and even the very walls. The emperor, after all, was the son of heaven, and the azure dragon was heaven's chosen messenger. To rule under the dragon was to rule with heaven's mandate, a divine right that could not be questioned. When the emperor donned the robes embroidered with the dragon's form, he became more than a man. He became the living embodiment of order and prosperity, the bridge between heaven and earth. In the west, the fierce white tiger stood, its presence commanding respect and awe. Where the dragon symbolized beginnings, the tiger represented strength, protection, and the end of cycles. It wasn't just a symbol of war and martial prowess, though it certainly was that. Generals often prayed to the white tiger for victory before going into battle, believing its spirit would imbue them with the courage to overcome even the fiercest of enemies. The tiger's constellation, gleaming brightly in the western skies, marked the harvest season, the time when the fruits of one's labor were gathered, but also when death and decay were inevitable. The white tiger reminded people that nothing lasted forever, but that didn't mean it was to be mourned. There was beauty in the end of things, a necessary turning of the wheel of life. In imperial China, the tiger's symbolism of strength also permeated the military ranks. The generals bore symbols of the white tiger on their armor, knowing that to invoke its power was to call upon not just physical strength, but the wisdom to defend what mattered most. The emperor's armies marched under its banner, not just with the hope of victory, but with the belief that they were protected, that the white tiger would watch over them in the chaos of war. Then there was the vermilion bird, flying high in the southern skies, its wings glowing with the fire of summer. Its energy was raw, its spirit fierce and full of life. As the bird soared, it was seen as a symbol of renewal and transformation. Fire could destroy, but it also brought new beginnings, burning away what was old and allowing something fresh to take its place. The vermilion bird didn't merely embody heat, it represented the burning passion of life itself, the pulse of energy that ran through the veins of the world during the warmest months. People would watch the skies, waiting for its constellation to signal the height of summer, the time when the land was most fertile, the air most alive. But more than just a guardian of the seasons, the vermilion bird carried with it a deep spiritual symbolism. In the practice of feng shui, it represented the south, the direction of success and fame. When homes were built, it was said that a space aligned with the vermilion bird brought vitality and luck to the household, inviting the flames of prosperity to warm the lives of those within. Its spirit wasn't just one of fire and destruction, it was a beacon of potential, of all the good that could come from embracing life's energy and moving forward with courage. And in the north, where the cold waters rested beneath the winter skies, the black tortoise stood watch. Its movements were slow, deliberate, and full of purpose. As the guardian of the north, Xuanwu wasn't about the flash of immediate power, but the steady strength that came from patience and endurance. The tortoise's hard shell symbolized protection, while the snake that wrapped around it symbolized adaptability, the ability to shift and move through even the most difficult of times. In the coldest season, when the world felt frozen and life seemed to sleep, people took comfort in knowing that the black tortoise was watching over them. Its presence in the northern constellation was a reminder that winter, though harsh, was necessary. It brought rest, protection, and time to reflect, preparing the world for the rebirth that would follow in the spring. In feng shui, the black tortoise symbolized stability and support. Homes aligned with the north, under Xuanwu's gaze, were said to be protected from misfortune, the solid, unwavering presence of the tortoise providing a shield against the unpredictability of life. Together, these four celestial beasts formed a sacred balance. The azure dragon in the east, the white tiger in the west, the vermilion bird in the south, and the black tortoise in the north, each one represented a different element, a different season, a different aspect of life cycles. They weren't just symbols to be admired from afar, they were woven into the very fabric of existence, guiding the way people lived, built their homes, and understood their place in the universe. The emperor's throne, positioned at the heart of the celestial beasts, symbolized his role as the center of balance, the one who kept the forces of the cosmos in harmony. These creatures weren't just ancient myths, they were living, breathing forces in the lives of those who believed in their power. Each constellation, each symbol carried with it the weight of centuries, the trust of countless generations who looked to the skies for guidance, for protection, for the strength to endure the challenges of life. And in every season, under every sky, the four celestial beasts watched, ensuring that the world beneath them continued to turn, balanced and protected by their eternal presence. The dragon, a creature of legend that has captured imaginations across cultures, soars through both Eastern and Western myths, but the dragons in these worlds could not be more different. In the West, the dragon is often a creature of terror, its wings beating like thunder, its fiery breath scorching the earth, while its gaze promises destruction. In the East, the dragon is revered, a symbol of power, wisdom, and luck, gliding gracefully through the heavens without the need for fire or fury. These dragons, though sharing the same name, exist in entirely different worlds, and their differences tell a deeper story of how cultures see power, nature, and the balance of life. In the West, dragons often appear as beasts of burden might, with thick, scaled bodies that rumble across the land or darken the skies with the vast expanse of their wings. Their enormous jaws are lined with razor-sharp teeth, and their breath spews flames capable of reducing kingdoms to ashes. Stories of Western dragons often bring fear, a challenge for knights, a menace to be slain. These dragons are the hoarders of gold and the destroyers of towns, their greed as enormous as their size. To face a dragon in the West is to face death itself, an unstoppable force of nature, bent on chaos. Yet, the very sight of a dragon in Chinese mythology stirs something quite different. The Eastern dragon, with its long, serpent-like body, winds gracefully through the skies or rivers. Its face, far from monstrous, is noble and wise, often adorned with the long, flowing whiskers of a sage. The scales shimmer like jewels under the sunlight, and though it may be large, the dragon moves with elegance, weaving through the clouds as easily as a river cuts through the mountains. In contrast to the fire-breathing Western dragon, the Chinese dragon is a bringer of rain, calling down life-giving water to nourish the land and ensure the crops flourish. Where the Western dragon represents destruction, the Chinese dragon offers life and hope. This stark difference in appearance reflects the deeper values each culture places on dragons. In China, the dragon is seen as a guardian of the natural world, a celestial being that watches over humanity. It is linked to the emperor, the ruler who maintains harmony between heaven and earth. Its presence signals good fortune, a promise of protection and prosperity. The Western dragon, however, is often the embodiment of chaos, a force that must be conquered for peace to reign. Knights don their armor and prepare to fight these creatures, for only in slaying the dragon can order be restored. The powers these dragons wield are as different as their appearances. Western dragons are known for their brute strength and fiery breath, their power lying in their ability to destroy. They live in dark caves or atop mountains, guarding their hoards of treasures they have taken not for any noble reason, but out of greed. These dragons are often solitary creatures, driven by instinct and rage, their lives intertwined with the fear they inspire in those who live in the villages below. Heroes who defeat these dragons are celebrated, for in vanquishing the beast, they have rid the world of a destructive force that brings only misery. Chinese dragons, on the other hand, are symbols of balance and control. While Western dragons burn, Eastern dragons bring rain to a parched earth, wielding the power to shape the elements not with destruction, but with careful intention. In their control of water, wind, and weather, Chinese dragons are often associated with the seasons and the cycles of nature. They are connected to rivers, seas, and even the clouds that carry life-giving rain across the land. To see a dragon in the sky is a sign of blessing. The dragon is a guide, a protector, and often a spiritual being that works for the good of humanity. These differences in power speak to the larger roles dragons play in their respective cultures. In the West, where dragons are often portrayed as the ultimate enemy, they reflect a worldview in which chaos must be overcome through strength and heroism. The dragons must be slain for peace to exist. Their fiery nature and greed are obstacles that must be cleared for the hero to triumph, and often, it is the knight or warrior who is celebrated as the victor. In China, the dragon is not an obstacle but an ally. Far from being slain, it is revered. The dragon's power is not something to fear, but something to honor and respect. In the Chinese zodiac, the dragon represents ambition, leadership, and success, qualities to strive for. The dragon is not an enemy but a symbol of the highest potential one can achieve. It is said that those born in the year of the dragon carry with them the dragon's strength and wisdom, destined for greatness. Even their homes reflect the roles they play. Western dragons dwell in isolated, dangerous places, dark caves, or remote mountain peaks. Their presence turns these places into lands of fear, where no one dares to tread. The dragon guards its hoard of treasure, its desire for gold a reflection of greed and power that exists purely for itself. It does not care for the people or the land, only for its own dominance. Chinese dragons, however, live in palaces beneath the sea or among the clouds. These palaces are places of beauty, not fear, where the dragon resides as a king of its domain. The dragon's connection to water means it often lives in rivers or lakes, its influence ensuring that these bodies of water bring life to the land. Far from hoarding gold, the Chinese dragon gives the most precious resource of all, water, the source of life. Instead of greed, the dragon represents abundance, ensuring that the earth remains fertile and the people prosper. The significance of dragons in Chinese culture reaches its height in the imperial family. The emperor himself was often called the son of the dragon, and dragon symbols were everywhere in the Forbidden City, from the robes he wore to the thrones he sat upon. The dragon was the ultimate symbol of power and authority, a creature that represented heaven's favor. To rule under the dragon was to rule with divine right, and the emperor's connection to the dragon was seen as a sign that he was chosen to maintain balance in the world. In contrast, Western dragons, if they were connected to kings at all, were symbols of tyranny and oppression, creatures to be overthrown for justice to prevail. In both cultures, dragons carry immense power, but that power is used in entirely different ways. For the West, the dragon's power lies in its ability to destroy, to tear down what exists so that something new can rise from the ashes. In China, the dragon's power is in its ability to create, to nurture, and to maintain harmony between the heavens and the earth. One breathes fire, the other summons rain. One must be fought, the other revered. Dragons, whether they are seen as terrifying beasts or celestial guardians, have always been reflections of the human experience. They embody the forces we cannot control, the fears we must confront, and the hopes we carry for a world where balance is possible. While Western dragons strike fear into the hearts of men, Eastern dragons remind us that true power lies not in destruction, but in the wisdom to protect and nourish life. The Long, the mighty Chinese dragon, is not a creature of fire and destruction, but a majestic being woven into the very fabric of nature. When the skies darken and the winds begin to howl, it is not anger but the gentle stirrings of the Long calling the rains to the earth. This dragon, revered for its wisdom and power, rides the winds not to terrify, but to nurture. It does not hoard gold or guard treasures, for its true wealth lies in the life it brings to the land, the rivers, and the seas. In the ancient stories passed down through generations, the Long's body stretches long like a serpent, with scales that shimmer like the morning dew on a field of jade. It does not have the brutish appearance of other mythical beasts, but rather the elegance of a creature that commands respect and awe. Its face is a blend of many animals, a horse's mane, a deer's antlers, and a snake's body, each feature carefully chosen, symbolizing its connection to the various forces of nature. As the guardian of rivers and rain, the Long is responsible for the delicate balance between drought and flood. In the quiet of the night, when the rivers are still, you can almost feel its presence in the deep waters, silently watching over the life that thrives under its care. And when the clouds gather in the distance, heavy with rain, it is said that the Long is the one summoning them, its breath guiding the waters from the heavens to the earth. Farmers look to the skies in gratitude when the rains arrive, for they know the Long has blessed their crops, ensuring a bountiful harvest. But the Long is not only the master of rivers and rain. It controls the very weather itself. In ancient China, when the rains refused to fall and the earth cracked under the relentless heat of the sun, people would pray to the Long, offering sacrifices in hopes that it would hear their cries. And when the rains did come, it was as if the dragon itself had answered, riding the winds, carrying the storm clouds on its back, and pouring life down from the skies. The Long's power over the weather is not just an abstract idea, but something deeply felt by those who lived and worked on the land, depending on the dragon's favor for their survival. Yet, the Long is more than just a bringer of rain, it is a symbol of the eternal cycle of renewal. Like water that never stays still, always flowing, always moving, the Long represents the constant change that is at the heart of life. It is both the calm river and the fierce storm, the gentle rain and the raging flood. In this way, the Long mirrors the balance of nature, reminding us that there is a time for everything, a time for growth, a time for rest, and a time for rebirth. There are many stories of the Long's benevolence, where its influence stretches beyond just weather and water. It is said that the Long watches over the emperor himself, acting as a guardian spirit to ensure that the ruler's reign is just and fair. The dragon, often emblazoned on the emperor's robes and throne, symbolizes not only the emperor's power but also his responsibility to maintain harmony in the world. To wear the dragon is to take on the weight of the heavens, a constant reminder of the Long's role in keeping the balance between heaven and earth. The Long's association with rivers is especially strong, as it is said to live in the depths of these waters, emerging when called upon to bring rain or protect those who honor it. The rivers of China are not just seen as bodies of water but as the lifeblood of the land, their flow guided by the unseen hand of the Long. In ancient rituals, people would offer gifts to the rivers, knowing that in doing so, they were paying tribute to the dragon that resided within. These rituals were acts of reverence, acknowledging the Long's vital role in ensuring the prosperity of the land and its people. Though the Long is powerful, it is not a creature of pride or arrogance. Its strength lies in its ability to give without taking, to nurture without demanding praise. It moves silently, often unseen, its presence felt in the gentle mist that rises from a river at dawn or the cool breeze that carries the first drops of rain to the parched earth. Its gifts are quiet but profound, offering life in the simplest, most essential forms, water and rain. In the folklore of China, there are tales of those who have been lucky enough to see the Long, though these encounters are rare and always fleeting. To see the Long is to witness something beyond human understanding, a glimpse into the mysteries of nature itself. Those who claim to have seen the Long describe it as a being of immense grace, its body undulating through the sky like a river of stars, its scales catching the light of the sun, moon, and stars. In these moments, the Long becomes not just a dragon but a symbol of the unity between all things, the heavens, the earth, the rivers, and the people. But just as the Long brings life, it can also bring destruction. In times of great imbalance, when nature has been wronged or the people have forgotten their place within it, the Long can call forth storms and floods that wipe away entire villages. This is not out of malice but necessity. Like water that erodes the land, the Long's fury serves to restore balance, to remind the world that nature's power must be respected. And once the storm has passed, the Long retreats once more to the rivers and the clouds, waiting for the time when it is called upon again. Even today, the Long remains a powerful symbol in Chinese culture. It is seen in festivals, where people parade through the streets with colorful dragon costumes, their movements mimicking the fluid grace of the Long as it dances through the skies. It is present in art, where dragons coil around mountains and rivers, their forms a reminder of the ancient connection between nature and humanity. And in every drop of rain, every flowing river, the Long's legacy lives on, a silent protector, watching over the world as it always has. The Long, with its connection to water, rain, and weather, stands as a symbol of life's enduring flow, a reminder that nature is both gentle and fierce, calm and wild. Its grace, its power, and its wisdom speak to something deep within us all, a recognition that we are part of this great cycle, just as the rivers flow, just as the rains fall, and just as the Long watches over it all, unseen but always present. Beneath the surface of the vast seas, in the depths where light barely touches, ancient forces stir, watching over the world above. These are the dragon kings of the four seas, the Long Wang, majestic rulers of the waters, entrusted with the care of China's great oceans. They do not simply swim through the dark waters, they command them, their presence shaping the tides, guiding the currents, and ensuring the delicate balance of nature. These dragon kings are not mere creatures of myth. They are guardians, each bound to their realm, protecting the world with a quiet, powerful authority. The East Sea Dragon King, Ao Guang, is said to be the most prominent. His domain stretches far beyond the horizon, where the sea meets the sky, and his influence is felt in every ripple of the ocean. Fishermen speak of him in hushed tones, knowing that his favor brings calm waters and bountiful catches, while his displeasure can summon the most fearsome storms. Ao Guang's palace, built from shimmering pearls and precious stones, lies hidden beneath the waves, a place where few mortals have ever set foot. Yet, those who speak of it describe a kingdom of unimaginable beauty, where the waters glow with a light of their own, and the creatures of the deep pay homage to their king. In the west, Ao Run rules the Western Sea with a more restrained and measured hand. His waters are known to be treacherous, often cold and unyielding, reflecting the strength and fortitude of their ruler. While Ao Run is not as temperamental as his brother in the east, his presence commands respect. It is said that he values order above all else, and those who dare disrupt the balance of his waters find themselves at the mercy of his wrath. Yet, for those who honor the natural order, Ao Run is a steadfast protector. Sailors who brave the Western Sea often carry offerings, believing that the Dragon King watches over their journeys, guiding them through the perilous waters. To the south lies the domain of Ao Qin, the Dragon King of the Southern Sea. His realm is one of warmth and abundance, where the waters are calm and life flourishes. Ao Qin's connection to life itself is profound, for the Southern Sea is said to be the birthplace of many of the Earth's creatures. He is a nurturing force, encouraging growth and renewal, much like the season of spring. It is said that he listens to the prayers of farmers and fishermen alike, offering his blessings in the form of rain and gentle waves. Yet, just like the unpredictable sea, Ao Qin can be swift and fierce when his protection is needed, striking down those who would harm his domain. In the north, the cold, dark waters belong to Ao Shun, the Dragon King of the Northern Sea. His realm is often feared, for the waters here are frigid, and few dare to venture into his territory. But those who truly understand the sea know that Ao Shun is not a king of cruelty, but one of wisdom and contemplation. His reign is quiet, almost still, mirroring the frozen waters that surround his kingdom. Yet, beneath that stillness lies immense power. Ao Shun's strength is like the deep ocean currents, slow but unstoppable. He watches over the northern waters with an unwavering gaze, ensuring that the cycle of life and death continues as it should, even in the harshest of conditions. The Dragon Kings are not isolated rulers. They are bound to each other, their fates intertwined, as they collectively maintain the balance of nature. Each has his own realm, his own strengths and weaknesses, but together they form a web of power that stretches across the entire world. When the natural order is threatened, by man's greed, by neglect, or by forces beyond human understanding, the Dragon Kings rise from their watery palaces, taking to the skies in a terrifying display of their might. Storms rage, the seas boil, and the winds howl, all under the command of the Long Wang, reminding the world of the ancient pact between nature and those who live within it. But their power is not solely destructive. In times of great need, the Dragon Kings can be called upon for help. There are stories of emperors and sages traveling to the edge of the world to seek the Dragon King's aid. Through devotion and sacrifice, they have convinced the Dragon Kings to bring rain to parched lands or calm the seas for safe passage. It is said that when the Dragon Kings choose to intervene, their arrival is marked by a great procession of water creatures, with the kings themselves soaring through the air, their scales gleaming in the light of the moon or sun. To see a Dragon King is a rare and profound experience, one that leaves witnesses with a deep sense of awe and humility. The Long Wang are not just figures of myth. They are woven into the very essence of life by the sea. In ancient China, where rivers and oceans were central to survival, the Dragon Kings became a symbol of the natural forces that both nurtured and challenged humanity. The fishermen who set sail each day, the farmers who looked to the skies for rain, they all knew that their fates were tied to the whims of these ancient rulers. The Dragon Kings were not feared as malevolent beings, but respected as the powerful guardians they were. Their role was not to punish, but to protect, to maintain a balance that ensured the continued flow of life. Though the Dragon Kings remain hidden from mortal eyes, their influence is still felt today. In the rhythm of the tides, in the crash of the waves against the shore, in the rain that falls to feed the earth, these are the signs of the Dragon Kings at work. They are silent, unseen protectors of the natural world, always watching, always ensuring that the delicate balance of nature is upheld. Whether in the calm of a peaceful sea or the fury of a raging storm, the Dragon Kings remind us that the forces of nature are not to be tamed, but respected. In the ancient skies, where clouds churned like the deep ocean, a dragon unlike any other soared through the heavens, its massive wings cutting through the air with grace and power. Eng Long, the winged dragon, was not just a beast of the earth, like so many of its kind. Eng Long ruled the skies, a creature of both flight and ferocity, feared and revered by those who heard its name. With wings that shimmered under the sun and eyes that burned with ancient knowledge, Eng Long was more than a symbol of strength. It was a force tied to the most legendary battles, a dragon who fought alongside gods. Eng Long wasn't always a winged creature. The legends say that this dragon earned its wings through its acts of bravery, deeds that echoed across the realms of gods and men. Once, it was a dragon of the earth and waters, like so many others, bound to rivers and valleys. But Eng Long was different. It had a thirst for justice, a need to protect, and a courage that could not be contained to just one domain. The most famous story of Eng Long tells of its role in an ancient war, a battle that nearly tore the heavens apart. Long ago, when chaos reigned over the lands and the balance of nature was threatened, the gods themselves took to the battlefield. It was a time when storms raged endlessly, and the mountains trembled beneath the feet of warring deities. Among these was the god of water, Gongon, whose wrath had no limits. He sought to flood the earth, to drown it in endless waves and rain, defying the other gods in his hunger for power. The rivers swelled under Gongon's command, and entire lands disappeared beneath the rising waters. But there was one who stood in Gongon's way, Eng Long, the dragon who had long protected the lands from the ravages of unchecked destruction. Knowing that the fate of the world was at stake, Eng Long rose from the depths, its body glistening with the waters of the rivers it had once guarded. But this time, Eng Long did not stay bound to the earth. In the midst of the battle, as the skies grew darker and the winds howled with the fury of the gods, Eng Long spread newly formed wings and took to the air. It was the first time a dragon had flown, and the heavens themselves seemed to tremble at the sight. The battle between Gongon and Eng Long shook the very foundations of the world. Where Gongon sought to drown the earth, Eng Long countered with storms of its own, its wings stirring the winds and sending them crashing against Gongon's floods. For days and nights, the battle raged, neither side willing to yield. But Eng Long, with its newfound wings, had an advantage. It could strike from above, diving down with the speed of lightning, its claws slashing through the storms that Gongon conjured. In the end, it was Eng Long's determination that won the day. The winged dragon, with the strength of the skies behind it, managed to force Gongon back, driving the water god into retreat. The floods receded, the storms calmed, and the earth was saved from destruction. For its bravery, the gods rewarded Eng Long, allowing it to keep its wings, a symbol of its valor and its new role as a protector of both the earth and the skies. But Eng Long's story didn't end with Gongon's defeat. The winged dragon became a legend, called upon in times of great need, especially during battles that threatened the natural order. In one such tale, the great Emperor Yu, who sought to control the floodwaters that ravaged his kingdom, prayed to the gods for help. It was Eng Long who answered. The dragon, with its deep connection to the rivers and the rains, guided Emperor Yu in his efforts to tame the floods. Together, they redirected the rivers, carving out paths for the waters to follow, bringing peace and prosperity to the land once more. Eng Long's connection to water and the skies made it a powerful ally in battles of all kinds, not just against the forces of nature, but against any threat to the balance of the world. In ancient times, warriors would call upon Eng Long's name before going into battle, hoping to channel the dragon's courage and strength. It was believed that those who fought with honor and justice, like Eng Long, would be protected by the winged dragon itself, their enemies falling before them like rain before the wind. Yet, despite its fearsome reputation, Eng Long was not a dragon of destruction. Its battles were fought to preserve life, to maintain the balance between the elements. It was a creature of justice, only taking flight when the natural order was threatened. In this way, Yinglong became a symbol of righteous power, a dragon who fought not for glory or dominance, but for the protection of the world it was bound to. Over time, the image of Yinglong grew beyond the battlefield. It became a figure in art, its wings spread wide over the landscape, a reminder of the dragon's role in shaping the world. Farmers prayed to Yinglong for rain, sailors hoped for its protection during storms, and warriors carried its image into battle, believing that the winged dragon's spirit would guide their swords. The legend of Yinglong is one of transformation, of rising above one's limitations to become something greater. It is a story of courage in the face of overwhelming odds, of fighting not for oneself, but for the greater good. Yinglong's wings, earned through acts of bravery, became a symbol of freedom, of the ability to rise above the chaos and bring peace to a world on the brink of destruction. Even today, the story of Yinglong continues to inspire, reminding us that true strength lies not in power alone, but in the courage to protect what is right, even when the cost is great. And when the winds howl and the storms rage, some say you can still feel Yinglong's presence in the air, its wings carrying the promise of hope and the power of justice across the skies. In the depths of ancient rivers, where the waters churned with unseen power and mystery, there was a creature unlike any other, a being that moved with the grace of a dragon but held the raw, primal strength of a crocodile. Its name was Jiaolong. It wasn't the mighty, sky-soaring dragons that many knew and revered, but a beast of the water, an ancient force with scales as hard as armor and eyes that glowed from beneath the murky currents. To encounter Jiaolong was to meet the very essence of untamed water, a creature as unpredictable and fierce as the floods that it commanded. The legends say Jiaolong emerged from the rivers during times of great storms, when the heavens would open and rain fell in torrents. Villages, which had thrived for generations on the banks of rivers, could be wiped away in a single night, as if the water itself had risen in anger. And at the heart of these disasters, people would speak of glimpsing Jiaolong, its massive form twisting and thrashing in the dark, as if it were the embodiment of the flood's fury. To many, Jiaolong wasn't just a beast, it was the force of nature itself, sent to punish or cleanse, depending on the story. Jiaolong's appearance was like something pulled from both nightmare and reverence. Its elongated body shimmered with the iridescent scales of a dragon, glinting beneath the moonlight when it surfaced. But its head, broad and powerful, bore the unmistakable features of a crocodile, jagged teeth, a maw that could crush anything in its path, and eyes that seemed to peer through the veil of life and death. Its tail, long and sinuous, would lash out, capable of turning the calmest waters into a violent whirlpool. And those who witnessed Jiaolong would tell tales of how the river itself seemed to bow before the creature, as if even the waters knew they were in the presence of something ancient and sacred. But Jiaolong wasn't always seen as a malevolent force. There were times when the creature played a protective role, especially in myths surrounding the balance of nature. It was said that in times of drought, when the rivers had dried up and the land cracked under the weight of a cruel sun, people would pray to Jiaolong, hoping that the creature's anger would bring the rains. They would leave offerings by the river's edge, bowls of rice, fruits, and even the finest silks, hoping to appease the crocodile dragon, believing that Jiaolong controlled the lifeblood of their crops and their survival. And when the rains did come, heavy and relentless, people believed that Jiaolong was swimming beneath the surface, guiding the flow of water back into the fields, nourishing the earth once more. But there was always a catch: too much anger, too much disrespect, and Jiaolong's mercy could turn into wrath. The waters, once life-giving, would turn destructive, sweeping away everything in their path. One story speaks of a time when the greatest flood in history occurred, during the reign of Emperor Yao. The rains were so fierce and the rivers swelled so high that entire cities were drowned. Emperor Yao, desperate to save his people, called upon a great engineer named Gun to control the waters. Gun tried for years, using dams and dikes, but the rivers refused to be tamed. Some whispered that Jiaolong was responsible, angered by the emperor's interference in the natural order of things. As long as Jiaolong swam in the depths, the floods would continue. When Gun finally failed, his son Yu took on the monumental task of controlling the floods. Yu didn't seek to block the rivers or force them into submission, as his father had done. Instead, he listened to the ancient wisdom of the land and learned to work with the water, digging canals and creating paths for the rivers to flow freely. It was said that you understood Jialong's nature. He knew that the creature wasn't merely a beast of chaos, but a guardian of balance. And through this understanding, you succeeded where his father had failed. The flood subsided, and Jialong, satisfied that the balance had been restored, retreated to the depths once more. Jialong's influence wasn't just felt in the physical world of rivers and floods, it also seeped into the world of deities and water gods. Water deities, particularly those who controlled the vast seas and rivers, were often depicted with traits reminiscent of Jialong, a symbol of both power and unpredictability. These gods, whether feared or worshipped, were seen as beings who could bring both prosperity and ruin, much like the dragon crocodile that swam in the depths. In some traditions, Jialong was said to be the steed of water gods, carrying them across the vast oceans, its powerful body gliding through the waves effortlessly. And in battles between these deities, Jialong was a fearsome presence, capable of turning the tide of any conflict with a single sweep of its massive tail. To see Jialong in such a role was to witness the raw might of water in motion, a force that could both protect and destroy. The duality of Jialong, part dragon, part crocodile, reflected the complex relationship ancient people had with water. It was a source of life, but also of destruction. It could nurture the fields or sweep them away in a single flood. And Jialong, the embodiment of this duality, was both feared and respected. In many ways, Jialong became a metaphor for nature itself, an untamable force that could not be controlled, only understood. The crocodile dragon's legacy lived on in the stories passed down through generations, and the whispered warnings of old fishermen who claimed to have seen its shadow lurking beneath the surface, and in the prayers of those who sought to live in harmony with the rivers that gave them life. Jialong was a reminder that the natural world, with all its beauty and terror, was something far greater than humankind, a force that could never be conquered, only honored. And so, when the rains come and the rivers rise, there are still those who look out over the waters and wonder if, deep below, Jialong stirs once again, watching, waiting, and deciding whether it will bring the rains of life or the floods of destruction. In the darkest depths of the earth, where light has never touched and time itself seems forgotten, there lies a guardian, ancient and powerful. Its scales shimmer like gold, glinting in the pitch-black void. Its eyes glow faintly, as if lit by the very treasures it protects. This is Fukinglong, the treasure dragon, a creature whose presence is as elusive as the treasures buried beneath mountains and forgotten tombs. Fukinglong isn't like the dragons that soar through the skies or command the rains. No, it belongs to the underworld, deep within the earth, where secrets and riches lie hidden. Legends say that the earth trembles when Fukinglong stirs, its movements causing the very ground to shift, as if the world itself acknowledges the power of the creature buried within. Unlike other dragons who reign over the elements or rule the seas, Fukinglong guards what mortals covet most: gold, silver, and precious stones. But these treasures are not easily won. Many have sought to find the hoard of Fukinglong, driven by greed or desperation. The promise of unimaginable wealth calls to them, whispering that somewhere deep beneath their feet lies enough gold to buy kingdoms. But every treasure that Fukinglong guards is bound with a curse. It is said that those who come close to finding its treasures are first tested by illusions. They might stumble upon what looks like a simple gold coin or gemstone, but once they reach for it, the earth shifts, the ground crumbles beneath them, and they are pulled into the depths where Fukinglong waits. The treasure dragon is not a beast to be bargained with. It is patient, watching from the shadows, allowing mortals to come closer, inch by inch, lured by the sparkle of gold or the gleam of silver. But in that final moment, when the treasure is nearly within reach, Fukinglong awakens. Its roar shakes the earth, and the ground opens up like a maw, swallowing those who dare to seek its hidden wealth. The hoard of Fukinglong remains, untouched for centuries, its guardianship absolute. But Fukinglong's treasures aren't just material. Beneath the earth, it guards knowledge as old as time itself. Scrolls, tablets, and relics from forgotten civilizations are said to lie within its lair, each containing secrets that could change the world. Kings and emperors have sent their best warriors and sorcerers to claim these treasures, hoping to unlock the mysteries of immortality or untold power. Yet none have returned, for Fuqianglong is not a mere hoarder of gold, it's the guardian of the world's most dangerous secrets. There are whispers that Fuqianglong once belonged to the heavens, but its greed for the treasures of the earth pulled it down into the underworld. It is bound to the riches it guards, unable to leave, cursed to forever dwell in the darkness, surrounded by wealth but forever isolated. Some say that Fuqianglong is not merely a dragon, but a fallen deity, one who sought to control the treasures of the world and was punished by being made their eternal guardian. It is this mixture of wealth, power, and curse that makes Fuqianglong both feared and revered. It is not uncommon for miners or treasure hunters to offer small tokens, coins, gemstones, even simple trinkets, to the earth, hoping that these gifts might appease the dragon and allow them safe passage. They believe that if Fuqianglong is pleased, it might allow them to take a small portion of its treasure without stirring. But these are just the hopes of desperate men, for Fuqianglong does not relinquish its treasures so easily. There is one legend, however, that speaks of a man who was able to outwit Fuqianglong. This man, a poor farmer, discovered an ancient map that led to a hidden treasure deep beneath the mountains. Unlike the warriors and kings before him, he did not seek the treasure out of greed, but out of necessity, to save his starving family. He spent years preparing, studying the legends, and learning the ways of the earth. When he finally ventured into the dragon's domain, he brought with him nothing but his wits and a single, priceless relic, his family's heirloom, a small but powerful talisman said to protect its bearer from harm. As he descended into the earth, he could feel the presence of Fuqianglong watching him. The air was heavy, the silence thick with the weight of centuries. Yet, the farmer did not falter. He followed the ancient pathways, stepping lightly over traps and illusions, keeping his eyes focused on the distant glint of gold. When he finally reached the treasure, the ground began to tremble. Fuqianglong's eyes opened, glowing with the fire of the underworld. It rose from the depths, its massive body curling around the horde like a living fortress. But instead of reaching for the treasure, the farmer knelt and placed his family's heirloom at the dragon's feet. He spoke softly, not in the language of men, but in the old tongue, the words taught to him by his ancestors. He did not ask for wealth or power, but for the safety of his family and the strength to continue his life with honor. For a moment, there was silence. Then, to his astonishment, Fuqianglong did not attack. The great dragon's eyes softened, and it let out a low, rumbling breath, as if in approval. The farmer rose, and as he did, a single coin appeared before him, not a coin of gold or silver, but of pure jade. He took the coin, understanding that it was not wealth, but wisdom that Fuqianglong had gifted him. He returned home, his heart full, and his family prospered for generations, protected by the blessing of the treasure dragon. Fuqianglong, though often feared, represents more than greed or wealth. It is a symbol of the earth's hidden powers, the balance between desire and wisdom. It guards not just the treasures of the material world, but the secrets that could alter the very fabric of existence. For those who seek its hoard with selfish intent, Fuqianglong is a curse, a force that will drag them into the depths. But for those who approach with reverence, understanding that true treasure lies not in gold, but in knowledge and humility, Fuqianglong may reveal a far greater gift. And so, Fuqianglong remains in the earth, its great form coiled around the riches of the world, watching, waiting, and protecting. The treasures are still there, but they are not for the greedy to take. They belong to the earth, and to the dragon who guards them eternally. In the quiet stillness before the dawn, when the air feels heavy with ancient memories, there comes a sound unlike any other. A soft, haunting cry that rises like a distant song, echoing through the hills and valleys. It is said that when the Fenghuang appears, the world itself listens. The skies brighten, the wind still, and the very earth seems to hold its breath. The Chinese phoenix, Fenghuang, is not just a bird of myth, it is a symbol of harmony, a creature whose existence ties the heavens and earth together in a delicate balance. The Fenghuang is a being of unmatched grace and beauty, its body a dazzling array of colors that reflect the 5 essential elements, its feathers shimmer with hues of fire, earth, water, wood, and metal. This creature is a rare sight, often only revealing itself during times of peace and prosperity. In fact, the presence of the Feng Huang is considered a divine omen, a sign that the ruler of the land is just and the people are living in harmony. For centuries, the Feng Huang has been closely linked to Chinese emperors. While the dragon represents the emperor himself, ruling with power and strength, the Feng Huang is often associated with the empress, her counterpart in wisdom, grace, and virtue. Together, they embody the yin and yang of rulership, ensuring balance across the empire. When an emperor and empress rule in unison, the Feng Huang is believed to bless their reign, bringing long-lasting peace to the land. But there is a deeper significance to this mystical bird. The Feng Huang is not merely a symbol of royalty or power, it is tied to the very fabric of creation itself. Long before emperors wore their crowns, long before the cities and palaces rose from the earth, there were only the heavens, the earth, and the chaos that separated them. In those early days, the world was wild and untamed. The skies raged with storms, the seas churned with fury, and nothing was in its rightful place. It was during this time that the Feng Huang appeared, born from the heart of creation itself. According to ancient stories, the Feng Huang rose from the chaos as a mediator between heaven and earth. With every beat of its wings, it called for order to emerge from disorder, for harmony to be woven into the chaos. Its cry was said to calm the storms, soothe the seas, and bring the warring elements into balance. In some of the most cherished creation myths, the Feng Huang was sent by the gods to help shape the world. As it soared across the skies, its presence breathed life into the barren lands below. Flowers bloomed where its shadow passed, rivers flowed, and mountains rose from the earth as it circled the land. The bird's radiant feathers glowed with the light of creation, and from this light, the first humans were said to be born. The Feng Huang was not just a witness to the birth of the world, it was an active force in bringing that world into being. One of the most touching stories about the Feng Huang speaks of its connection to the tree of immortality. In a far-off land, beyond the mountains and seas, there stood a tree that held the secret to eternal life. The gods had placed the tree in the heavens, far out of reach of mortals, for they believed that humans were not yet ready to wield the power of immortality. But the tree needed protection, and so the Feng Huang was chosen as its guardian. The bird built its nest among the tree's branches, watching over it with unceasing vigilance. The story goes that whenever a mortal soul was close to death, the Feng Huang would shed a single feather, allowing that person to live just a little longer. These feathers, rare and magical, were said to carry the essence of life itself. Though the Feng Huang could not grant eternal life, it showed mercy to those who deserved it, giving them more time to fulfill their destiny. Yet, despite its benevolence, the Feng Huang is also a creature of fire. It is tied to the cycles of destruction and rebirth, for in order to create, one must first destroy. Just as the phoenix of Western myth rises from its own ashes, the Feng Huang too has a relationship with fire and renewal. It is said that when the world is on the brink of collapse, when the forces of chaos threaten to consume all that is good, the Feng Huang will sacrifice itself. In a great blaze of fire, it will burn away the corruption and decay, leaving behind only purity. From its ashes, the Feng Huang will be reborn, bringing new life and hope to the world. This idea of rebirth is particularly powerful in times of great turmoil. During periods of war, famine, or political upheaval, people look to the sky, praying for a glimpse of the Feng Huang's bright feathers. Its appearance, however rare, was a promise that no matter how dire things seemed, renewal would come. It was a beacon of hope, a reminder that destruction is not the end, but rather a necessary part of life's endless cycle. One cannot speak of the Feng Huang without mentioning its deep connection to virtue. Unlike other mythical creatures that might be swayed by anger or vengeance, the Feng Huang is pure-hearted. It is drawn to places where kindness, justice, and wisdom prevail. In ancient times, people believed that the bird could sense the moral state of the land. If a ruler was corrupt or unjust, the Feng Huang would not appear, and its absence would be a sign that change was needed. But when rulers led with fairness, when they cared for their people and the natural world, the Feng Huang would descend from the heavens, its cry filling the air with joy. It would land in the imperial gardens, its brilliant plumage reflecting the sun, and sing its beautiful, haunting song. This was the ultimate blessing, a sign that all was right with the world. Through its connection to emperors, creation myths, and the cycle of life, death, and rebirth, the Fenghuang stands as one of the most revered creatures in Chinese mythology. It is a symbol not only of power and grace, but of hope and renewal, reminding us that even in the darkest times, there is always a chance for a new beginning. Even now, the Fenghuang's image endures, woven into the fabric of Chinese culture. It graces royal robes, decorates temples, and inspires countless works of art and literature. Its legend continues to inspire, a reminder of the beauty of balance, the power of virtue, and the eternal promise of renewal. In the dense mist of an ancient forest, where the trees reach toward the heavens and shadows cling to the ground, there is a haunting call. It's not the sharp cry of an eagle or the graceful song of a nightingale, but something far more mysterious. It's the sound of a creature that, like no other, embodies the loneliness of being incomplete. It is the Jian bird, a strange and tragic creature from the depths of Chinese mythology, known for its single eye and single wing, always searching, always yearning for wholeness. The Jian bird is not a solitary being by choice. Born with only one eye and one wing, it cannot fly alone, nor can it see the world in its entirety. Half-blind and flightless, it would be destined to wander the earth helplessly. But the beauty of the Jian's existence is found in its counterpart. For there is never just one Jian bird, there are always two. These creatures are forever drawn to each other, their very survival depending on their unity. When they come together, their one wing and one eye combine, allowing them to soar through the sky as if they were a single, complete being. The tale of the Jian bird speaks to something deep in the human heart. It symbolizes the incompleteness we all sometimes feel, the longing for something or someone to make us whole. Like the Jian, we are all, in some ways, searching for the missing piece, for that person, dream, or purpose that allows us to rise above the earth and experience life in its fullness. It is a story that has touched people for generations, not because of the creature's strangeness, but because of the reflection it offers of our own lives. The Jian bird is a symbol of partnership, of two beings who are incomplete on their own but find strength and beauty when they unite. Their flight, once impossible alone, becomes effortless when they trust in one another, their bodies moving as one through the sky. This myth teaches that no one can truly thrive in isolation. There is something profoundly beautiful in sharing burdens and leaning on another, just as the Jian bird leans on its partner. Some versions of the tale say that the Jian birds must find each other in the dense forests, that their lives are spent calling out through the thick trees, their cries echoing in the hopes that they will be answered. Their search is both desperate and hopeful, a reminder of the yearning we all experience at times. When they finally find each other, the joy is so powerful that it can lift them into the skies, where they fly together, not as two beings, but as one. The Jian's single wing and single eye carry even more symbolism. The one wing shows the limitations of a solitary life. No matter how strong or determined a Jian bird may be, it cannot lift itself from the ground alone. This speaks to the universal need for companionship, for connection. It is not about weakness but about the natural order of things. Just as the Jian bird cannot fly without a partner, neither can we reach our fullest potential without others by our side. The single eye of the Jian bird is perhaps even more poignant. With only one eye, the Jian bird sees the world in half, with a limited perspective. It cannot fully comprehend its surroundings or the dangers it may face. Only when joined with another can it see the world clearly. This symbolizes the power of perspective, of how we often need others to help us see the things we are blind to. Alone, we are vulnerable to our own limited view of the world, but together, we gain clarity, balance, and understanding. The myth of the Jian bird is not just a tale of physical incompleteness, it is a story about the emotional and spiritual journey of finding connection. It is about the vulnerability that comes with needing others and the strength that is born from unity. It speaks to the beauty of relying on another, not out of weakness, but out of the deep understanding that we are meant to be part of something larger than ourselves. There are stories of the Jian bird that whisper of sorrow. Sometimes, a Jian bird cannot find its counterpart. It will wander the earth, forever grounded, its flight never realized, its vision always dim. These stories are tinged with tragedy, a reminder of the pain of disconnection, of the loneliness that can come from being incomplete. But even in this sadness, there is hope. The Jian bird's call is never silenced, its search never ends, because it knows deep in its heart that somewhere out there, its partner exists. The ancient Chinese believed that the Jian bird's tale mirrored the harmony between yin and yang. The two birds, coming together as one, were a reflection of the balance between opposing forces, male and female, light and dark, earth and sky. The Jian bird's flight represented the perfect union of these forces, showing that harmony and balance are only achieved when opposites come together, complementing and completing one another. The Jian bird also became a symbol for lovers, especially those separated by distance or fate. To be like the Jian bird was to long for a partner with whom one could find completeness. In a culture that valued family and partnership, the story of the Jian bird resonated deeply. It was not just a myth, but a reflection of how people saw their relationships, with family, with lovers, with friends. The Jian bird's dependence on another was seen not as a flaw, but as the ultimate expression of trust, love, and unity. Even today, the image of the Jian bird continues to inspire. It appears in poetry, in art, in stories of love and loss. It reminds us that though we may feel incomplete at times, though we may wander with only half our vision and strength, there is always the possibility of finding our other half. And when we do, we will not just walk through life, we will soar. The Jian bird, with its single wing and single eye, embodies the deepest human need for connection. Its myth is one of hope, resilience, and the belief that even in our most incomplete moments, there is always the chance for wholeness. Through its story, we are reminded that the search for unity is not a weakness, but the most natural and beautiful journey we can undertake. In the deep, dark waters of the Northern Sea, a mysterious creature stirs. It is not a creature of the sky, but of the ocean's endless depths. This is the Kuan, a massive fish, larger than 1,000 boats, its movements causing waves that could shake the land. For ages, it swims, content in its world beneath the waves, where light barely reaches, and the water is cold and still. Yet, the Kuan is destined for something greater, something far beyond the waters it calls home. There comes a moment when the Kuan begins to change. Its colossal body shifts, its fins becoming wings, and its scales transforming into feathers. This fish, once bound to the sea, rises from the water in a spectacular leap. As it ascends into the skies, the Kuan becomes the Pang, a bird so vast that its wings span the horizon. The transformation is both breathtaking and terrifying, a symbol of transcendence and the immense power of change. The story of the Pang is not just one of transformation, but of ambition and the desire to rise beyond one's limits. The Kuan could have remained a mighty fish, swimming in the depths, where no one would challenge its dominance. But something within the Kuan pushed it toward the sky, to become something unimaginable. It sought the freedom of the heavens, where it could soar, unbound by the waters below. As the Pang takes flight, the skies tremble. It is said that with a single flap of its enormous wings, it can travel thousands of miles in an instant. Clouds swirl beneath it, and the winds howl in its wake. The Pang is not a bird that flutters from branch to branch. It flies higher and farther than any other creature, reaching heights where the air is thin and the earth below is barely visible. It flies with purpose, driven by an unyielding desire to reach the highest realms of the sky. This transformation from Kuan to Pang is more than just a myth of a giant bird, it is a metaphor for ambition, for reaching beyond what one knows and embracing the unknown. The Kuan could have remained safe in the sea, but it chose to become the Pang, to venture into a world where it was vulnerable, where the winds could tear at its wings, and the vastness of the sky could overwhelm it. Yet, the Pang's ambition was stronger than its fear, and it soared higher than any other creature could dream. In the ancient texts, the Pang is described as a creature of extraordinary size and strength, its wings so vast that they block out the sun. But it is not the Pang's size that makes it legendary, it is what it represents. The Pang is the embodiment of the human spirit's desire to rise, to evolve, and to pursue greatness, no matter how daunting the path may be. It is a reminder that within every one of us, there is the potential for transformation, for rising beyond the limitations we were born into. The Peng's flight is not without struggle. As it rises higher and higher, the winds grow stronger, and the air becomes thinner. Yet, the Peng continues, undeterred. It does not stop when the journey becomes difficult, it only flaps its wings harder. This determination, this refusal to give up, is at the heart of the Peng's symbolism. It teaches that the path to greatness is not easy, but those who persist, who keep their eyes on the distant sky, will eventually find themselves soaring above the clouds. There is a saying in ancient Chinese philosophy that the small bird flits from branch to branch, while the Peng soars to the heavens. This speaks to the difference between those who are content with the ordinary and those who are driven by the extraordinary. The Peng does not settle for the comforts of the familiar. It seeks the heights that few dare to reach, and in doing so, it inspires awe in all who witness its ascent. For those who hear the story of the Peng, it becomes clear that this is not just a tale of a mythical bird, but a lesson in ambition, in transformation, and in the pursuit of one's greatest potential. The Peng's journey from the depths of the sea to the heights of the sky mirrors the journey that many of us face in life. We start in the familiar, in the comfort of what we know, but if we are brave enough, if we are willing to embrace change, we too can rise like the Peng, soaring above the challenges and limitations that once held us down. The Peng story has been told for centuries, and yet it never loses its power. It resonates because it speaks to something fundamental within us all, the desire to be more than we are, to rise above our circumstances, and to become something greater. It reminds us that no matter how vast the ocean may seem, there is always the possibility of flight, of leaving the depths behind and touching the sky. In the end, the Peng is not just a symbol of ambition, it is a symbol of hope. It shows us that transformation is possible, that no matter where we begin, we are not bound to stay there. The Kuan was a fish, but it became a bird. It was once tied to the ocean's floor, but it found freedom in the sky. And just as the Peng rose from the waters to the heavens, so too can we rise, if only we dare to spread our wings. The Peng reminds us that the world is vast, and the sky is limitless. There is always room to rise higher, to fly farther, and to become more than we ever imagined. All it takes is the courage to leap, to embrace the winds, and to believe that we, too, can soar. In the depths beneath the world of the living, far from the warmth of the sun and the breath of life, lies Diyu. It is a place where light is swallowed by the shadows, and the air is thick with the weight of eternal judgment. The underworld, with its twisted paths and dark corridors, is not just a place of torment, but a mirror of the sins carried by the souls that pass through its gates. Here, nothing is forgotten. It is said that the dead do not immediately find peace, but must first face the consequences of their actions in life. When a soul arrives in Diyu, it is not alone. The judges, ancient and all-seeing, stand ready. These are no ordinary judges, but beings who have watched over the balance of right and wrong for eons. Their eyes pierce through the soul's outer layer, diving into the very core of what that person has done, felt, and thought. Each soul is weighed, its sins and virtues laid bare. There is no arguing, no escape. The soul's past clings to it like chains, dragging it toward its inevitable punishment. The judges, wise and terrifying, are unmoved by tears or pleas. They simply look, read the truth etched into the soul, and decide its fate. Diyu is not one single place, but many layers, each more horrifying than the last. Some say there are 10 courts, others say 18, each governed by a different judge. The number may vary, but the truth remains, every layer is a reflection of the soul's crimes. As the soul descends deeper into Diyu, the punishments grow more severe. It is a descent not just into darkness, but into the very essence of suffering. The monsters of Diyu are not mindless creatures of chaos. They serve a purpose, carrying out the judgments passed by the celestial court. These beings, twisted and grotesque, are tasked with inflicting the specific torments designed for each soul. For the greedy, there are iron mountains that crush the body, pressing down with the weight of their avarice. For the liars, tongues are pulled out, stretched beyond recognition, as their deceit is laid bare for all to see. These are not mere physical punishments, but reflections of the soul's inner corruption. One of the most feared monsters is the bull-headed demon. Its towering figure, with thick muscles rippling beneath its rough hide, embodies brute force. It is relentless in its task, dragging souls to their designated torment with a grip that cannot be broken. The bull-headed demon represents not just strength, but the unstoppable nature of karma. What has been done cannot be undone. The punishment must be endured. Beside the bull-headed demon stands the horse-headed demon, equally fearsome, with wild eyes that burn with an intensity that makes the darkest corners of Du seem pale in comparison. It is swift, ensuring that no soul lingers where it does not belong. Together, these two creatures patrol the underworld, making certain that justice is served in full. Yet, perhaps the most terrifying aspect of Du is not the monsters, nor even the punishments, but the understanding that it is the soul's own actions that have led it here. There is no one else to blame. The suffering is a direct result of choices made in life, choices that now echo through eternity. It is a realization that strikes deeper than any physical pain, cutting into the very heart of the soul's existence. In one of the deepest layers of Du, the souls of the particularly wicked are boiled alive in cauldrons of oil. The heat is unbearable, the pain unimaginable, yet the souls cannot die. Their bodies are restored again and again, only to be plunged back into the scalding oil. It is an endless cycle of suffering, a reminder of the endless consequences of their actions. Not all souls remain in Du forever, though. For some, there is the hope of reincarnation. After enduring their punishment, they may be granted the chance to be reborn, to try again in the world of the living. But even this is no simple escape. The soul must drink from the waters of forgetfulness, erasing all memories of the torment it has endured and the life it has lived. It is a second chance, but a blind one. The soul is thrust back into the world, unaware of its past, unaware of the lessons it has learned, forced to navigate life anew. The judges of Du are impartial, but not without mercy. For those who showed kindness in life, even small acts, there are lighter punishments, and for the truly virtuous, perhaps no punishment at all. These souls may pass through Du unscathed, a rare but possible outcome. Yet, for most, Du is a place of reckoning. In the deepest recesses of Du, where even the bravest souls tremble to go, sits the ruler of this underworld, King Yama. His face is as old as time itself, weathered by the judgments he has handed down over millennia. It is said that his gaze can strip a soul bare, revealing not just the sins of a single lifetime, but the sins of lifetimes past. No one can stand before him without feeling the weight of all that they have done. King Yama is not cruel, but he is unyielding. His role is not to inflict pain for the sake of pain, but to ensure that balance is maintained. For every wrong, there must be a consequence. For every act of harm, a reckoning. He is a figure of justice, cold and absolute, yet strangely fair in his judgments. The structure of Du reflects the structure of the human soul. Every corner, every layer, is built to force the soul to confront its own darkness. There are no shortcuts, no ways to cheat the system. The monsters that roam its corridors are not random beasts of destruction, but guardians of justice, enforcing the laws of karma with precision. As souls pass through Du, some emerge changed, purified by their suffering, while others are consumed by it. The underworld is not just a place of punishment, but a place of transformation. For those who endure, there is a chance to rise again, to be reborn into the world of the living, wiser and more aware of the consequences of their actions. But for others, Du is a prison they will never escape. Their sins are too heavy, their deeds too dark. They remain trapped, tormented by the monsters that reflect their own inner demons, forever bound to the darkness they created in life. In the shadowy depths of Du, where despair hangs heavy in the air, two figures stand watch over the passage of souls. Nyoto and Nian, the ox-headed and horse-faced guardians, embody the relentless nature of fate. With their imposing presence, they are both protectors and enforcers, ensuring that every spirit finds its way to the judgment they so desperately need. Their duties are not simply tasks, they are a calling born from the ancient fabric of the universe, weaving together justice and consequence. Nyoto, with the head of a mighty ox, possesses an unyielding strength. His horns curve majestically, a symbol of power that demands respect. With broad shoulders and a sturdy frame, he stands as a mountain, immovable and fierce. Yet, behind his fearsome exterior lies a profound understanding of the burden he carries. Every day, he faces the never-ending tide of souls, each one filled with the echoes of their life choices. His heart aches for the lost and the hopeless, yet he knows that each soul must be guided through the process of judgment to find peace. Nian, with the head of a horse, is equally striking but carries a different aura. His sharp gaze reflects the wisdom of countless ages, the kind of understanding that can only come from watching the cycle of life and death repeat endlessly. His nimble body can dart through the shadows, navigating the treacherous paths of Du with grace. Together, Nyoto and Nian are an unbreakable duo, a harmony of strength and swiftness, a balance of resolve and compassion. As souls arrive in the underworld, the atmosphere crackles with uncertainty and fear. Many tremble at the thought of facing the judges, haunted by the memories of their deeds. They wander aimlessly, lost in their own regret. It is here that Nyoto and Nian spring into action. With firm yet gentle hands, they capture the wandering spirits, guiding them toward the path of judgment. "Fear not," Nian whispers softly, his voice a calming balm in the chaos. "You will face what must be faced, but know that you are not alone." Nyoto stands beside him, towering but steady, offering an unwavering presence. "Your journey is not yet over. Let us walk together toward your destiny." The souls find a flicker of hope in their words. It's a small light in a world consumed by darkness. As they move forward, the guardians guide them gently, their steps echoing through the caverns of Du. Each footfall reverberates with the weight of ancient wisdom, reminding the souls that they are part of a greater cycle, one that transcends life and death. Their paths are filled with obstacles. The souls grapple with their fears, wrestling with the memories of their actions. Nyoto and Nian witness the pain etched on their faces, the anguish of remorse, the hollowness of regret. But there is also courage. There are souls who stand tall, ready to face the consequences of their choices, determined to make amends. These moments stir something within the guardians. Nyoto's heart swells with pride as he sees a soul rise from despair. "You have strength," he murmurs, "more than you know. Embrace it, and let it guide you." Nian, with his keen understanding, offers the souls gentle encouragement. "Each of you carries a story. Own it. Your truth is what will set you free." With their unwavering support, the souls begin to find their footing, realizing that their journey is not solely about punishment, but also about growth and redemption. The guardians reflect the balance of the universe, a delicate dance of mercy and justice, of punishment and forgiveness. As they approach the Great Hall of Judgment, the air grows thick with anticipation. Nyoto and Nian stand at the threshold, their presence a shield against the trepidation that grips the souls. "Once you enter, you will confront your past," Nyoto warns, his voice a deep rumble. "But remember, you are not defined solely by your mistakes. You have the power to change, to learn, to evolve." Nian nods, his eyes shimmering with sincerity. "The judgment you face is a reflection of your heart. Let your true self shine through, and you may find more than you expected." With these words, the guardians guide the souls through the gates of judgment, their spirits lit by the flickering flame of hope. As they step into the hall, the atmosphere shifts. The light dances against the stone walls, illuminating the path ahead. Inside, the judges await, poised to deliver their verdicts. Each soul stands before them, trembling but resolute. The guardians remain close, a silent reminder that they are not alone in this moment of truth. In this hall, Nyoto and Nian witness the souls confront their lives. The memories flood back, the laughter, the tears, the choices that led them to this very moment. Some souls crumble under the weight of their past, while others rise with newfound strength. As the judgments are rendered, the guardians see the power of transformation. A soul once burdened by greed is stripped of its chains, reborn into a new life with a fresh start. A spirit filled with regret finds closure, finally able to forgive itself. Each judgment becomes a testament to the power of choice, of understanding, of the potential for redemption. With each soul that passes through the gates, Nyoto and Mamian feel the echoes of their own stories. They, too, carry the weight of their own existence. They, too, have faced the darkness and emerged with a renewed purpose. As the day fades into the shadows, and the last soul departs for its new journey, Nyoto and Mamian share a quiet moment. The underworld may be filled with sorrow, but it is also a place of profound transformation. They stand together, guardians of the balance, witnesses to the resilience of the human spirit. Another day completed, Nyoto says softly, his gaze lingering on the path where the souls have traveled. Yes, Mamian replies, a hint of warmth in his tone. And with each soul, we remind them that hope can rise even from the deepest shadows. In the heart of Diyu, where fear and darkness may reign, Nyoto and Mamian shine like beacons of light. Their roles as guardians extend beyond mere captors. They are guides, mentors, and friends. As they continue their watch over the underworld, their presence serves as a reminder that every soul, no matter how lost, has the potential to find its way home. In the quiet hours of the night, when the world seems to sleep peacefully, there exists a hidden reality that many fear to acknowledge. Hungry ghosts, or agui, drift through the shadows, caught between worlds, lingering as a painful reminder of the consequences of unfulfilled desires and sins. Their hollow eyes and emaciated forms are haunting. They embody the suffering of souls that could not find rest. The stories of these restless spirits ripple through generations, echoing the cries of those who wander without solace. Hungry ghosts are born from the weight of earthly sins. They are the souls of those who lived with greed, gluttony, and desire, failing to seek forgiveness or find peace. Their lives were marked by insatiable cravings, whether for wealth, power, or love. When death arrives, instead of finding rest, they are trapped in a state of longing, endlessly yearning for what they can never have. Their spirits become twisted and tormented, cursed to wander the world, forever hungry and searching. As night falls, their presence becomes palpable. The air grows thick, heavy with the unfulfilled wishes of those who could not let go. They roam the streets, slipping through the cracks of reality, invisible to most, but felt by those sensitive to the unseen. The chill that crawls up one's spine, the flicker of lights, and the sudden drop in temperature are often signs that a hungry ghost is nearby. They linger close to the living, drawn to the warmth of life, yet perpetually out of reach. Among these ghosts is a young woman named May. In life, she was vibrant and full of dreams. She desired nothing more than to love and be loved. But her heart was consumed by jealousy and greed, leading her to betray those closest to her. When she passed, she found herself in a world of shadows, forever longing for the warmth of affection she had once taken for granted. Each night, she roams the places where she once laughed and danced, only to find emptiness. The people she loved are now gone, leaving her in a cold, desolate existence. May's heart aches with an insatiable hunger. It is not food she craves, but connection. In the stillness of the night, she reaches out to the living, trying to grasp what she lost. Yet, her cold fingers can touch nothing but the empty air. The living feel her presence, but they cannot see her. They shiver at the sensation of being watched, unaware that it is the soul of a girl lost in regret and sorrow. Her story is just one of many. There are others, too, like the man who amassed great wealth yet lost his family. He sits alone in a dark alley, clutching a handful of gold coins, his heart heavy with grief. The gold, which he once coveted, now weighs him down, a chain binding him to his regret. He watches families gather, sharing meals and laughter, and his heart aches with a longing he cannot satisfy. His hunger is not for food but for love, forgiveness, and connection. The existence of hungry ghosts serves as a powerful reminder of the choices we make in life. Each act of kindness, love, or forgiveness nourishes the soul, while selfishness and greed lead to decay. In their tormented state, these ghosts remind the living of the importance of compassion, urging them to reach out, to forgive, and to seek understanding before it is too late. Their whispers of sorrow resonate in the hearts of those who listen closely, guiding them away from the mistakes that bound these souls in anguish. During festivals like the Ghost Festival, families pay homage to these restless spirits, offering food and incense as gestures of compassion. The living lay out plates of rice, fruits, and cakes, believing that these offerings might soothe the souls and quench their eternal hunger. This act of kindness serves not only to appease the hungry ghosts, but also to remind the living of the delicate balance between life and death, of the connections that transcend even the grave. As the offerings are laid out, the air thickens with emotion. The hungry ghosts gather, drawn to the warmth of food and the love that fills the space. For a fleeting moment, they feel the tenderness of connection, the light of understanding. They whisper their thanks, their voices soft like the rustling of leaves, a beautiful and haunting melody of gratitude and longing. In these moments, the line between the living and the dead blurs, reminding everyone present that love is the greatest offering of all. But even with offerings, the shadows linger. The hungry ghosts return to their existence of yearning once the celebrations fade. They drift back into the night, their hearts heavy with desire and regret. They wander through the dreams of the living, leaving a chilling reminder of what happens when love is cast aside. In their silent cries, they plead for understanding, urging the living to live fully, to forgive, and to cherish the connections that make life beautiful. The stories of hungry ghosts carry a weight that resonates deeply. They teach us to reflect on our choices, to seek peace with ourselves and others. They remind us that life is fleeting and every moment counts. In their pain, they embody the lessons of love and loss, encouraging us to reach out, to forgive, and to nurture the relationships we hold dear. As the night deepens and the living drift into sleep, the hungry ghosts linger in the shadows, watching and waiting. Their hearts still ache, their cravings unfulfilled. But in their sorrow, there is a profound beauty, a reminder of the strength of human connection, the power of love, and the importance of making amends before it is too late. They exist as echoes of what was lost, and in their haunting, they leave an indelible mark on the hearts of those who dare to remember. When the moon hangs low in the night sky, casting an eerie glow over the world, tales of the Jiangshi, the hopping vampire, whisper through the shadows. With its pale, rotting skin and eyes that gleam with a hunger for life, the Jiangshi embodies the fears of the unknown and the consequences of an unsettled spirit. Once a living person, this reanimated corpse roams the earth, driven by an insatiable thirst for the life force of the living, a reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that can dwell within. The Jiangshi, dressed in the traditional garments of its time, shuffles with a stiff gait, its limbs seemingly frozen in death. This grotesque creature is not just a monster, it is a tragic figure caught between worlds. In life, it may have been a beloved parent, a loyal friend, or a passionate lover. But in death, something went horribly wrong. Instead of finding peace, the Jiangshi rises, lost and confused, fueled by an unquenchable thirst. Its once warm heart has turned cold, replaced by an overwhelming urge to absorb the vitality of others, seeking to fill the void left by its own lost life. As it lurks in the shadows, the Jiangshi leaves a trail of fear and dread. People hear the stories, the spine-chilling accounts of encounters with this hopping horror. They speak of nights when the wind howls through the trees, and the air grows thick with unease. A chill runs down their spines, and they close their windows tightly, hoping to keep the darkness at bay. Children, tucked safely in their beds, are warned not to wander outside alone, for the Jiangshi is always hunting, always searching for its next victim. But beneath the terror, there lies a sorrow that is hard to ignore. The Jiangshi, in all its frightening glory, is a reflection of our fears, fear of death, fear of losing loved ones, and fear of what lies beyond. Each encounter tells a story, a warning wrapped in darkness, reminding us that every life is precious and every moment counts. In the heart of the village, there lived a kind old man named Wei. He was known for his gentle spirit and warm smile, always ready to lend a hand to those in need. One fateful night, a devastating illness swept through the village, claiming the lives of many, including Wei's beloved wife, Lin. Heartbroken and alone, Wei could not bear the weight of his sorrow. In his desperation, he sought the forbidden knowledge of dark magic, hoping to bring Lin back, to feel her warmth once more. But the rituals went awry, and instead of reviving Lin, he unknowingly transformed her into a Jiangshi. In her reanimated state, Lin's spirit was trapped within a body that craved life, but could not find solace. Wei was horrified when he first saw her, his heart breaking at the sight of the woman he loved reduced to a pale shadow of her former self. She stood before him, her eyes wide and empty, hunger radiating from her very being. Every night, Lin would hop through the village, seeking out the life force of the living, leaving a trail of fear in her wake. She was no longer the kind-hearted woman who had once filled Wei's days with laughter and joy. Instead, she was now a harbinger of death, a creature of the night. Wei's heart ached not only for the loss of his wife, but also for the torment she experienced. He longed to reach out to her, to remind her of the love they had shared, but the darkness consumed her, preventing their connection. Desperate to save her, Wei sought the help of a wise old monk who lived on the outskirts of the village. The monk listened to Wei's tale, his expression grave. He explained that the Jiangshi was not merely a monster, but a soul lost to the world, unable to find peace. To free Lin from her torment, Wei would have to confront the darkness that had taken hold of her and help her find the light once more. With trembling hands, Wei returned to the village, determined to save the woman he loved. Each night, he set out to find Lin, hoping to reach her in her dark form. He brought with him the memories of their happiest moments, faded photographs, woven baskets filled with her favorite flowers, and whispers of their dreams. Each time they met, he would speak her name, calling out to the essence of the woman he remembered, hoping to pierce through the layers of darkness that bound her. As the days turned into weeks, a change began to occur. Lin would pause during her nightly hunts, her eyes softening at the sound of Wei's voice. The hunger that drove her became less frantic, and for the first time, she seemed to recognize the man she once loved. In those fleeting moments, a flicker of her former self shone through the darkness. Wei's heart soared with hope, knowing that love could pierce through even the thickest veil of despair. But the Jiangshi's nature was powerful, and with each night, the struggle between love and darkness intensified. Wei knew that the longer Lin remained as a Jiangshi, the more difficult it would be to free her. He sought the monk once more, desperate for guidance. The monk explained that Lin needed to confront her past, to forgive herself for what had happened. Only then could her spirit find peace. Gathering his courage, Wei arranged a final encounter, where he would share their most cherished memory, their wedding day. Under the same moon that had witnessed their vows, he spoke of the love they had shared, the laughter, the dreams, and the promises made. Tears streamed down Wei's face as he poured his heart out, hoping against hope that Lin could hear him, that she could feel the warmth of his love. As he spoke, Lin began to tremble, her form flickering as if caught between two worlds. Slowly, her eyes softened further, and a single tear rolled down her cheek. In that moment, the darkness began to dissipate, and Wei could see the woman he loved shining through. Their shared memories wrapped around them like a warm embrace, breaking the chains of despair that bound her. But just as hope blossomed, the Jiangshi's nature surged, threatening to reclaim Lin. Wei grasped her hand tightly, refusing to let go. He whispered words of love and forgiveness, urging her to let go of the pain and to embrace the light. In a final, desperate act, he kissed her forehead, infusing her with every ounce of love he had. With a shuddering breath, Lin's form began to dissolve, the darkness melting away. For a fleeting moment, she smiled, her eyes bright and full of warmth. In that instant, they were together again, united in a love that transcended death itself. The bond between them was stronger than any curse or darkness that sought to keep them apart. As the night faded, Lin's spirit was released, finding the peace she had long sought. Wei was left alone, heartbroken yet filled with an indescribable warmth, knowing that love had triumphed over darkness. The Jiangshi had been transformed back into the woman he adored, reminding him that even in the darkest moments, love has the power to heal and redeem. And so, as the legend of the Jiangshi continues to haunt the shadows, it also serves as a poignant reminder of the love that endures, even beyond the grave. In the heart of every tale of horror lies the truth that love is the light that can pierce through the deepest darkness, guiding lost souls back home. In the heart of the ocean, where the waves crash and the wind sings songs of old, there lies a legend of Ao, the giant turtle. This magnificent creature carries entire islands upon its back, a living island itself, slowly drifting through the waters. Its shell is not just a protective barrier but a vast landscape, covered with green forests, blooming flowers, and even small animals that have made their home there. To many, Ao is a symbol of strength and stability, a creature of great wisdom that has witnessed the rise and fall of civilizations. The story of Ao begins long ago, in a time when the world was still being formed. The seas were wild and untamed, and the land was sparse. The gods, who watched over the universe, saw the need for a place where creatures could thrive, a sanctuary amidst the chaos of the waters. In their compassion, they created Ao, breathing life into this colossal turtle and granting it the ability to carry the islands of creation on its back. As Ao emerged from the depths, it was a sight to behold. Its shell was the color of the deepest ocean, with patterns that mirrored the waves lapping against it. From above, the islands appeared like jewels scattered across a vast blue tapestry. The sun would rise and set over Ao, casting golden hues across its back and illuminating the vibrant life that flourished there. Creatures from every corner of the world came to seek refuge, and as they settled, they became part of the living island, each adding their unique beauty to Ao's grandeur. As time went on, tales of Ao spread across distant lands. Fishermen spoke of the giant turtle that roamed the ocean, while children listened in awe to stories of how it supported the very islands they called home. These stories instilled a sense of wonder and connection to the natural world, teaching them to respect the balance of life that Ao represented. People would gather by the shores, hoping to catch a glimpse of the great turtle as it glided through the water, leaving a trail of shimmering waves in its wake. However, as with many legends, darkness often follows light. The beauty and grace of Ao drew the attention of ambitious beings who sought to exploit its gifts. They saw the giant turtle as a mere resource, wanting to drain its power for their own gain. A great disturbance rippled through the ocean, and Ao felt the weight of greed pressing down upon it. The islands it carried were threatened, and the harmony it nurtured began to falter. In the midst of this turmoil, a young girl named May lived in a coastal village. She was known for her kindness and deep connection to nature. Every morning, she would stand on the beach, watching the horizon, feeling a bond with the ocean and the creatures within. The stories of Ao had been passed down through her family, filling her heart with hope and a desire to protect the beauty of the world around her. One fateful day, as May stood by the shore, she noticed something unusual. The water was murky, and the air was thick with an unsettling silence. She sensed that something was wrong, a disturbance that made her heart race. Without hesitation, she ran along the beach, following the trail of unease until she reached a cliff that overlooked the ocean. What she saw made her gasp. Ao, the giant turtle, struggled against a massive net cast by greedy fishermen, desperate to pull it under and claim the islands for themselves. The turtle's majestic shell was caught, and it thrashed against the weight of the net, its strength waning. May felt her heart sink. How could anyone be so cruel to such a gentle giant? Without thinking, she raced down the cliffside, her feet pounding against the rocky path. As she reached the shoreline, she shouted for help, but the fishermen were too focused on their prize to hear her pleas. May knew she had to act quickly. Gathering her courage, she sprinted towards the net, determined to free Ao. When she reached the edge of the water, she could see the sadness in Ao's eyes. It was a deep, soulful gaze that seemed to resonate with the pain of the world. May knelt down, tears streaming down her cheeks as she called out to the turtle. "Please, Ao. I won't let them hurt you." With every ounce of strength she had, she began to tear at the net, her fingers scraping against the rough fibers. Ao, sensing her presence, calmed itself, recognizing the spirit of a true friend. The other fishermen, realizing what was happening, turned in shock, their eyes widening at the sight of the brave girl fighting for the life of the turtle. "Stop!" May shouted, her voice rising above the crashing waves. "This creature is not just an animal, it is a protector of our world. It carries the islands on its back, nurturing life and balance. You cannot take this from us." The fishermen hesitated, confusion and guilt washing over them. They had only seen Ao as a means to gain wealth, blind to the beauty of the creature's existence. May's words struck a chord, awakening something within them, a reminder of the stories they had heard as children, the same tales that had filled them with wonder. As May continued to struggle against the net, something miraculous happened. Ao began to glow with a gentle light, a warm radiance that enveloped the beach. The water shimmered around it, and the very air seemed to vibrate with energy. It was as if the turtle was drawing strength from the earth and sky, its spirit refusing to be broken. In that moment, the fishermen found themselves entranced by Ao's power. They dropped their nets, realizing that true wealth could not be measured in gold or possessions, but in the beauty of life that surrounded them. One by one, they stepped forward to help May, working together to free the gentle giant from the clutches of greed. With a final tug, the net fell away, and Ao let out a great sigh of relief. The waves crashed joyfully against its shell as the turtle emerged victorious, its spirit restored. May looked into Ao's eyes, and in that shared moment, a connection blossomed between them, an unbreakable bond forged through love, compassion, and bravery. From that day forward, the village transformed. Inspired by May's courage and Ao's beauty, they came together to protect the ocean and the creatures within it. Fishermen began to practice sustainable methods, understanding the delicate balance of life that existed in the waters. The stories of Ao grew richer, passed down through generations, reminding everyone of the gentle giant that carried the islands on its back. And in the depths of the sea, Ao continued to roam, a guardian of the ocean and a symbol of hope. The giant turtle carried not just islands, but also the hearts of those who cherished and protected the world around them. Ao's legend lived on, a reminder that true strength lies not in power or wealth, but in the bonds we create and the love we share with one another. In the heart of a storm, when dark clouds gather and the air crackles with electricity, there is a figure that emerges from the chaos, a beast unlike any other, the Kuei. This one-legged creature roams the skies, a symbol of thunder and storms, commanding respect and fear in equal measure. With its fierce presence, the Kuei embodies the raw power of nature, reminding all who witness it that the forces of the earth are not to be trifled with. Legends say that Kuei was born from the very essence of thunder. Its body is powerful, with a sleek, glistening form that shimmers like water in the sunlight. As it leaps from cloud to cloud, the beast emits a deep, resonating roar that echoes through the valleys, warning the world of its arrival. When the Kuei moves, it carries with it the weight of storms, shaking the heavens and earth with each bound. This one-legged wonder hops gracefully yet forcefully, leaving behind a trail of raindrops that nourish the land. But the Kuei is more than just a storm creature, it is a protector. According to ancient tales, the Kuei was created to guard against the wrath of nature. In a time when storms brought devastation, causing floods that swept away homes and lives, the Kuei took it upon itself to control the balance of power. With every thunderous clap, it would roar a warning, allowing the people below to prepare for what was to come. Many villagers revered the Kuei, offering prayers and sacrifices to ensure it would bring gentle rains instead of destructive storms. Farmers would leave fruits and grains by the riverside, believing that the Kuei would bless their crops in return. They spoke of how the Kuei's presence meant the earth would be nourished and life would flourish. But they also knew that if angered, the Kuei could unleash the full force of nature's fury, turning peaceful days into chaotic nights. There was once a small village nestled between lush mountains and winding rivers, where stories of the Kuei were cherished and shared. In this village lived a young boy named Li. He was fascinated by the stories of the one-legged beast, his heart filled with admiration for its strength and grace. On stormy nights, when the wind howled and the rain poured, Li would sit by his window, eyes wide with wonder, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Kuei soaring through the dark clouds. One night, a fierce storm approached, more powerful than any the villagers had seen. The sky turned a shade of deep gray, and the winds howled like restless spirits. The villagers rushed to secure their homes, their hearts heavy with fear. They whispered to one another, recalling the old legends, praying that the Kuei would bring them safety. As the storm raged on, Li felt a stirring in his heart. He remembered the stories his grandmother had told him, the tales of how the Kuei once saved their village from a devastating flood. He knew he had to do something. With determination in his eyes, he set out into the storm, feeling the rain drench his skin and the wind whip around him. "Kuei," he called into the tempest, his voice barely audible above the roar of thunder. "Please, help us. We need you." Li ran to the highest point in the village, a hill that overlooked the raging river. As he reached the top, lightning flashed, illuminating the night sky. In that brief moment, he saw it, the Kuei, gliding through the clouds, its powerful form cutting through the darkness like a beacon of hope. Its single legs seemed to dance through the air, and its eyes sparkled with fierce energy. With a heart full of courage, Li shouted again, "Please, protect our village." To his astonishment, the Kuei paused, hovering in midair. It turned its gaze toward Li, and in that moment, they shared a connection that transcended words. The boy felt the Kuei's energy pulse through him, a warmth that chased away his fear. As the storm continued to rage, the beast leaped down, landing gracefully beside him. In that heartbeat, a powerful bond formed between the boy and the creature. The Kuei sensed the pure intentions of Li's heart, and with a mighty roar, it summoned the winds to its side. As the storm swirled, the Kuei unleashed its thunderous power, directing the winds and rain with precision. The clouds began to shift, and the rain, which threatened to flood the village, transformed into a gentle shower, soaking the land and nourishing the earth instead. The villagers, who had watched in awe from their homes, saw the once fierce storm ease into a soft rain. They rushed outside, their eyes wide with disbelief. They could hardly fathom that the boy they had watched with admiration was now standing with the legendary Kuei, a guardian of storms. The rain fell gently, replenishing the fields, filling the rivers without overwhelming them. The Kuei stood proudly beside Li, its presence a reminder that nature's power could be both fierce and nurturing. The storm passed, leaving behind a vibrant world, alive with the sounds of nature awakening. As the sun peeked through the clouds, casting a warm glow over the village, the people gathered around Li and the Kuei. They rejoiced, praising the boy for his bravery and the creature for its protection. They danced in the rain, celebrating the bond they shared with the spirit of the storm. From that day on, Li became a storyteller, sharing the tale of the Kuei and how courage, respect, and connection to nature could turn fear into hope. The villagers honored the one-legged beast, offering their gratitude in rituals that celebrated its power and grace. The Kuei became a symbol of resilience, a reminder that even in the darkest of storms, there is a chance for light. And so, the Kuei continued to roam the skies, a majestic guardian of thunder and storms. It watched over the village, ensuring the balance of nature was maintained, teaching all who would listen that the power of the storm could bring both destruction and life. Li knew that as long as the Kuei soared through the heavens, their village would always be safe, forever protected by the spirit of the storm. In the quiet moments just before dawn, when the mist rises from the surface of a still river, stories come alive. Tales of water demons and river gods, whispered by the wind and carried in the ripples of the water, haunt the hearts of those who listen. These beings, born from the depths of lakes and rivers, are neither wholly evil nor good. Instead, they exist in a world where nature's fury and serenity merge, reminding us of the fragile balance between humans and the forces they cannot control. There is a legend of a fisherman named Wei, a humble man who made his living by the river. Each morning, before the sun rose, he would cast his nets into the water, praying for a bountiful catch. But one day, the river, usually so calm, seemed to churn with an eerie energy. The water, dark and thick like ink, whispered of something restless beneath the surface. Wei's heart raced as his net became heavy, pulling with a force far stronger than the fish he was used to. With trembling hands, he began to reel it in, but what emerged from the depths was not a fish. It was the slimy, twisted form of a water demon, its eyes glowing, its skin slick with mud and algae. The creature's sharp teeth glistened, and its long, webbed fingers clawed at the air, hissing as it fought to escape the net. Wei stumbled back in terror, his legs giving way as he stared into the demon's eyes. It was a face that spoke of ages of despair, of lives taken beneath the river's surface. The water demon did not kill Wei, though. Instead, it spoke. Its voice was like a gurgling current, low and wet, telling him of the forgotten souls who had once been cast into the river as sacrifices to appease angry gods. These souls had never found peace, becoming twisted into the monstrous forms that now lurked in the deep, cursed to haunt the living. The demon warned Wei to leave the river, to never return to its banks again, or else suffer the same fate as those it once was. Wei fled, but the memory of the water demon stayed with him, haunting his dreams. He became obsessed with learning more about these creatures, desperate to understand their nature. As he sought answers, he found that water demons appeared in many stories across the land, each with a different face, but the same unrelenting hunger. They were said to rise from rivers and lakes, dragging unsuspecting travelers into the depths, feeding on their fear and despair. In some tales, the demons would take the form of beautiful women, their wet hair glistening under the moonlight, their eyes shimmering with an otherworldly glow. They would lure men into the water with promises of love and beauty, only to transform into hideous creatures once their victims were submerged. Their laughter would echo in the darkness, cruel and cold, as the men sank beneath the surface, their last breaths stolen by the water's icy grip. But not all beings of the water were malevolent. In the same rivers and lakes where demons lurked, there were also river gods, majestic, powerful entities who ruled over the waters with wisdom and grace. These gods were said to control the flow of rivers, the rise and fall of tides, and the nourishment of the land. Where demons brought fear, the river gods brought life. One such god was the mighty Hebo, the river god of the Yellow River. Known for his ability to control floods and droughts, Hebo was revered by many. It was said that in times of drought, the people would gather at the river's edge to offer gifts and prayers, pleading with Hebo to release the rains. And in times of flooding, they would beg him to calm the raging waters, to show mercy on their homes and their lives. Hebo was often depicted as a tall, regal figure with flowing robes made of water, his hair like waves cascading down his back. His eyes, calm yet fierce, reflected the vast power of the river he ruled. Though he was just and kind, Hebo's anger was something to fear. There were stories of entire villages being swept away by floods after angering the river god with their greed or disrespect. Yet, Hebo could also be merciful. There is an ancient story of a young girl named Mei who was swept away by a sudden flood. Her family mourned her loss, believing she had been claimed by the river forever. But in their sorrow, they continued to pray to Hebo, asking for their daughter's soul to be at peace. Moved by their devotion, Hebo appeared to them in a dream, promising to return Mei to them if they built a temple in his honor. The family did as they were told, and on the day the temple was completed, Mei returned, carried by the gentle current of the river, unharmed and alive. From that day on, the people of the village worshipped Hebo with gratitude, knowing that their lives were intertwined with the will of the river god. Water demons and river gods, though different in nature, shared the same home, the vast and mysterious waters of the earth. And though their actions varied from compassion to cruelty, both were reminders of the immense power that lay beneath the surface. They were reflections of the rivers themselves, calm and nourishing one moment, wild and destructive the next. For those who lived by the water, these beings were not just legends or stories. They were real, ever-present forces that shaped their lives. The rivers were not simply sources of sustenance, they were gateways to otherworldly realms, where demons and gods roamed, unseen but felt in every ripple, every wave. To live by the river was to live in constant awareness of these unseen forces, knowing that at any moment, the calm waters could stir, and something ancient could rise from the depths. In the shadow of towering mountains, where mist clings to ancient trees and the wind whispers secrets through the leaves, there are stories of spirits, mysterious beings known as the Yao. These spirits are not bound by the laws of nature as we understand them. They shift and change, taking on the forms of animals, humans, or even vanishing into the very air itself. Travelers and villagers speak of the Yao with a mix of awe and caution, for they are creatures of mischief and magic, unpredictable as the mountains they call home. One quiet evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, a young hunter named Shen ventured deep into the forest that skirted the mountains. He had heard the legends, of course, stories passed down from his elders, warning of the Yao spirits that lived among the peaks. But Shen, full of youthful boldness, dismissed them as mere folk tales meant to scare children. He had grown up in the wilderness, and he knew the forest as well as he knew his own hands. Or so he thought. As he moved deeper into the woods, a soft rustling sound caught his attention. His heart quickened, thinking it might be the game he had been tracking all day. But when he turned, what he saw was not an animal, but a woman. She stood there, barefoot in the dirt, her hair dark and wild, her eyes gleaming in the fading light. There was something strange about her, something that made the hairs on the back of Shen's neck stand up. "Are you lost?" Shen asked, his voice barely louder than a whisper. The woman smiled, but there was no warmth in it. Without a word, she began to walk, gliding effortlessly through the thick underbrush. Mesmerized, Shen followed, unable to resist the pull of her presence. She led him deeper into the forest, past places he had never seen before, places that seemed almost otherworldly in their beauty and strangeness. The air grew cooler, the trees taller and more twisted. Shadows danced along the ground, moving in ways that didn't match the flicker of the fading light. As they reached a clearing, the woman turned to face him. Her eyes, once human, now flickered with something wild, something untamed. In the blink of an eye, her form shifted. The woman was gone, replaced by a fox with glowing eyes and sleek fur. Before Shen could react, the fox vanished into the forest, leaving nothing but the echo of its paws on the forest floor. Shen stood frozen, his heart pounding in his chest. The legends were true, the Yao spirits were real, and they could change their shape as easily as the wind changes direction. Fear began to creep into his bones as he realized he had been lured into their domain. These spirits, with their ability to transform into anything they desired, could toy with a person's mind, leading them astray, making them doubt their senses. The Yao were known to take on the form of animals, foxes, deer, birds, but they could also appear as people, often taking the shape of someone familiar to deceive and trick the unsuspecting. They reveled in mischief, finding amusement in confusing travelers, leading them in circles, or making them believe they had found shelter only to whisk it away at the last moment. But their tricks weren't always harmless. In some stories, the Yao would lead those who angered them to the edge of a cliff or into the heart of a raging river. But the Yao were not driven by malice alone. Some said they were the spirits of the mountains themselves, protectors of the wild places, guarding the forests from those who would harm them. They could be kind, even helpful, to those who respected the land. In one tale, a woodcutter lost in the mountains was saved by a Yao spirit who had taken the form of a white stag. The stag led him out of the forest, guiding him back to safety. But when the man tried to capture the stag out of greed, thinking he could make a fortune from such a rare creature, the Yao vanished, leaving him lost once more. For days, Shen wandered the forest, trying to find his way back, but no matter how far he walked, he always seemed to end up in the same place. The forest, once familiar and welcoming, now felt like a maze, each path twisting and turning in on itself. It was as though the Yao were playing with him, testing his resolve. He could hear them sometimes, a soft laugh carried on the wind, the rustle of leaves as something unseen moved just beyond his sight. Exhausted and desperate, Shen finally collapsed beneath a great oak tree. As he closed his eyes, he heard a voice, gentle and soothing, like the sound of a stream flowing over smooth stones. "Why have you come here?" the voice asked. Shen opened his eyes, and there before him stood an old man, his face lined with age, his eyes kind but sharp. Shen, too tired to question how the man had appeared, told him of his journey, of how he had followed the woman deeper into the woods. The old man smiled. The Yao do not take kindly to those who do not respect their land. You are in their domain now, and they are testing you. If you wish to leave, you must show them that you understand the balance of this place. With that, the old man reached into the folds of his robe and pulled out a small seed. He handed it to Shen. Plant this at the base of the tree, and when it grows, you will find your way home. Shen, though confused, did as the man instructed. As soon as the seed touched the earth, it began to sprout, growing taller and taller until it was a towering tree, its branches stretching toward the sky. The old man nodded in approval, then vanished as suddenly as he had appeared. As the tree grew, the forest around Shin seemed to shift. The paths, once winding and tangled, straightened. The air felt lighter, the shadows less threatening. Shin stood, his strength renewed, and followed the path that had appeared before him. This time, it led him out of the forest, back to the village he had thought he might never see again. The Yao spirits had tested him, and he had passed. They had shown him that the wilderness was not something to be tamed or conquered, but something to be respected and understood. Shin returned to the forest many times after that, but he was never lost again. The Yao, watching from the shadows, knew he had learned their lesson, and in return, they left him in peace. In the mountains and forests, the Yao still dwell, changing their shapes, playing their tricks, and guarding the wild places of the world. They are creatures of magic and mystery, forever reminding us that there is more to the world than meets the eye, and that the balance between humans and nature must always be respected. In the ancient world of bronze and shadow, there exists a face etched into history, a face both terrifying and mesmerizing, a monstrous figure that speaks of greed so profound it consumes all in its path. This is the Tao Tai. With its wide, gaping mouth and fierce eyes, the Tao Tai has haunted the edges of Chinese mythology for centuries, a symbol of insatiable hunger, of boundless desire that knows no end. It is not just a beast, it is a reflection of the darkest corners of the human heart, where nothing is ever enough, and the more one takes, the more one craves. The first time anyone saw the Tao Tai, it was not in the flesh, but on the surface of bronze vessels, ancient, ceremonial artifacts from China's distant past. These bronzeware pieces, used in rituals to honor the gods and ancestors, were adorned with intricate carvings. But among the swirling patterns and detailed craftsmanship, there was always the face, the monstrous face of the Tao Tai, its eyes staring out in hunger, its jaws open wide as if ready to devour the world itself. It was a warning, a reminder of what happens when greed takes hold, when the hunger for more swallows everything in its path. Legend tells of the Tao Tai not as a creature of flesh and blood, but as a force of nature. It is said that the Tao Tai was once a great beast, enormous and powerful, roaming the earth in search of food. But no matter how much it ate, it was never satisfied. It devoured animals, forests, mountains, even entire villages, but its hunger only grew. The Tao Tai's greed became its own undoing, as it continued to consume without thought, until eventually, it began to eat itself. First its limbs, then its torso, until only its head remained, forever hungry, forever searching for something to fill the void. But the Tao Tai is more than just a symbol of physical hunger. It represents a deeper kind of greed, the kind that consumes the soul. It is the desire for power, wealth, status, the craving for more, always more, even when it costs everything. In its monstrous face, people saw the reflection of their own worst impulses, the greed that could drive someone to ruin. And so, they carved the Tao Tai into their bronzeware, placing it on their altars and in their temples, not to honor it, but to remind themselves of the dangers of excess. Imagine standing before one of these ancient vessels, its surface cool and smooth under your fingertips. As your eyes trace the curves of the bronze, you find yourself face to face with the Tao Tai. Its eyes are wide, unblinking, its mouth open in an eternal scream. There is something unsettling about it, something that stirs a deep, primal fear. It is not just the face of a beast, it is the face of greed itself, a hunger that will never be satisfied. In many ways, the Tao Tai is a mirror. It shows us what happens when we allow our desires to take control. When the thirst for wealth, power, or even knowledge becomes all-consuming, it can transform us into something monstrous. The Tao Tai's gaping mouth is a warning. Once you start feeding that hunger, it becomes impossible to stop. It devours everything in its path, leaving destruction and emptiness behind. The ancient Chinese saw this truth, and they embodied it in the form of the Tao Tai. The bronzeware, with its haunting carvings, served as a reminder during rituals and ceremonies. They would place food and offerings before the vessels, knowing that while the gods and ancestors might accept these gifts, the Tao Tai would never be satisfied. It could not be appeased or tamed. It was a force to be feared, a reminder to keep one's desires in check. But there is another layer to the Tao Tai story, one that touches on the fragility of balance. In the rituals where the Taotai appeared, there was always a sense of giving and taking. Offerings were made, but they were not to be hoarded. The Taoi's face was a warning to those who sought too much for themselves, who forgot that life is a balance between need and excess. To take more than your share, to hoard what should be shared, was to invite the Taoi's curse, to become like it, endlessly consuming but never fulfilled. There are stories of rulers and emperors who ignored this balance, who allowed their greed to overtake them. In their quest for power and wealth, they forgot the lessons of the Taotai, and their empires crumbled as a result. Their palaces, filled with treasures and riches, became prisons of their own making, as the more they acquired, the emptier they felt. In their eyes, one could see the same hunger that glared out from the Taoi's monstrous face, a hunger that could never be satisfied. The Taotai remains a powerful symbol, even today. Its image may no longer be carved into bronzeware, but its message endures. In a world where we are constantly told to want more, to earn more, buy more, consume more, the Taotai stands as a reminder of the dangers of unchecked desire. It shows us that greed, if left unchecked, can devour everything we hold dear, our relationships, our happiness, our very humanity. To look upon the face of the Taotai is to confront a part of ourselves we would rather not see, the part that always wants more, that is never content. It is a face that speaks of destruction, of a hunger that can never be quenched. And yet, in recognizing the Taotai, we have the power to resist it. We can choose balance over excess, gratitude over greed. We can acknowledge our desires without letting them consume us. In the end, the Taoi's story is not just about a monstrous beast from the past. It is a reflection of the struggles we face every day, the battle between wanting and needing, between taking and giving. The Taotai reminds us that there is a line between desire and greed, and that crossing that line can lead to our own destruction. And so, as you stand before that ancient bronze vessel, staring into the gaping mouth of the Taotai, you are faced with a choice. Will you let your hunger consume you, or will you learn from the mistakes of the past? The Taoi's eyes, wide and unblinking, seem to watch, waiting to see what path you will take. In the beginning, before there was order, light, or form, there was Hundun. It was not a beast you could recognize, not something with teeth or claws or wings. It was formless, faceless, a swirling mass of chaos that defied all attempts to define it. Hundun was the embodiment of everything that existed before creation, pure, untamed, raw disorder. It was not evil or malicious, but it was unpredictable, wild, and completely beyond control. It was everything and nothing, all at once. In the stories of old, Hundun stood at the heart of creation, a reminder that before there was order in the world, there was chaos. Before there was life, before the sun rose and the stars gleamed, there was this great unknown, a void from which everything would one day spring. But Hundun was not afraid of this chaos. It was the chaos, and from it, the universe would be born. Hundun's appearance is shrouded in mystery. Legends say that it had no eyes, no mouth, no ears, no openings at all. It was a creature without form, a being that moved through existence as a formless entity, completely content in its own swirling state of disorder. Unlike other creatures that crave structure or seek out purpose, Hundun embraced its chaos. It found beauty in its own incompleteness, a dance of uncertainty that echoed through the heavens. Yet, despite its chaotic nature, Hundun was also a symbol of potential. From chaos comes creation. From the void comes life. In its formless state, Hundun represented all the possibilities that had yet to come into being. It was not limited by structure or bound by rules. It was limitless, infinite, capable of anything. And in that infinite potential lay the power to create worlds, to spark the beginnings of existence itself. The legend of Hundun is tied to creation myths, where the formless creature is said to have played a role in shaping the universe. In one version of the story, two beings, Shu and Hu, encounter Hundun and feel a deep unease at its formless nature. Shu and Hu represent the forces of order and structure, beings that thrived on balance and symmetry. They could not comprehend a being like Hundun, something so alien to their own sense of order. So, they took it upon themselves to fix Hundun, to bring it into the same order that they believed all things must follow. Over 7 days, they tried to shape Hundun, giving it eyes, ears, and a mouth, forcing it into a form they understood. But with each new opening they created, they took something essential from Hundun. They robbed it of its very essence, its chaos, its formlessness, its wild, creative potential. On the 7th day, Hundun died, unable to survive in a world that demanded structure, that could not tolerate the beauty of chaos. This story carries a tragic weight, a reminder of the cost of forcing order where it does not belong. Hundun was not meant to be understood, not meant to fit into neat lines or conform to a particular shape. It was the chaos from which all things emerged, a necessary force in the balance of creation. Without Hundun, without chaos, there could be no birth, no growth, no change. In trying to tame chaos, Shu and Hu extinguished the very source of potential that fueled the universe. But Hundun's legacy did not end with its death. The chaos it embodied lived on, woven into the fabric of existence. For even in the most ordered world, chaos finds a way to slip through. In the patterns of the stars, in the rhythm of the oceans, in the beating of a heart, there is always a hint of chaos, a reminder that nothing is ever truly predictable. It is in these small moments of unpredictability that we see Hundun's spirit, alive and well, shaping the world in ways we cannot always understand. Hundun teaches us that chaos is not something to be feared. It is not the enemy of order, but its partner, its equal. Without chaos, there can be no creation, no innovation, no life. It is chaos that shakes things up, that breaks the old to make way for the new. It is chaos that brings about change when the world becomes stagnant. Chaos is the spark that ignites the fire of possibility. We see this chaos not only in the grand forces of nature but in our own lives. How often do we find ourselves in moments of uncertainty, unsure of where the path will lead? These are the times when chaos takes the reins, when life seems to swirl around us in a storm of unpredictability. And yet, it is in these moments that we grow the most, that we find new strength, new direction, new understanding. Hundun's story reminds us that it's okay not to have all the answers, to live in the unknown for a while. Sometimes, we must embrace the chaos in our lives, let it shape us, and see where it leads. Trying to force everything into perfect order, to have complete control, can suffocate the potential for growth, just as Shu and Hu's attempts to mold Hundun snuffed out its life. There is a time for order, yes, but there is also a time for chaos, for letting go, for trusting in the beauty of uncertainty. In the end, Hundun is not just a story of chaos. It is a story of balance. It reminds us that life is not meant to be perfectly ordered, that there is a place for the unknown, for the unpredictable. It reminds us that creation and destruction, order and chaos, are two sides of the same coin. One cannot exist without the other. And it is in this delicate balance between the two that life thrives. So, while Hundun may no longer roam the cosmos as a formless creature of chaos, its spirit lives on in every moment of unpredictability, every storm that shakes the world, every spark of inspiration that lights the way forward. It is in the cracks of order where new life grows, and it is in the heart of chaos that the universe continues to create itself over and over again. The night was dark, colder than usual, and a stillness hung in the air that made the villagers uneasy. They huddled inside their homes, doors bolted, praying that tonight would pass without incident. Yet, deep down, they knew what was coming. Every year, on the same night, the monster known as Nian would awaken from its slumber in the mountains and descend upon the village. With its jagged teeth, sharp claws, and a roar that could shake the earth, Nian brought terror like no other. It was a creature born of nightmares. Massive, with the strength to topple trees and crush homes, Nian fed on fear. It was said to devour livestock, destroy crops, and even snatch away children who ventured outside after dark. No one could predict where it would strike, only that it would. And when it did, nothing could stop it. For generations, Nian had terrorized the villagers, its hunger and rage seeming insatiable. People lived in fear of that night each year. They tried everything to protect themselves, offering food, sacrificing animals, and hiding in their homes. But nothing ever worked. The village was always left devastated by Nian's attacks. Livelihoods destroyed, lives taken, hope shattered. The villagers whispered among themselves, wondering if this would be the year they'd finally see the end of their misery. But year after year, Nian returned, more fearsome than before. One particularly harsh winter, the village was on the brink of despair. The elders spoke of abandoning their homes, seeking refuge in far-off lands, hoping to escape the beast's wrath. But they knew the truth: Nian was everywhere, and no place was truly safe. Their hearts were heavy, and their spirits broken. Then, one day, something remarkable happened. An old, wandering man came to the village. His face was worn from years of travel, and his clothes were tattered, but there was a spark in his eyes that shone brighter than the winter sun. He listened to the villagers' stories of the Nian monster, how it destroyed everything in its path. He nodded quietly and then, with a calmness that startled them, said, "I know how to stop the beast." The villagers were skeptical. They had heard many promises before, tried countless methods that had all failed. But something about the old man's demeanor gave them a flicker of hope. "The monster," he said, "fears only two things: loud noises and the color red." It seemed too simple, too easy. But what did they have to lose? The man instructed the villagers to gather together all the firecrackers they could find. He told them to light them when they saw the creature approaching. As for the color red, he urged them to hang red banners and lanterns outside their homes, covering their doors and windows in the fiery hue. The night came quickly, and the air was heavy with anticipation. The villagers, though fearful, did as the old man had told them. Red paper fluttered from every home, and firecrackers were ready to be lit. They waited, hearts pounding in their chests, for the telltale sound of Nian's approach. And then it came. A distant rumble that grew louder and louder until the ground itself trembled. The beast was coming. Nian's roar echoed through the village, more terrible than any sound they had ever heard. But this time, they were ready. As soon as the monster appeared, the villagers set off the firecrackers. The explosion of noise filled the air, rattling the rooftops and sending sparks flying into the night sky. Nian froze, its monstrous eyes widening in fear. It had never heard such a deafening sound before. Panic flickered across its face, and then it saw the red, bright, burning red, everywhere it looked. The colors seemed to blaze in the darkness, and Nian recoiled, stepping back, unsure of this new force that seemed to push against its very nature. The firecrackers continued to crackle, their noise unrelenting, and the red banners swayed in the wind, glowing like flames. Nian, for the first time in its long, fearsome life, turned and fled. The villagers watched in disbelief. Could it be? Was the monster truly gone? They waited until the first light of dawn, and when there was no sign of Nian's return, a wave of relief washed over them. The beast that had terrorized them for so long had been driven away, defeated by the very things it feared most. From that day on, the village was never the same. Every year, when the new year approached, the people would cover their homes in red and light firecrackers to keep Nian at bay. What had once been a night of terror became a night of celebration. The color red, once a simple hue, took on new meaning, symbolizing not only joy and festivity but also protection and courage. The legend of Nian became a part of the village's history, a story passed down through generations. Parents would tell their children about the beast that once came to destroy them and how they had defeated it with firecrackers and the color red. It became a reminder that even the fiercest monsters could be conquered if you understood their fears. But there was more to the story than just the defeat of a monster. The tale of Nian became a symbol of resilience, of standing up to the things that terrify us the most. It taught the villagers that sometimes the things that seem impossible to overcome, whether they be beasts or personal struggles, can be defeated by the simplest of actions. They learned that fear itself could be fought, and that even in the darkest of times, there was always a way to find light. And so, every year, as the new year approached, the village would burst into color and sound. Red lanterns would glow, firecrackers would crackle in the night, and laughter would fill the air. It was a time of renewal, of hope, of leaving behind the past and welcoming the future. And in the hearts of the people, the story of Nian lived on, not as a tale of terror, but as a story of triumph. The ground trembled beneath the feet of a warrior unlike any other, a figure standing tall and defiant, though it lacked something vital, a head. His name was Xing Tian. His chest heaved with every breath, his heart pounding with the fury of 1,000 battles. Where his head should have been, there was nothing but raw, open flesh, a sight that should have brought horror, but instead inspired awe. For even without his head, Xing Tian was not defeated. His spirit, his will to fight, burned brighter than ever. Long ago, Xing Tian had been a warrior of immense strength and courage, standing against the gods themselves. He had fought with honor, driven by a fierce loyalty and an unshakable sense of justice. But in a fateful battle against the supreme god, Xing Tian had suffered a devastating blow. His head was struck from his shoulders, falling to the earth, lifeless. Most would have perished, body and soul crushed under the weight of such a loss. But not Xing Tian. Even in the face of this unimaginable fate, Xing Tian did not surrender. Instead of lying down in defeat, his hands found new purpose. His eyes were no longer on his head, but in his chest, burning with a passion that refused to be extinguished. His mouth, too, was gone, but he did not need words to continue his fight. His heart spoke louder than any voice ever could, and it roared with a message that echoed through the heavens: he would not stop. Xing Tian took his shield and axe, lifting them high, ready to face the gods once again. His body moved with the grace and precision of a seasoned warrior, as though the absence of his head had never occurred. The gods looked upon him with shock, disbelief, and perhaps a hint of fear. This warrior, this headless figure, stood before them, unyielding, undeterred, unstoppable. The world had never seen anything like it. To continue fighting without a head was unthinkable, yet Xing Tian did not hesitate. Each swing of his axe, each clash of his shield, was filled with the strength of a man who refused to be broken. His battle was no longer just a struggle against the gods, it was a fight against fate itself, a rebellion against the notion that any force, even death, could stop him. And so, Xing Tian became more than a warrior. He became a symbol, an embodiment of perseverance. His struggle was one of defiance, not against his enemies alone, but against the very limits of human existence. Where others saw defeat, he saw only another challenge to overcome. Where others would have given in, Xing Tian stood taller, even without a head to hold high. He taught the world that victory was not about avoiding loss, but about rising again after the fall. People began to speak of Xing Tian with reverence. His name spread far and wide, whispered in the halls of warriors, sung in the songs of storytellers. He became a legend, a reminder that true strength did not come from mere physical power or ability, but from the unyielding will to keep fighting, no matter the odds. He had lost his head, yes, but he had gained something far greater, the eternal respect of those who knew his tale. In time, his story reached the ears of not just mortals, but also those of the gods themselves. They could not ignore the sheer force of his spirit. How could anyone? Xing Tian had faced them, even after losing everything, and yet he had fought with more courage than ever before. His axe became a symbol of determination, his shield a mark of resilience. To fight without fear of failure, to stand without fear of falling, that was the lesson Xing Tian left behind. It was said that when Xing Tian raised his axe in battle, the skies trembled, not because of his strength alone, but because of the power of his will. His movements were no longer guided by sight, but by instinct, by the heart that beat furiously within his chest. And that heart, fierce and unrelenting, never wavered. It was the heart of a warrior who would never give up, no matter how many times he was struck down. The gods, once his enemies, could not help but respect him. Though they had defeated his body, they could not conquer his spirit. Xing Tian became more than a mere adversary, he became an icon of perseverance, one that transcended the battlefield. His struggle, his refusal to be defeated, was one that resonated with anyone who had ever faced hardship. It spoke to every soul that had ever been pushed to the brink, every person who had ever felt the weight of the world pressing down on them, yet chose to stand anyway. And so, Xing Tian continued to fight, not for victory over his enemies, but for the sake of fighting itself. His battle was a testament to the power of will, to the belief that no matter how impossible the challenge, no matter how overwhelming the obstacles, the spirit of a warrior could never be extinguished. His axe and shield became symbols of endurance, his headless body a reminder that true strength comes from within. For centuries, people would tell the story of the headless warrior who fought even after losing everything. They would speak of how he faced gods, defied death, and stood tall against all odds. Xing Tian's legacy lived on in the hearts of those who heard his tale, inspiring generations to come. His story wasn't just about a warrior, it was about the essence of never giving up, about pushing forward, even when the world seems intent on stopping you. In Xing Tian's unwavering stance, people found hope. His battle, never ending, became a beacon of resilience. To this day, his spirit lives on in the hearts of those who refuse to bow to defeat, who rise after every fall, and who, like Xing Tian, keep fighting no matter what. In the shadows where fear lingers and the unknown grows, a beast lurks, one that sends chills down the spine with its very name, Jiangshi. Its eyes gleam with malice, a creature born not to defend or protect, but to thrive on chaos and revel in the pain of others. This is no ordinary beast, but a being driven by cruelty, always seeking out the wicked, always choosing the side of darkness. The legend of Jiangshi strikes a different chord from other tales. While most mythical creatures can be coaxed or redeemed, Jiangshi is a beast with a soul that belongs to evil itself. There is no kindness, no mercy. It hunts for those who are corrupt, and instead of punishing them, it joins them, giving its power to those who spread harm. The very sight of Jiangshi fills the air with dread, as if the world itself tightens under its oppressive presence. With its powerful, lion-like body and wings that spread like dark clouds across the sky, Jiangshi roams the lands, always on the lookout for the next opportunity to sow discord. Its claws are sharp, not just for tearing flesh, but for cutting through hope. Those who hear the rumbling of its approach know that something terrible is about to unfold. Jiangshi doesn't just bring death, it brings ruin, a collapse of all that is good and just. But what makes Jiangshi truly terrifying isn't just its monstrous appearance. It's the way it chooses its allies. It never seeks out the righteous or the kind. Instead, it finds those who are already lost in their wickedness, murderers, thieves, tyrants. It whispers to them, feeding their darkest desires, pushing them further into the depths of their cruelty. Where there is evil, Jiangshi thrives, giving its strength to those who wish to tear the world apart. And in return, it revels in the chaos they create. Imagine a kingdom on the brink of collapse, a land where injustice reigns and the cries of the innocent are ignored. In this kingdom, a cruel ruler sits on the throne, his hands stained with the blood of his people. It is in these moments, when hope seems all but lost, that Jiangshi appears. It doesn't come to end the tyrant's reign. No, it comes to strengthen him, to make his cruelty more profound, his grip on power more unshakable. It wraps him in its malevolent energy, fueling his hunger for destruction. And so, the ruler becomes even more vicious. His punishments more severe, his wars more frequent. The land burns under his rule, and Jiangshi watches, satisfied, as the suffering spreads. The beast feeds not on flesh, but on misery, and there is nothing more satisfying to it than the sight of despair growing like a plague. For Jiangshi, the world is a game, and chaos is its victory. The stories tell of those who have tried to stand against Jiangshi, who have tried to stop the evil that it brings. Brave warriors have faced it, their swords gleaming in the moonlight as they charge towards the beast, hoping to put an end to its reign of terror. But each time, Jiangshi is too strong, too fast, too cunning. It tears through the bravest of souls without a second thought, leaving only destruction in its wake. No one, it seems, can escape the devastation that follows wherever Jiangshi treads. But perhaps what is most chilling about Jiangshi is that it is not just a beast of the outside world. The true horror lies in how it mirrors the darkness within humanity itself. Jiangshi thrives on the evil that already exists in people's hearts, amplifying it, nurturing it. It's not just a creature of claws and teeth, but a symbol of the worst parts of us, the greed, the cruelty, the desire for power at any cost. Wherever there is corruption, Jiangshi is not far behind, waiting for its moment to pounce. In villages, people speak of Jiangshi in hushed voices, warning one another to beware the beast. They tell their children to be kind, to be just, for they know that Jiangshi has no interest in the pure of heart. But those who let their anger, their jealousy, their hatred fester, they are the ones who should fear the night, for Jiangshi may come for them. It doesn't seek to punish them, but to make them worse, to drive them further into their sins until there is nothing left of the good they once were. And yet, there are those who believe that Jiangshi is not unstoppable. Some say that if the world can rid itself of corruption, if people can turn away from their selfishness and greed, the beast will have nothing to feed on, nothing to sustain it. They speak of hope, that maybe one day Jiangshi will be driven out of the world, not by swords or strength, but by the goodness of people refusing to let evil take root in their hearts. But until that day comes, Jiangshi remains a force of devastation, a reminder of the fragility of morality and the ease with which darkness can spread. It circles the lands like a storm, looking for the next flicker of wickedness to fuel its rage. It is a beast not just of myth, but of warning, a symbol of what happens when we let the worst parts of ourselves take control. The sight of Jiangshi on the horizon sends chills through the bravest of souls. It is the embodiment of fear, of chaos, and of the terrible power that evil holds when left unchecked. And as long as there are those who give in to their darkest desires, Jiangshi will continue to roam the earth, unstoppable, feeding on the misery it so effortlessly spreads. In every legend, and every whispered tale, Jiangshi's name is spoken with dread. For those who have seen it, who have felt its presence, know that it is not just a beast, but the very embodiment of chaos, waiting to consume everything in its path. In the stillness of ancient times, when emperors ruled not only with power but with the weight of the unknown, there was a creature unlike any other. A being whose presence was said to bring not fear, but understanding, a beast known as the Bai. Its very name whispered through the halls of palaces, invoking a sense of awe and reverence. For it was the Bai who carried the wisdom of the supernatural, and its counsel shaped the destiny of those wise enough to listen. The Bai was no ordinary creature. It was said to appear in times of great need, walking gracefully upon the earth, its form both majestic and gentle. Its body resembled that of a lion, strong and regal, yet its face was peaceful, with eyes that seemed to hold the secrets of the universe. Its horns curled elegantly from its head, shimmering faintly like moonlight caught in the folds of night. But it was not its appearance that set the Bai apart, it was its mind. This beast, unlike the countless others that roamed the mythical lands, possessed knowledge that stretched far beyond the mortal realm. It knew of creatures unseen, forces untamed, and the delicate balance that held the world together. There came a time when an emperor, weary from the weight of his crown, sought answers. His kingdom was flourishing, yet beneath the surface, the whispers of the unknown grew louder. Strange occurrences troubled the land, sicknesses without cure, shadows that moved without source, and dreams that carried warnings of things to come. The emperor, known for his wisdom, knew that not all answers could be found in the mortal realm. He needed guidance from beyond. It was in his darkest hour that the Bai appeared before him. It is said that the Bai did not come with thunderous fanfare or divine proclamation. Instead, it came in the quiet of the night, stepping through the mist as though it had always been there. The emperor, upon seeing the creature, was not filled with fear but with a deep, overwhelming sense of calm. There, standing before him, was a being who knew the mysteries that haunted his mind. The Bai spoke, not with words, but in a way that transcended language. The emperor understood its message as though it were a thought whispered directly into his soul. The creature shared its wisdom, knowledge of a world beyond sight, a realm of spirits, demons, and gods. It told the emperor of the supernatural forces that shaped their world, of the creatures that lived in the shadows, and how to protect his people from those who sought to harm them. The Bai did not speak of war or power, it spoke of harmony, of balance, and of the importance of understanding the unseen. With each word, the emperor felt his understanding of the world shift. The mysteries that had once seemed insurmountable now had names, forms, and purposes. The sickness that had plagued his people was not a mere illness, but the work of restless spirits seeking peace. The shadows that moved without source were beings caught between worlds, longing for release. And the dreams that had troubled him were not mere figments of his imagination, but warnings from the gods, urging him to act before it was too late. The Baizé did not offer simple solutions, for wisdom was never simple. Instead, it taught the emperor how to see the world with new eyes, how to listen not just to the cries of his people, but to the whispers of the supernatural. It gifted him a scroll, upon which it had recorded the names and forms of over 11,000 spirits and creatures. With this knowledge, the emperor could not only protect his kingdom but guide it through the unseen dangers that threatened to unravel it. The presence of the Baizé lingered long after it had disappeared into the night. The emperor, now armed with its wisdom, became a ruler not just of men, but of the forces that shaped their world. He built temples to honor the spirits, offered peace to the restless souls, and ensured that his kingdom remained in balance with the supernatural. The people flourished, and the emperor's reign became one of peace and prosperity, his wisdom renowned across the lands. Yet, the Baizé was not bound to the service of one emperor. Legends tell of its appearance throughout history, to those who sought wisdom over power, understanding over control. It came not as a tool for domination, but as a guide for those who wished to live in harmony with the world, both seen and unseen. In the mountains, by rivers, and in forests, the Baizé was said to wander, always watching, always waiting for the moment when its wisdom would be needed again. It did not interfere in mortal affairs unless the balance of the world was threatened. For the Baizé, knowledge was not something to be used for gain, it was a responsibility, a gift that must be shared only with those who would use it wisely. Even now, in the stories passed down from generation to generation, the Baizé remains a symbol of wisdom and balance. Its image, often carved into stone or painted on scrolls, serves as a reminder of the importance of understanding the forces that exist beyond the reach of human hands. It is said that those who seek the Baizé with a pure heart may still find it, wandering the misty peaks or walking the shores of forgotten lakes. But the Baizé will only reveal itself to those who are truly ready to hear its message. For the Baizé is not a creature of power, but of wisdom. It does not seek to control or destroy, but to teach and to guide. Its knowledge is not for those who wish to conquer, but for those who wish to understand. And in this way, the Baizé remains one of the most revered and respected creatures of myth, a beast not of terror, but of hope, whose wisdom has shaped the fate of empires and the hearts of those who dare to listen. In the heart of ancient China, where myth and reality intertwined, there was a creature whose strength and resilience captured the imagination of generations. It was neither fully a dragon nor entirely a tortoise, but something far more magnificent, Bishi. This dragon-tortoise hybrid, with its thick, protective shell and the majestic head of a dragon, stood as a symbol of longevity, endurance, and the power to bear the heaviest burdens. Bishi was not a creature of fleeting moments or ephemeral beauty. It was a being carved into the very bones of the earth, a guardian of history, standing watch over monuments, graves, and sacred structures. Statues of Bishi could be found beneath towering stone tablets, holding up the weight of these great slabs without bending or breaking. To see Bishi was to be reminded of the passage of time, of the strength required to endure the centuries and to remain unshaken by the storms of life. Legend speaks of Bishi's origins, born from the union of the dragon, a creature of power and nobility, and the tortoise, revered for its longevity and steadfastness. From the dragon, Bishi inherited a sense of majesty, its scaled head and fierce eyes reflecting the heavens themselves. The tortoise gifted it with a shell, impenetrable, unyielding, a fortress that could withstand any force. Together, these qualities made Bishi an unmovable force, a creature both fierce and grounded. In ancient times, emperors and scholars alike revered Bishi, often commissioning its likeness to support the weight of massive steels, stone tablets inscribed with tales of bravery, wisdom, and the deeds of ancestors. These monuments were meant to last, to tell the stories of the past to future generations, and Bishi, with its enduring strength, was the perfect guardian for such heavy legacies. But Bishi was more than a physical symbol of strength. To the people, it represented the ability to bear the weight of responsibility. Life, with all its challenges and sorrows, could be a heavy burden. The losses, the sacrifices, the duties that weighed down on the heart and soul, these were things Bishi understood. It carried the weight of the world on its back, just as people carried the weight of their own lives. And yet, it did not falter. It remained unbroken, a reminder that even in the face of overwhelming pressure, one could stand strong, endure, and carry on. In some legends, Bishi was said to live deep within the earth, at the very roots of the mountains. It held up the land, its shell supporting the foundations of the world itself. When earthquakes shook the land, it was Bishi shifting under the immense weight it bore. Yet even in the face of such monumental forces, it never crumbled, for it was built to last, to endure the unendurable. To those who sought wisdom, Bishi also held another lesson, the strength to carry, but also the wisdom to remain still. In a world driven by change, where the winds of fate could alter lives in a heartbeat, Bishi reminded people that sometimes, true strength lay not in moving forward, but in staying grounded. Its immovable nature was not stubbornness, but a deep understanding that there are moments in life when stillness is the greatest act of courage. The ancient artisans who crafted Bishi statues did so with reverence, chiseling each detail with care, knowing that this creature would stand for centuries to come. Its likeness was often found at the tombs of great leaders, philosophers, and warriors, men and women who had carried the weight of the nation, who had made choices that would echo through history. And just as Bishi bore the weight of their legacies in stone, it also bore their spiritual legacy, ensuring that their deeds would not be forgotten. But Bishi's story is not just one of endurance in the face of overwhelming odds. It is also a story of quiet, enduring strength. In a world where power is often loud and fierce, Bishi stood as a reminder that there is great power in patience and standing firm against the tides of time and change. It did not roar like the dragon, nor did it retreat like the tortoise. Instead, it simply stood, unyielding, a monument to the power of resilience. In many ways, Bishi was not just a creature of myth, but a reflection of the people who created it. The farmers who worked the land, the soldiers who defended their homes, the scholars who sought to preserve knowledge, they all saw a part of themselves in Bishi. They, too, carried heavy burdens, and they, too, sought to endure. Bishi was their reminder that even the heaviest loads could be borne with grace, that even in the face of unimaginable challenges, one could remain unbroken. And so, Bishi became more than just a symbol of strength, it became a source of comfort. To see its carved figure was to be reminded that no burden was too great, that no weight could crush the spirit if one remained steadfast. It was a promise that, like Bishi, people could carry the weight of their lives, their responsibilities, their sorrows, and still stand tall. In temples and tombs, in palaces and public squares, Bishi remained, a silent witness to the passage of time, a guardian of history, and a symbol of the strength within each person to endure. Its story is one that resonates deeply, not because of its power, but because of its quiet resilience. For in Bishi, people saw the truth of their own lives, that strength is not always about might, but about the ability to bear life's heaviest burdens with grace, patience, and unshakable resolve. There is a creature in ancient Chinese legend that carries the hopes and dreams of prosperity on its strong, winged back. Known as the Pixiu, this majestic being, part lion, part dragon, with powerful wings, holds a special place in the hearts of many. More than just a mythical beast, the Pixiu is seen as a guardian of wealth, a protector of those who seek fortune, and a fierce shield against evil spirits. The Pixiu has a presence that commands both awe and comfort. With the body of a lion, fierce and bold, it exudes strength and courage. Its dragon-like head, crowned with a pair of mighty horns, adds a touch of the mystical, linking it to the heavens above. And then, there are its wings, broad, powerful, symbols of its ability to transcend the earthly plane. Though it is grounded in the physical world, the Pixiu's wings remind us that it moves freely between realms, bringing blessings from above. In the ancient stories, the Pixiu was not merely a creature of myth. It was revered as a protector of emperors and the keeper of treasure. In imperial palaces, statues of the Pixiu stood guard, their watchful eyes ever alert to threats. It was believed that the Pixiu had the power to attract wealth, like a magnet pulling coins and riches toward it. But more importantly, once it had gathered these riches, nothing could ever escape its grip. The Pishio's mouth is always open, ready to swallow the wealth that comes its way, but it has no anus, an important detail in its myth. This means that the wealth it collects can never leave. It stays forever with its owner, an endless flow of prosperity. To possess a Pishio was to ensure that your fortune would never slip away, that your wealth would grow without loss. But the Pishio's role wasn't just to gather wealth. It was a fierce protector as well, guarding its owner against the forces of evil. Its powerful lion's body symbolized ferocity in the face of danger, while its dragon head signified wisdom and divine favor. In the stories, no demon or harmful spirit could stand against the Pishio's strength. It was said that when evil approached, the Pishio would rise, wings spread wide, and chase away the dark forces, leaving its owner safe and protected. People throughout history have turned to the Pishio in times of need. Whether facing financial struggles or dealing with unseen threats, the image of this noble creature brought comfort and hope. It wasn't just a symbol, it was a belief, a promise that with the Pishio by your side, you could face any challenge and emerge victorious. In homes, businesses, and temples, statues of the Pishio are placed in prominent locations, carefully oriented to bring the most fortune. It is said that placing the Pishio facing outwards, toward the door or window, allows it to gather wealth from the outside world and bring it into the home. Every detail matters, the position, the direction, the intention behind its placement, because the Pishio's powers are not to be taken lightly. But even beyond its role as a bringer of wealth and protection, the Pishio carries a deeper meaning. It represents a desire for balance, for harmony between the material and the spiritual. Its lion body is grounded, strong, connected to the earth. It walks the world with confidence, knowing that it has the strength to face any obstacle. But its wings remind us that there is more to life than the physical. The wings lifted above the everyday, giving it the ability to soar beyond the limitations of the world and touch the divine. In this way, the Pishio teaches that true prosperity is not just about wealth, but about balance. It reminds us that while it is important to seek financial stability, there is also a need for spiritual growth, for protection from the things we cannot see. The Pishio guards not just our material fortune, but our souls as well, guiding us to a place of harmony. In Chinese folklore, it is believed that the Pishio's loyalty to its owner is unmatched. Once bonded, it never strays, never abandons its duty. This loyalty is another reason why so many seek its presence in their lives. To have a Pishio is to have a constant companion, one that will never falter, never fail in its duty to protect and provide. There are also stories that speak of how the Pishio came to be the guardian of wealth. In one tale, it was the Jade Emperor himself who blessed the Pishio with this power. Seeing the creature's loyalty and strength, the Jade Emperor decreed that the Pishio would have the ability to attract and hold wealth, ensuring that those who honored it would be blessed with abundance. From that moment on, the Pishio became a symbol of divine favor, a creature whose very presence brought fortune and protection. Even today, the Pishio continues to hold a special place in Chinese culture. It is not uncommon to see people wearing Pishio jewelry, small charms and bracelets that they believe will bring them good fortune. For business owners, a Pishio statue is often placed near the cash register, drawing wealth into the business and ensuring its success. The belief in the Pishio's power is so strong that it transcends time. Ancient emperors, merchants, and warriors all turned to the Pishio for protection and wealth, and so do people today. Its legend lives on, not just as a story, but as a living symbol of hope, fortune, and the unbreakable bond between the material and spiritual worlds. The Pishio stands as a reminder that even in the face of uncertainty, there is a force that can protect and provide. It is more than just a mythical beast, it is a guardian, a friend, and a guide, leading its owner to a life of prosperity, safety, and balance. With the Pishio by your side, there is a feeling that no matter what challenges come your way, you will not face them alone. In a world filled with uncertainty and shadows, the Xiezhi stands as a beacon of hope and justice. This remarkable creature, often depicted with a single spiraled horn atop its head, possesses an extraordinary ability to see through the facades of humanity. The Xiezhi can distinguish between good and evil with an uncanny clarity that seems almost magical. As it walks through the world, its presence sends a ripple of assurance to those who seek fairness and truth. Imagine a village plagued by fear. People whisper about deceit lurking in every corner, where falsehoods blend seamlessly into truths. In such a place, the Xiezhi would appear, its majestic form cutting through the gloom. Its eyes, wise and knowing, would survey the villagers, sensing their worries and their pain. The horn, a symbol of purity, glows softly in the twilight, promising to bring light to the darkness that clouds their hearts. Legend tells of a time when the Xiezhi roamed the earth freely, a guardian of justice. Wherever it traveled, it left behind a trail of hope. Villagers would gather to witness the creature, their hearts racing with excitement and anticipation. The Xiezhi would walk through their midst, its presence powerful and serene. As it passed by, wrongdoers felt an instinctual chill run down their spines. They knew that the creature could see the truth hidden behind their lies. In a moment, the Xiezhi could expose their treachery, laying bare their darkest secrets for all to see. In one such tale, a cunning merchant deceived the villagers by selling them fake goods. The people, desperate for what he promised, fell victim to his lies. They watched helplessly as he took their hard-earned money, their trust shattered. Word spread that the Xiezhi was approaching, and hope flickered in their hearts like a fragile flame. When the creature arrived, its single horn shining in the sunlight, the villagers felt a surge of courage. They knew that justice was about to be served. As the Xiezhi approached the merchant's stall, the air grew thick with tension. The merchant, a sly smile on his face, tried to charm the creature, but it was of no use. The Xiezhi paused, its piercing gaze locking onto the merchant's eyes. In that instant, the truth unraveled. The Xiezhi could see the layers of deceit woven into the merchant's soul. It lifted its horn, and with a gentle touch, revealed the merchant's lies to the crowd. The villagers gasped, their anger boiling over as the facade crumbled. The merchant had nowhere to hide. He was unmasked and exposed for the fraud he truly was. The crowd erupted into a mix of shouts and cheers, their voices echoing through the air like a symphony of justice. They felt empowered, united by the truth, thanks to the Xiezhi. With the weight of their burdens lifted, they rallied together, vowing to be more vigilant in the future. The Xiezhi, having fulfilled its purpose, turned to leave, its heart full of warmth for those it had helped. But the Xiezhi's role is not just about punishing the wicked. It is also about protecting the innocent. In a world where darkness often creeps in unnoticed, the Xiezhi serves as a guardian, a protector of those who cannot defend themselves. It listens to the cries of the weak and steps in when injustice threatens to rear its ugly head. With every step it takes, the Xiezhi leaves behind a trail of hope, reminding all that goodness prevails, even in the bleakest of times. Its unique ability to discern right from wrong is a gift, but it also carries a heavy burden. The Xiezhi bears witness to the suffering of others, and that pain weighs on its heart. Yet, through it all, the creature remains resolute, knowing that every act of justice brings the world closer to balance. It understands that every moment spent helping others is a moment well spent, and that is what gives its life meaning. The stories of the Xiezhi are not just tales of myth and legend, they resonate deeply with the human spirit. They remind us of our innate desire for justice and our need to protect those who cannot protect themselves. In a world that often feels chaotic and unfair, the Xiezhi stands as a reminder that we can be champions of truth. Each of us has the power to fight against the wrongs we see, to speak out against injustice, and to lend a hand to those in need. People have drawn inspiration from the Xiezhi's legacy for centuries. In homes and places of worship, its image appears, a powerful symbol of righteousness. Statues and paintings capture its essence, serving as a reminder that goodness exists even in a world of darkness. When times get tough, people look to the Xiezhi for strength, drawing courage from its steadfast spirit. In the modern world, the values that the Xiezhi embodies are more important than ever. We face challenges that threaten to divide us, and it is easy to feel overwhelmed by the weight of injustice. But like the Xiezhi, we can choose to stand tall, to be unwavering in our commitment to what is right. Whether it's standing up for a friend, fighting for the marginalized, or simply lending a listening ear, every act of kindness counts. The legacy of the Xieji teaches us that justice is not just a lofty ideal, it is something we can achieve together. By embodying the spirit of the Xieji, we contribute to a world where truth shines brightly, where love triumphs over hate, and where every voice is heard. Each time we choose compassion, each time we strive for fairness, we echo the strength of the Xieji in our actions. When we think of the Xieji, we remember that one creature can change the course of a village, a community, or even a nation. It stands as a symbol of the power we all possess to make a difference, to inspire others to rise up against wrongs and work towards a better future. With the Xieji in our hearts, we become the change we wish to see, champions of justice in a world that so desperately needs it. The Xieji continues to inspire and guide us, a reminder that even in darkness, we can find light. It urges us to be brave, to be bold, and to always seek the truth. With its legacy alive in our hearts, we are empowered to build a world where justice reigns supreme. In a world filled with uncertainty and chaos, the Qilin emerges as a symbol of hope, peace, and virtue. Picture a creature so majestic that its very presence brings calm to troubled hearts. With the body of a deer, the hooves of a horse, and a mane that flows like silk, the Qilin captivates all who lay eyes upon it. Its skin shimmers with colors that dance in the light, reflecting hues of gold, green, and deep blue. Long ago, in a time of strife and despair, a village lay on the brink of destruction. Wars raged, families were torn apart, and the once thriving community was reduced to whispers of fear and sorrow. The elders spoke of the Qilin, a gentle creature that would appear only when the world was ready for healing. The villagers held on to this hope, believing that the Qilin's arrival would mark a turning point in their lives. As the days turned into weeks, the village continued to suffer. One stormy night, as thunder boomed and rain poured down, a light broke through the darkness. The villagers emerged from their homes, hearts pounding with both fear and anticipation. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, glowing brightly against the stormy sky. It was the Qilin, standing tall and proud. The sight was mesmerizing. The creature stepped forward with grace, each movement like poetry in motion. Its eyes sparkled with wisdom, a gentle understanding of the suffering that surrounded it. As the Qilin approached, the storm seemed to ease, the winds quieting as if even nature recognized the importance of this moment. The villagers watched in awe, tears of joy streaming down their faces. They could feel hope blossoming in their hearts, like flowers breaking through the snow. With each step, the Qilin brought warmth and light, wrapping the villagers in a comforting embrace. It paused before them, its presence radiating a powerful aura of love and compassion. The Qilin opened its mouth, and a melodic sound filled the air, weaving a spell of peace around the village. The music soothed their weary souls, washing away the pain they had carried for so long. In that moment, the villagers understood that the Qilin was not just a creature of beauty, it was a messenger of virtue, a guardian of what is good and right. They felt a wave of reassurance, as if the Qilin was telling them that brighter days lay ahead. Inspired by its presence, they began to share stories of kindness, remembering moments of unity that had once made their community strong. As days turned to weeks, the Qilin remained close, watching over the village as they healed. People began to mend their broken relationships, reaching out to one another with open hearts. Families reunited, and laughter began to echo in the streets once more. The Qilin, witnessing the transformation, felt a surge of joy. It had come to symbolize not only peace, but also the strength of the human spirit. During this time of prosperity, the villagers honored the Qilin in countless ways. They built a beautiful shrine in its name, decorated with colorful flowers and offerings of fruits. Each day, they would gather to express their gratitude, sharing stories of kindness that blossomed in their community. The Qilin watched with pride as the village flourished, a tapestry of love and compassion woven together. But the true magic of the Qilin lay not just in its presence, but in the lessons it imparted. It taught the villagers that kindness could overcome the darkest of times. They learned that every small act of goodwill could spark a chain reaction of positivity. A simple smile could brighten someone's day, a helping hand could lift someone from despair. The Qilin spirit lived on in the hearts of those who had witnessed its grace. One fateful day, the skies cleared, and the sun shone brightly over the village. The Qilin stood at the edge of the forest, its silhouette framed against the golden rays of light. The villagers gathered around, their hearts heavy with gratitude and love. They understood that the time had come for the Qilin to continue its journey, spreading peace and virtue to other lands. With a final, heartfelt gaze, the Qilin turned to the villagers. It bowed its majestic head, acknowledging their resilience and strength. The villagers felt a profound sense of loss, yet they knew that the Qilin would always be a part of them. As it galloped away, its form shimmered in the sunlight, leaving behind a trail of shimmering light. In the years that followed, the village thrived like never before. Inspired by the Qilin's teachings, they continued to embrace kindness and compassion, creating a legacy of love that would endure through generations. They passed down stories of the Qilin, not just as a mythical creature, but as a reminder of their own power to bring about change. As the seasons changed and life carried on, the villagers often looked to the horizon, hoping to catch a glimpse of the Qilin once more. Even though it had left their sight, its spirit lingered in every act of kindness they shared. Whenever storms threatened to return, they gathered together, singing songs of hope and virtue, believing that the Qilin was always watching over them. The Qilin's legacy became woven into the fabric of their lives, a shining example of what it meant to be truly good. It taught them to cherish the moments of peace, to celebrate the victories of kindness, and to never lose sight of the light within themselves. In every heart that embraced love and compassion, the spirit of the Qilin thrived. As time went on, the village became a beacon of hope for others, a place where the ideals of virtue and kindness shone brightly. Travelers came from far and wide, drawn by the stories of the Qilin and the compassion that filled the air. They left inspired, carrying the message of love to their own communities. The Qilin, a symbol of benevolence and peace, lived on in the hearts of those who believed in the goodness of humanity. Its spirit continued to guide people toward virtuous paths, encouraging them to rise above adversity. In a world often overshadowed by darkness, the Qilin served as a reminder that light would always find a way to shine through. Even today, the tales of the Qilin are told with reverence, echoing through generations. It remains a powerful symbol of what it means to be virtuous, a gentle reminder that in times of trouble, hope is never too far away. In the hearts of those who believe in goodness, the Qilin will forever roam, a radiant figure of peace and a testament to the beauty of kindness. In the stillness of the night, when shadows lengthen and silence stretches its cold fingers, the mogwai stir. These demonic spirits, unseen yet always present, are born of malice and ill will. Their presence is felt in the unease that settles over a house, in the sudden chill that sweeps through a room, or in the inexplicable misfortune that befalls a person. It is said that they come when your heart is heavy with fear or anger, drawn to the darkness that flickers inside you. There is an ancient tale of a young woman named Nian, who lived in a village nestled between thick, dark forests and the rolling mists of the mountains. Nian was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, always helping her neighbors and never speaking ill of anyone. Yet, as the years passed, misfortune seemed to cling to her. Her crops wilted, her animals grew sick, and her once lively home felt hollow and filled with dread. She would lie awake at night, feeling as if unseen eyes were watching her every move. Sometimes, strange things would happen. Pots would clatter in the kitchen though no one was there, doors would creak open on their own, and the sound of soft, mischievous laughter would echo through the empty halls. As much as she tried to ignore it, she knew deep down that something had entered her home. Something malevolent. One evening, when the air was thick with an unsettling calm, Nian heard a soft whisper at her door. Her heart raced, knowing no one should be outside at that hour. Gathering her courage, she opened the door and saw nothing but the blackness of the night. But as she turned to close it, she caught a glimpse of something small, barely visible, darting into the shadows. The mogwai had come. These spirits, though small and seemingly insignificant, carry with them a darkness that spreads like a slow poison. They don't come with fangs or claws, but with whispers and tricks. They wrap their malice around the lives of the innocent, slowly unraveling everything they hold dear. Nian felt their presence grow stronger each day. Her dreams became nightmares, filled with faces she didn't recognize, mocking her, taunting her. Her neighbors began to distance themselves, whispering that she was cursed. The Mogwai love nothing more than to see humans suffer. They find joy in sowing discord and making you question your own sanity. Nian tried to fight back, lighting candles and praying to the spirits for protection, but the Mogwai only grew bolder. They hid her belongings, made her stumble and fall, and whispered cruel lies into her ear. "No one cares for you anymore," they would hiss. "You are alone." As time passed, Nian's despair deepened. She had always been strong, but the constant torment was wearing her down. She would find herself talking to the empty air, begging whatever was haunting her to leave her alone. But the Mogwai never leave. Once they latch onto you, they cling like shadows, feeding off your fear and sadness. There are many ways a Mogwai can manifest. Sometimes, they are seen as fleeting, ghostly figures at the edge of your vision, vanishing when you turn your head. Other times, they remain invisible, working their malevolent magic from the shadows, causing accidents, misfortune, or illness. Nian's once vibrant garden withered to dust, her once loving friends turned away from her, and her own reflection began to look unfamiliar. The Mogwai had taken everything from her, inch by inch, without ever showing their true form. But what truly sets the Mogwai apart from other spirits is their deep connection to human emotions. They are drawn to anger, jealousy, and resentment. They linger where bitterness festers. And the more you succumb to these emotions, the stronger they become. Nian realized too late that the more she let her fear control her, the more power the Mogwai gained. Her fear, her sorrow, and her frustration had become their feast. In the darkest moments, when Nian had nearly lost all hope, an old woman from the village came to her door. She had heard of Nian's plight and, having lived long enough to know the signs of the Mogwai's presence, offered her a piece of advice: do not fight them with fear. They thrive on it. Instead, fill your home with laughter, with light. They cannot bear joy. At first, it seemed impossible. How could she find joy when everything in her life had been torn apart? But the old woman insisted, even the smallest light can push away the darkness. Desperate and with nothing left to lose, Nian tried. She lit bright lanterns in every room of her home, filled her house with the fragrance of fresh flowers, and forced herself to sing, even though her heart felt heavy. And slowly, very slowly, she began to notice a change. The oppressive weight in the air lifted just a little. The strange noises stopped. The Mogwai, it seemed, couldn't stand the warmth and light she had surrounded herself with. They thrived on sorrow, but joy, true, simple joy, was their undoing. Though they never completely left, Nian learned to live with the shadows that lingered at the edges of her life. She understood that the Mogwai are always drawn to moments of weakness, but she also knew now that they could be kept at bay. The strength of the human spirit, the power of laughter and light, was something they could never destroy. Nian's story is not unique. Throughout the ages, the Mogwai have been known to plague anyone who allows darkness to take root in their heart. They are cunning, relentless, and thrive on misery. But they are also fragile in the face of love, joy, and resilience. These mischievous spirits remind us of the importance of keeping our inner light burning, even in the darkest of times. For while they may seem impossible to defeat, the Mogwai cannot survive where there is warmth, kindness, and hope. They are the embodiment of malice, but they fear the purity of a heart that refuses to give in. So when the shadows whisper and the air grows cold, remember the lesson of Nian: do not let the Mogwai steal your light. Fill your life with love and joy, and no matter how persistent the darkness may be, it will never truly win. In the heart of the wilderness, where shadows shift and the wind carries the weight of untold stories, there is a creature that defies the very essence of what we understand. Its name is Jiangshi, a being that roams the chaotic expanse with no face to reveal its emotions, no eyes to see the world, and yet, it moves. It moves with a purpose that remains a mystery to all who encounter it. Jiangshi is unlike anything else in the world, with 6 legs that glide through the wild like a ghost, and 4 wings that beat silently, as though the air itself fears making a sound in its presence. The creature's form is unsettling, a mass of movement and chaos, bound together by some unknown force. But it is the absence of a face, the lack of any human-like feature, that makes Jiangshi so haunting. How can something exist without eyes to see, without a mouth to speak, without a face to show its intentions? They say that when Jiangshi appears, it brings with it a sense of disarray. Animals scatter, trees seem to twist unnaturally, and the very ground feels unsteady beneath your feet. It is as if the world forgets its order in the presence of this faceless monster, bending to the chaos that surrounds it. But what truly sets Jiangshi apart is its silence. Despite its many legs and wings, it moves without a sound, a silent force that shifts through the wilderness unnoticed by all but the unlucky few who happen to cross its path. There is a story, passed down through generations, of a hunter named Nian who once found himself lost deep within the forest, far from the safety of his village. The night had fallen, and with it came a thick, unnatural fog. Nian, though skilled and brave, felt a growing unease as he wandered through the dense trees, his steps hesitant, his heart pounding in the quiet. He had heard the legends of the Jiangshi, the faceless creatures that roamed these lands, but like many, he dismissed them as tales to scare children. As the hours passed, the forest seemed to close in around him, the trees bending unnaturally, their branches curling like claws reaching for him. Jian's breath grew shallow as he realized that something was watching him, something he couldn't see, but could feel. The air was thick with tension, and the usual sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of insects, had fallen silent. It was then that he heard it, or rather, felt it. A presence, moving around him, though no sound accompanied it. His heart raced, his grip tightening on the bough he carried. He turned in circles, trying to catch a glimpse of whatever was lurking in the mist, but there was nothing. Nothing but a heavy, oppressive stillness. And then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw a flicker of movement. Something large, moving smoothly through the trees with an eerie grace. 6 legs, 4 wings, but no face, just a formless mass moving toward him. Panic surged through Jian's veins. He had faced wild animals before, had even stared down the jaws of predators, but this was something else entirely. It had no eyes, no mouth, no expression, and yet its very presence screamed of danger. He wanted to run, to escape, but his legs felt rooted to the spot, frozen by the terror that gripped him. The Jiangshi circled him slowly, its many legs moving effortlessly over the uneven ground, its wings creating a gentle breeze that seemed to pull the mist along with it. Jian could feel his mind unraveling in the presence of this creature, as if the chaos it embodied was seeping into him, making him question everything he had ever known. He wanted to scream, but his voice caught in his throat. He wanted to flee, but his body refused to obey. In the legends, Jiangshi was not known for malice. It did not attack, nor did it hunt. It simply existed, moving through the world as a force of disorder, a creature born from the wilderness itself. But that night, as Jian stood frozen in its presence, he understood why the villagers feared it so. Jiangshi did not need to strike to cause harm. Its very existence was enough to unravel the mind, to make you question reality, to feel as though the world was slipping away from you. And then, just as silently as it had appeared, the creature moved past him, disappearing into the mist, leaving Jian standing alone in the stillness. The world slowly returned to normal, the fog lifted, the sounds of the forest came back, and Jian's legs finally gave way beneath him. He collapsed to the ground, trembling, his mind struggling to comprehend what he had just witnessed. He had survived, but he knew that something inside him had changed. He had come face to face with the Jiangshi, and though it had not harmed him, it had left its mark. Jian returned to the village the next morning, but he was never the same. The encounter had shaken him to his core, and though he never spoke of it, the villagers could see the change in his eyes. He had seen the faceless monster, the creature that moves through chaos, and he knew that some things in this world were beyond understanding. The Jiangshi is a creature of mystery, a being that represents the wild, untamable nature of the world. It does not seek to destroy, but its presence is a reminder that chaos is always lurking, just beyond the edge of order. It moves silently, unseen by most, but those who do encounter it are forever changed, touched by the chaos it carries with it. To see the Jiang is to confront the unknown, to face a creature that has no face, no clear intention, no desire other than to exist in the way it always has. It is a force of nature, a reminder that no matter how much we try to control the world around us, there will always be things we cannot understand, forces that move silently through the chaos, shaping the world in ways we can never fully grasp. There was once a time when the heavens trembled, and the earth shuddered beneath the rage of a single being. His name was Gong, the water demon whose fury knew no bounds, a creature so powerful that even the heavenly emperor had reason to fear him. Gong was not like the other spirits. He was a force of destruction, a rebellious heart born of the chaotic waters, determined to challenge the very order of the universe. Gong's anger was vast, like the ocean he commanded, and his power could be felt in every drop of water that touched the earth. The rivers, lakes, and seas answered to his will, and when he was enraged, they would rise with him, sweeping across the land in great torrents. It was said that when Gong roared, the sky would darken, and the winds would howl as if in mourning for the chaos that was about to unfold. But his rage was not without reason. Gong despised the heavenly emperor, who ruled over the heavens and earth with a calm, unwavering hand. To Gong, the emperor represented everything he could not bear: control, order, and a world where chaos was kept at bay. In his heart, Gong believed that the waters should reign free, untamed, and wild, flooding the lands and shaping the world in their own image. He believed that chaos was the natural state of the universe, and that the heavenly emperor's reign was a cage, holding back the true power of creation. So, Gong rebelled. The day he rose against the heavens was one that would be remembered in the annals of history. With a thunderous cry, Gong summoned the waters of the earth to his side. Rivers swelled beyond their banks, the seas churned with fury, and the rain fell in torrents, drenching the world in his wrath. The sky turned black as the clouds gathered, swirling around him like a crown of storms. He was a titan of destruction, and he would not be stopped. Gong charged at the heavens, determined to overthrow the heavenly emperor and drown the world in his chaos. He hurled himself against Buzhou Mountain, the great pillar that held up the sky, hoping to shatter it and bring the heavens crashing down. His blows were so powerful that the earth shook with every strike, and the mountain groaned under the force of his rage. The people of the earth watched in terror as the waters rose higher and higher, flooding their villages, sweeping away their homes. There was no escape from Gong's wrath. The rivers heeded his call, bursting forth from their channels and racing across the land like a hungry beast, consuming everything in their path. The world was drowning, and it seemed as if nothing could stop it. The heavenly emperor, upon seeing the destruction wrought by Gong, knew that he had to act. But the battle would not be an easy one. Gong was a being of immense power, and his control over the waters made him nearly invincible. But the emperor could not allow the world to fall into chaos. He could not allow the pillar of the sky to break, for if it did, all of creation would be undone. With great sorrow, the emperor descended from his heavenly throne to face Gong. The battle that followed was unlike any the world had ever seen. The sky was torn apart by lightning, and the ground split open as the two titans clashed. Gong fought with the ferocity of a wild beast, his water sweeping across the battlefield in great waves, crashing against the emperor's power. The heavenly emperor, though calm and composed, struggled to contain the demon's fury. But even in the face of such might, Gong could not be stopped. His hatred for the emperor drove him forward, and in a final, desperate act, he struck the base of Buzhou Mountain with all his strength. The mountain, which had stood since the beginning of time, could no longer bear the strain. With a deafening crack, it began to crumble, tilting to one side as if it were bowing to the chaos that had been unleashed. The heavens above trembled as the mountain began to fall, and the world teetered on the brink of ruin. But even as the pillar collapsed, the heavenly emperor refused to give in. With all his might, he used his power to steady the sky, holding it in place as the mountain crumbled beneath him. It was a feat of immense strength, but the emperor knew that without Buzhou Mountain, the balance of the world had been shattered. As Gong watched the mountain fall, a strange sense of satisfaction washed over him. He had done it. He had broken the pillar that held up the heavens. But his victory was short-lived. In his rage, Gongong had not realized the full consequences of his actions. The collapse of Buzhou Mountain unleashed a torrent of destruction even greater than he had intended. The world was thrown into chaos, but not the kind of chaos he had hoped for. Instead of shaping the world in his image, Gongong had created a catastrophe that threatened to destroy everything, including himself. Realizing the enormity of what he had done, Gongong fled, retreating into the depths of the oceans, where he remains to this day, brooding and bitter. The floods he had unleashed continued to ravage the earth, and it took many years for the waters to recede. The Heavenly Emperor, though victorious, could not fully repair the damage. The sky, once held up by Buzhou Mountain, now hung crooked, and the world was forever changed by the rebellion of the water demon. Gongong's tale is one of rebellion, of a creature who sought to break free from the order of the universe and in doing so, nearly brought about its destruction. His rage was powerful, his control over the waters unmatched, but in the end, his defiance only led to chaos. The floods that ravaged the earth were a reminder of the danger that comes from unchecked fury, and the tilted sky stands as a testament to the lasting scars left by his battle with the Heavenly Emperor. Though Gongong was defeated, his story lives on, a warning of the destruction that can come from challenging the natural order. The people of the world, though they fear the floods that still rise in times of heavy rain, know that the water demon lurks beneath the surface, waiting for the moment when he might rise again. In the quiet, mist-covered forests of ancient China, there is a creature whispered about in both fear and fascination. The air around her seems to shimmer with an otherworldly beauty, her form shifting like the wind, never quite settling on one shape for too long. She is the nine-tailed fox, known as Huli Jing, a being whose magic and allure can capture the hearts of men and leave entire villages trembling in awe. The Huli Jing is no ordinary fox. She possesses an enchanting beauty that transcends human understanding, her slender form able to morph into a graceful woman, so striking that it takes one's breath away. Her eyes, sharp and gleaming like the moonlight reflecting on a still pond, draw people in, hypnotizing them with a mixture of mystery and danger. But beneath this alluring exterior lies a creature of immense power, her 9 tails swaying behind her, each one carrying the weight of centuries of wisdom, magic, and deception. Legends tell of how the 9-tailed fox uses her powers to transform, often taking the shape of a beautiful woman to live among humans. But her presence, while captivating, is never benign. Some say that she walks among mortals to seduce and manipulate, twisting the hearts of those who fall under her spell. Her laughter echoes like the soft chime of wind through bamboo, but there is a chill to it, a warning that her beauty is not to be trusted. For those who are drawn in too close, her charm becomes a trap from which there is no escape. In one of the many tales told of her, there is a young man, a scholar by trade, who encounters a mysterious woman on a cold winter night. She appears out of nowhere, her hair black as ink, flowing like silk over her pale shoulders, and her lips the color of a blood-red rose. The man, captivated by her beauty, invites her into his home, offering shelter from the biting wind. They speak throughout the night, her voice soft and melodic, weaving stories of distant lands and forgotten times. The scholar, mesmerized, finds himself unable to look away from her face, her eyes gleaming with a spark that seems almost inhuman. As the days pass, the man becomes obsessed, unable to think of anything but the woman who now graces his home. But something is amiss. His health begins to decline, his skin growing pale, his strength draining with each passing day. Though he cannot see it, the woman, this Huli Jing, feeds off his life force, her presence slowly consuming him from within. It is only when she vanishes as suddenly as she appeared, leaving behind nothing but the faint scent of jasmine in the air, that the man realizes the truth. He had been ensnared by the 9-tailed fox, a creature whose beauty hides a darkness as ancient as the stars. Yet, not all stories of the Huli Jing speak of her in terms of malice. Some say that the 9-tailed fox is not inherently evil, but rather a creature bound by her nature, neither wholly good nor wholly bad. Her intentions are often unclear, and while she is known to cause harm, there are also tales of her acting out of love, protection, or even kindness. In one such tale, a village once plagued by drought cried out in desperation for rain. The crops had withered, and the people were on the brink of starvation. From the nearby forest, a beautiful woman emerged, offering her help. She was different, ethereal in her presence, and though the villagers were wary, they accepted her aid. This woman, as it turned out, was a Huli Jing, and with a flick of her 9 tails, she summoned dark clouds that poured rain upon the parched fields. The village was saved, and though the fox woman disappeared into the mist after her deed, the people never forgot the kindness she had shown them. The duality of the Huli Jing is what makes her legend so compelling. She is a creature of both light and shadow, able to bring both joy and sorrow to those she encounters. Her 9 tails, a symbol of her incredible age and power, are said to grant her wisdom far beyond that of any human. With each additional tail she gains, her magic grows stronger, and her ability to shapeshift becomes more refined, allowing her to seamlessly blend into the world of humans. But no matter how she changes her appearance, the Huli Jing can never fully escape her true nature. Her fox-like cunning always remains, lurking just beneath the surface. In some stories, she is depicted as a loving wife, devoted to her human husband, only for her true form to be revealed when her husband accidentally glimpses her 9 tails hidden beneath her robes. Upon discovering her secret, the man is often torn between love and fear, unsure of whether to trust the woman he thought he knew or to flee from the creature who had hidden her identity for so long. The heart of the 9-tailed fox's story lies in this tension between the human and the supernatural, between love and betrayal. Those who encounter her are often faced with the question of whether the Huli Jing is capable of true affection, or if she is simply playing a game with the hearts of men. Is she driven by a desire for companionship, or does she delight in watching humans unravel under her spell? Perhaps the most tragic aspect of the Huli Jing's tale is that she is, in some ways, caught between 2 worlds. She longs to be among humans, to feel their emotions and share in their lives, yet she can never fully belong. Her true nature will always set her apart, making her both a part of their world and forever outside of it. Those who fall in love with the Huli Jing are often left heartbroken, for the love of a fox spirit is as fleeting as the morning dew, beautiful while it lasts, but impossible to hold on to. Even now, in the quiet places of the world, some say that the 9-tailed fox still roams. She slips through the shadows at dusk, her form shifting from fox to woman and back again, her tails trailing behind her like wisps of smoke. Her eyes, ever watchful, seem to hold the weight of centuries, as if she has seen the rise and fall of empires, the birth and death of countless lives. She is a creature of legend, but also of the present, a reminder that the line between the human and the supernatural is thinner than we might think. The Huli Jing story is one of beauty and danger, of love and deception, of a creature whose allure can captivate anyone, yet whose heart, like her form, remains ever-changing, impossible to truly know. In the shadowy corners of ancient forests and hidden mountains, where sunlight barely touches the ground, the Yaogwai reign with an eerie, commanding presence. These demon kings, neither fully spirit nor beast, are creatures born from darkness, their ambitions stretching far beyond the mortal world. Their eyes gleam with an unnatural hunger, not just for power or dominion, but for immortality itself, a prize that eludes even the mightiest of beings. The Yaogwai are not just demons, they are kings of their kind, lords over the spirits and animals that lurk in the wild. Wherever they go, the world seems to tremble. The wind whispers in hushed tones, and the animals fall silent, as if even the trees themselves are too afraid to acknowledge their presence. There is something unnerving about their gaze, something that chills the bones of even the bravest warriors. Their forms shift and change, never quite settling, leaving those who encounter them uncertain of whether they are looking at a man, a beast, or something far more terrifying. Tales of the Yaogwai have been passed down through generations, whispered from one trembling mouth to another. It is said that these demon kings once walked among mortals, but their thirst for power led them to turn away from the human path. They sought out forbidden knowledge, tampered with dark magic, and in doing so, became something beyond human, something sinister. Their hearts, once beating with life, are now consumed by their desire to cheat death. But immortality is no easy prize. The Yaogwai will stop at nothing to attain it, even if it means the destruction of everything around them. They have the power to control spirits, bending them to their will like a puppet master pulling strings. These spirits, some once human, others born from the wild forces of nature, become pawns in the Yaoguai's endless game. Under their command, animals too are twisted into fearsome creatures, their once natural instincts corrupted by the dark influence of these demon kings. In the hands of a Yaoguai, a simple fox can become a creature of nightmare, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent, its fangs sharp enough to tear through flesh with ease. But perhaps the most terrifying aspect of the Yaoguai is their cunning. They are not mindless beasts, they are patient and strategic, weaving intricate plots that span centuries. To confront a Yaoguai is not just to face a powerful demon, it is to be ensnared in a web of manipulation and deceit. They possess a deep understanding of the human heart, knowing exactly what fears and desires to exploit. To some, they appear as wise sages, offering knowledge in exchange for loyalty, but this knowledge always comes at a price far greater than anyone is prepared to pay. In one tale, a young man, desperate to save his dying family, sought out the aid of a Yaoguai. The demon king appeared before him as a wise old man, his voice soft, his manner gentle. He promised the young man that his family would live, that they would be granted health and prosperity beyond their wildest dreams, but in return, the man had to swear allegiance to the Yaoguai for all eternity. Blinded by his desperation, the young man agreed. His family was indeed saved, their health restored as if by a miracle. But as the years passed, the man began to feel a growing darkness inside him, a slow corruption that gnawed at his soul. He realized, too late, that the Yaoguai had bound him in chains stronger than iron, chains that could never be broken. The Yaoguai are not limited to one form. They can appear as beautiful men or women, their appearance so perfect, so mesmerizing, that mortals are drawn to them like moths to a flame. But underneath this facade lies something far more sinister. It is said that to look into the true face of a Yaoguai is to stare into the abyss itself. Their eyes, once so full of life, have long since lost any trace of humanity. They are dark and hollow, like bottomless pits that swallow all light and hope. Despite their fearsome power, the Yaoguai are bound by one unquenchable desire, the quest for immortality. They scour the earth for ancient relics, perform forbidden rituals, and seek out the elixirs that might grant them eternal life. This desire drives them to madness, consuming them from within. They care little for the destruction they leave in their wake, for to them, mortals are fleeting, insignificant creatures, no more than obstacles in their path. Entire villages have been razed to the ground, their people wiped out without a second thought, all in the Yaoguai's relentless pursuit of life everlasting. There is one legend that speaks of a Yaoguai who nearly achieved this goal. This demon king, known as Tian, spent centuries amassing power, growing stronger with each passing year. He commanded legions of spirits and beasts, his influence stretching across entire regions. But immortality remained just out of his reach, taunting him like a shadow that he could never quite grasp. In his fury, Tian sought to challenge the gods themselves, believing that by defeating them, he could claim immortality for his own. The battle that followed shook the heavens, but in the end, even Tian's immense power was no match for the divine forces. Defeated and humiliated, Tian was cast into the abyss, but his legacy lived on, a warning to all who dared to walk the path of the Yaoguai. Even now, the threat of the Yaoguai lingers. They remain in the dark places of the world, their eyes ever watchful, waiting for the right moment to strike. Some say that they are closer to achieving their goal than ever before, that they have discovered secrets long thought lost. And if they do, if they find the key to immortality, there will be nothing to stop them from unleashing their full power upon the world. For the Yaoguai, immortality is not just a dream, it is an obsession, a curse that drives them to unspeakable lengths. They are demon kings, rulers of chaos and darkness, and their ambition knows no bounds. The world trembles at their name, for to face a Yaoguai is to confront a force that cannot be reasoned with, a force that seeks only one thing, to defy the natural order and reign forever. In the stillness of the night, when the world is asleep and the air is thick with silence, there are whispers, soft, mournful sounds that drift through the wind. They come from the Nugui, female ghosts filled with pain and vengeance. These spirits, once living women who were wronged, are now shadows, lingering between the world of the living and the dead, their hearts heavy with sorrow and fury. Their presence is cold, their gaze relentless, as they return to punish those who caused their suffering. The Nugui were not born evil, they were once like any other women, full of life, hopes, and dreams. But something tragic happened to them in their human lives, betrayal, cruelty, or violence, and it broke them in ways that death could not heal. Some were mistreated by husbands who took them for granted, others were abandoned or falsely accused, and some met untimely, unjust deaths. It is this injustice that binds them to the earth, their spirits unable to rest, seeking justice that was denied to them in life. They carry the weight of their past, a burden too great to let go, and it is this anguish that fuels their revenge. Their transformation from wronged women into vengeful spirits is not immediate. In life, they might have been quiet, enduring their pain with patience, holding on to hope that things might change. But as time passed, their hope faded, and the bitterness took root. When death came, it did not bring peace. Instead, it unleashed the anger that had been suppressed for so long. They rose from their graves not as the gentle souls they once were, but as Nugui, their only purpose now to seek retribution for the wrongs done to them. The stories of Nugui are chilling, not only because of the terrifying acts they commit, but also because of the deep, raw emotion that drives them. They are not mindless ghosts haunting random people, they have a singular focus, a person or group of people who caused their suffering. Their revenge is personal, and they will stop at nothing to see it fulfilled. In one tale, a young bride was promised a life of happiness, but on the night of her wedding, she discovered her husband's deceit. He had married her not out of love, but for wealth, and once the wedding was over, he abandoned her. Heartbroken, she waited for him, believing his promises of return. Days turned to weeks, and weeks turned to months, and still, he did not come back. She died of grief, her spirit too crushed by the betrayal to move on. But after her death, something inside her shifted. She rose from her grave, no longer the heartbroken bride, but a Nugui, her pale face emotionless, her eyes burning with quiet rage. She found her husband, now living with another woman, and haunted him, driving him mad with guilt and fear. No matter where he went, he could feel her presence, cold and unrelenting, until he finally met his own tragic end. The Nugui are not always visible to the living, but they make their presence known in other ways. A sudden chill in the air, the feeling of being watched, whispers that cannot be explained, these are signs that a Nugui is near. Their anger manifests in strange occurrences, mirrors cracking without reason, shadows flickering in the corners of rooms, or objects moving on their own. They rarely show themselves fully, but when they do, their appearance is haunting. Their skin is pale, almost translucent, and their long black hair, often tangled and wet as if from tears, hangs over their faces. Their eyes, filled with sadness and hatred, seem to pierce right through the soul. But as terrifying as they are, there is also something profoundly tragic about the Nugui. They are not monsters by choice, they are spirits shaped by the cruelty they endured in life. Their actions, while horrifying, come from a place of deep pain. They were denied justice when they were alive, and in death, they are determined to take it for themselves, no matter the cost. It is this blend of sorrow and vengeance that makes them so compelling, and so frightening. They force those who hear their stories to confront the uncomfortable truth that cruelty, especially when inflicted on those who are vulnerable, can have consequences that extend beyond death. Yet, there are stories of those who try to make peace with the Nugui. In some cases, their vengeful spirits are said to be calmed by offerings or acts of genuine remorse from those who wronged them. It is said that if the person who caused their suffering admits their wrongdoing and sincerely asks for forgiveness, the Nugui might relent, finding the closure they were denied in life. But this is rare. Most Nugui are too consumed by their anger to forgive, and their vengeance is not something that can be easily escaped. There is also a deeper fear that the Nugui's curse can spread. Those who are haunted by them often become trapped in a cycle of suffering, their own guilt and fear driving them to hurt others, creating more pain and more Nugui in the process. It is as if the rage and sorrow of one Nugui can ripple out, infecting those around them, causing more injustice, more suffering, and more spirits bound by vengeance. The Nugui are reminders of the consequences of cruelty, especially towards those who are powerless to defend themselves. They embody the pain of betrayal, the longing for justice, and the destructive power of unresolved anger. They haunt not just the people who wronged them, but also the places where they suffered, lingering in the corners of homes, wandering through empty halls, waiting for the moment when they can finally claim their revenge. In the quiet moments of the night, when all seems peaceful, there is a sense that something might be watching, something ancient and full of pain. It is then that the presence of the Nugui is felt most strongly, as if they are reaching out from the shadows, their spirits still trapped in the cycle of sorrow and vengeance, their cries of anguish echoing through the silence. In the stillness of a dark forest, where the trees seem to whisper and the shadows dance, there is a presence that stirs a primal fear in the heart. A creature so fierce, so terrifying, that its very name sends shivers down the spine, Rakshasa. Flesh-eating demons, their eyes burn with hunger, and their claws are sharp enough to tear through bone. Originally from Indian myth, these nightmarish beings found their way into Chinese folklore, bringing with them an aura of dread and violence that lingered in every story told about them. The Rakshasa are not mindless monsters, though. They are clever, cunning, and have a hunger that goes beyond just physical flesh. They delight in tormenting the living, playing with their prey before finally feasting. It's said that they can take on many forms, often appearing as beautiful beings to lure unsuspecting victims into their grasp. But this beauty is a mask, hiding the grotesque truth underneath: fangs, twisted features, eyes that glow with malevolence. Once the disguise falls away, the true horror of their existence is revealed, and by then, it's too late. There is something almost hauntingly tragic about the Rakshasa. While they are terrifying and cruel, one can't help but feel a sense of sorrow when looking at what they have become. They were not always monsters. In some stories, it is said that they were once powerful beings who were cursed, transformed into these terrifying creatures because of their own greed, hatred, or hunger for power. Now, they wander the earth, forever trapped in their monstrous forms, driven by an insatiable need to consume. The way they consume their victims is not merely physical. Rakshasas are known to prey on human weaknesses: fear, anger, jealousy. They manipulate these emotions, stirring them up until they become unbearable. They are said to thrive in environments of chaos and suffering, growing stronger as their victims' minds unravel. The Rakshasa feeds not just on flesh, but on the very essence of their prey's spirit, draining away their hope, their will to live. In Chinese folklore, the Rakshasa took on unique characteristics that differentiated them from their Indian counterparts. They became symbols of deep, primal fears, fears of the unknown, of betrayal, of losing oneself to the darkness within. Stories of Rakshasa were used to explain the inexplicable horrors that sometimes befell villages. When crops failed or when an illness spread through a community, it was said that a Rakshasa had passed through, bringing with it a wave of death and destruction. These demons were also associated with war and bloodshed. It was believed that Rakshasas followed armies, feeding on the dead and the dying in the aftermath of battle. Soldiers who survived the horrors of war often spoke of hearing strange noises in the dead of night, the sound of claws scraping against stone, the low growl of a creature too horrible to imagine. Those who ventured out to investigate often never returned, their bodies found days later, torn apart, their faces frozen in expressions of pure terror. Rakshasas are often depicted as creatures with distorted, twisted bodies, reflecting the inner corruption of their souls. Their skin is dark, their eyes gleam with malice, and their mouths are filled with sharp, pointed teeth. Some stories describe them with multiple heads or arms, making them even more fearsome. But despite their terrifying appearance, it's their intelligence and cunning that make them truly dangerous. They are not simply wild beasts, they are demons with a purpose, and they take pleasure in the suffering they cause. But there are also tales of those who managed to defeat the Rakshasa. In some stories, brave warriors faced these demons head-on, armed with powerful weapons and protective charms. These warriors were not merely fighting against flesh and blood, they were battling against the darkness itself, the embodiment of all that is evil and corrupt in the world. To face a Rakshasa was to confront not only the monster in front of you, but also the monster within, your own fears, your own weaknesses. Victory came not just from strength of arms, but from strength of spirit. In these stories, the Rakshasa are often portrayed as creatures of the night, unable to stand the light of day. The rising sun burns their flesh, forcing them to retreat into the shadows. This is why many believed that the best way to protect oneself from a Rakshasa was to stay in the light, both literally and metaphorically. Surround yourself with goodness, with purity of heart, and the Rakshasa would have no power over you. But stray too far into the darkness, give in to anger, hatred, or despair, and you would find yourself at their mercy. Despite the terror they inspire, the Rakshasa also serve as a warning. They remind us of the dangers of giving in to our basest desires, of letting the darker parts of ourselves take control. In this way, they are more than just monsters, they are symbols of the chaos and destruction that can come from within. They are a reflection of the human condition, of the constant battle between good and evil, light and darkness, that exists in every heart. The Rakshasa may be creatures of nightmare, but they are also creatures of caution. They remind us that the line between man and monster is thin, and that it is all too easy to cross. In the end, the Rakshas's hunger is not just for flesh, it is for the soul, for the very essence of what makes us human. They are the embodiment of what happens when we lose ourselves to the darkness, when we let our fears, our desires, and our hatred consume us. And so, in the quiet moments, when the night is darkest and the air is thick with silence, there is a sense that the Rakshasa are still out there, lurking just beyond the edge of the light. Waiting. Watching. Hungry. They are reminders that evil is not always something that comes from outside. It can grow within, feeding on the worst parts of ourselves, until it becomes something monstrous, something uncontrollable. And in that moment, when the line between man and beast blurs, the Rakshasa will strike, dragging its prey into the darkness, never to return. The flickering glow of lanterns casts long shadows across the stage as the sound of a single drumbeat echoes through the night. From behind the curtains, a figure emerges, its form both human and otherworldly. The crowd holds its breath, hearts pounding in anticipation. The story begins, and with it, a monster steps into the light, a creature from the depths of ancient Chinese folk tales. In the world of traditional Chinese opera and theater, monsters aren't just mindless beings of destruction. They are complex figures, woven into tales of love, tragedy, and moral struggle. These creatures, often misunderstood, are brought to life on stage through elaborate costumes, dramatic movements, and hauntingly beautiful music. They are not simply villains, but reflections of human emotions, anger, sorrow, desire, and fear. In these stories, mythical beasts like the dragon, the fox spirit, and the ferocious tiger become symbols of something much deeper. The dragon, for instance, is both feared and revered, its serpentine body moving gracefully across the stage as it represents power, control, and sometimes chaos. In one moment, it's a protector, guarding the realms of heaven and earth, and in the next, it's a destroyer, breathing fire and wreaking havoc. The dragon's dance is mesmerizing, a blend of fluidity and strength, leaving the audience torn between awe and fear. And then there is the nine-tailed fox, the Huli Jing, who often appears in these operas as a beautiful woman, her true form hidden beneath layers of elegance and charm. Her presence on stage is captivating, and as she glides across the floor, there's an unsettling undercurrent of danger. The audience knows that her beauty is but a mask, concealing a creature of immense power and trickery. She is a symbol of temptation, drawing men into her web with promises of love and immortality, only to reveal her monstrous self when it's too late. But not all monsters in these stories are evil. Some, like the Baizé, the beast of wisdom, serve as guides, offering knowledge and protection. When Baizé appears on stage, the atmosphere shifts. The music softens, and the audience can feel a sense of calm wash over them. Baizé is often depicted as an old, gentle creature with a face full of kindness and eyes that have seen ages pass. In its presence, emperors and kings seek counsel, hoping to understand the supernatural forces that shape their world. Baizé's wisdom is revered, and even in its monstrous form, it is loved. Yet, the most stirring moments in Chinese opera often come when these creatures of legend clash with human protagonists. The heroes, often depicted as brave warriors or virtuous scholars, must face these mythical beings, not only with weapons, but with their own inner strength. These battles are not just physical confrontations, they are symbolic struggles between good and evil, light and darkness, justice and corruption. The monsters, with their grotesque appearances and supernatural powers, represent the chaos that threatens to consume the world. The heroes, on the other hand, stand as the last line of defense, their movements swift and precise, their expressions determined. One of the most powerful elements of these performances is how they draw out raw human emotions. The audience is pulled into a whirlwind of feelings as they watch the hero face off against a terrifying monster. Every clash of swords, every sweep of the monster's claws, is felt in the chest. The tension builds with each passing moment, and when the final blow is struck, the release is almost overwhelming. Tears fall freely, not just for the hero who triumphs or the monster that falls, but for the deeper meaning behind it all, the fight for balance in a world where chaos and order are constantly at odds. In traditional Chinese folktales, many of these monsters also play a more sympathetic role. Their monstrous forms often hide tragic backstories, tales of love lost, betrayal, or punishment for some ancient wrongdoing. The audience is reminded that these creatures were not always monsters. Once, they may have been human, or perhaps even gods, brought low by their own hubris or by the cruelty of others. It is this complexity that makes these tales so heart-wrenching. The audience feels a sense of sorrow for the monster, even as they fear it. They are reminded that, sometimes, the line between hero and villain is not so clear. The operas capture this beautifully, with elaborate costumes and makeup transforming actors into these mythical beings. The use of color, particularly, plays a crucial role in conveying the nature of each character. The vibrant red robes of a hero contrast starkly with the dark, shadowy hues of a monster. The audience knows, just by looking at the stage, who to root for and who to fear. But as the story unfolds, the emotions become more complicated. The audience finds themselves drawn to the monsters, not because of their power or their terror, but because of their tragedy. In the end, these performances are more than just stories, they are lessons, passed down through generations. The monsters in Chinese folktales and opera are not just creatures to be vanquished, they are mirrors, reflecting the deepest fears, desires, and struggles of the human soul. They remind the audience that life is not black and white, that good and evil often reside within the same being, and that even the most fearsome creature may have once been something beautiful. And as the final curtain falls, the echoes of the performance linger in the air. The monsters have retreated into the shadows once again, but their presence remains, felt in the quiet moments of reflection. The audience leaves, not with fear, but with a sense of awe, a reminder that the most terrifying monsters are not the ones on the stage, but the ones that reside within us all. The sun sets over an ancient Chinese temple, its golden rays casting long shadows on the dragon-carved pillars that seem to come alive as the light flickers across them. These monsters, frozen in stone, hold stories older than time, watching over sacred spaces with fierce eyes and snarling mouths. They are more than just decorative sculptures. They are protectors, wardens of the divine, embodying centuries of beliefs, fears, and hopes. In the world of Chinese art and architecture, monsters have always held a unique place. They stand as silent guardians at the entrances of temples, palaces, and tombs, their forms etched into the very bones of China's cultural history. These creatures, meticulously crafted in stone, wood, and bronze, tell stories that words cannot capture. Their presence is a reminder that the spiritual and physical worlds are intertwined and that monsters, both feared and revered, bridge the gap between the two. Walk through the gates of an imperial palace, and you are immediately greeted by the mythical bishi, half-dragon, half-tortoise. Its broad, sturdy back supports towering monuments, as though carrying the weight of heaven and earth itself. This creature, with its dragon-like head and tortoise shell, symbolizes endurance and strength. Its presence is a message to all who enter, that time may pass, but the legacy of the empire, like the bishi, will stand forever. Each step past the bishi feels like walking through history itself, as though the past is alive in the stones beneath your feet. Look closer, and you might see the Bai Zai, a wise beast known to impart knowledge to emperors, engraved on the walls of a temple. Its calm, gentle face offers a contrast to the fierce creatures around it. The Bai Zai does not frighten, it reassures. Its presence in art is a symbol of enlightenment and protection. It is said that emperors sought its wisdom to understand the forces that governed the cosmos. And so, its image remains, reminding all who gaze upon it of the balance between the known and the unknown. The dragon, of course, is ever present. Its long, winding body snakes across the rooftops of palaces, its scales glinting in the sunlight. But this is no ordinary dragon. In Chinese culture, the dragon is not a creature of chaos or destruction, but one of power and authority. Its presence in art and architecture reflects imperial strength and divine favor. The emperor himself was often likened to a dragon, ruling with the might and wisdom that the dragon symbolizes. The very walls of the Forbidden City are said to hum with the energy of the dragon, guarding the empire from enemies both seen and unseen. Yet, there are other creatures, less known but equally significant. The Pixiu, a lion-like beast with wings, often appears on imperial tombs, guarding the spirits of emperors as they journey into the afterlife. It is said that the Pixiu has an insatiable appetite for wealth, and it consumes gold and jewels, keeping them safe. Its image, often carved from jade or stone, is not just a symbol of protection, but of prosperity. To have a Pixiu watching over you is to be assured of both safety and abundance. But not all monsters in Chinese art are protectors. Some, like the Taotai, symbolize greed and excess. The Taotai, often seen on ancient bronze vessels, is a monstrous face with wide eyes and a gaping mouth, as if it is forever consuming. Its presence on ritual items is a reminder of the dangers of overindulgence. To look upon the Taotai is to confront the darker side of human nature, the part that is never satisfied, always wanting more. It warns against the consequences of greed, not just for individuals, but for entire societies. In the towering pagodas and intricate carvings of temples, the Xiezhi, the one-horned beast of justice, also finds its place. It is said that the Xiezhi has the ability to distinguish between good and evil, and its presence in architecture is a call for moral clarity. Its image often appears in courtrooms or places of judgment, silently watching over proceedings. The Xiezhi reminds those in power that justice is sacred, and that truth will always prevail, no matter how hidden it may seem. The Taoist concept of yin and yang also plays a crucial role in understanding the role of monsters. In Taoism, nothing is wholly good or evil. Everything exists in balance, and monsters are no exception. They represent the dark, chaotic forces of nature, but without them, there can be no light, no order. The Taoist sages understood that to fear the monster is to misunderstand it. The true path is one of acceptance, of recognizing that the monster is a part of the way, just as much as the serene beauty of a lotus blossom or the gentle flow of a river. These monsters, whether they appear as demons sent to tempt or as guardians standing watch over sacred places, are essential to the spiritual journeys described in Taoist and Buddhist texts. They force those who seek enlightenment to confront their deepest fears and desires, to grapple with the darkness within themselves. In doing so, they help to reveal the true nature of the self, guiding the seeker toward wisdom, compassion, and peace. And so, the traveler standing at the edge of the forest knows that he must walk forward. He will face the monsters that dwell in the shadows, not with fear, but with understanding. For in facing them, he will come to know himself. And perhaps, in the end, the monsters will become his guides, leading him not away from enlightenment, but toward it. In the heart of bustling cities, where skyscrapers reach for the sky and the hum of modern life fills the air, a new wave of stories is rising. These stories breathe life into ancient monsters, creatures that once roamed the realms of myth and legend. They have transformed from distant shadows into characters that leap off the screen, dance across the pages of books, and come alive in the vibrant world of video games. The echoes of the past resonate powerfully in modern Chinese literature and pop culture, making ancient monsters more relevant than ever. Think of the nine-tailed fox, or Hu Li Jing, a figure deeply rooted in Chinese mythology. In tales of old, she was both a seductress and a protector, embodying the complexities of love and desire. Today, she captivates audiences in films and television series. With her graceful movements and mystical powers, she draws viewers into a world where the line between good and evil is blurred. Modern interpretations explore her struggles, presenting her not just as a monster, but as a being wrestling with her identity and purpose in a rapidly changing world. This duality strikes a chord with audiences, reminding them of their own battles against societal expectations and personal desires. Then there is the powerful dragon, a symbol of strength, wisdom, and authority. In contemporary media, dragons are not merely fearsome beasts, they are often portrayed as noble guardians or wise mentors. Films like Mulan feature dragons that guide heroes on their quests, showcasing the belief that even the fiercest creatures can possess kindness and wisdom. The dragon becomes a mirror reflecting the audience's longing for guidance in their own lives, igniting hope and courage. In the world of literature, authors draw from the rich tapestry of Chinese monster lore to weave stories that resonate deeply with readers. Works such as the Poppy War series integrate mythical elements, creating a backdrop where ancient monsters interact with human characters, shaping their destinies. The horrors of war are juxtaposed with the supernatural, creating a haunting atmosphere that highlights the struggle for survival and the search for meaning in chaos. Monsters embody the fears of the characters and, by extension, the readers, serving as powerful metaphors for the battles we face within ourselves. Video games also play a pivotal role in this resurgence of ancient monsters. Titles like Genshin Impact allow players to immerse themselves in a world filled with mythical beings inspired by Chinese folklore. As players journey through beautifully crafted landscapes, they encounter creatures like the Bai Zai, a wise beast that shares its knowledge with players. This interaction deepens the player's understanding of the lore and invites them to reflect on their own values and choices. In a society that often feels disconnected, these games create spaces for players to explore their identities and confront the challenges they face in life. As these ancient monsters re-emerge in modern storytelling, they carry with them the weight of history and culture. Each character is imbued with the lessons and morals passed down through generations. They are vessels of wisdom, reminding us of the importance of courage, compassion, and the quest for truth. In a world that can sometimes feel chaotic and overwhelming, these stories offer a sense of continuity, a reminder that we are part of a larger narrative. The influence of Chinese monsters extends beyond the realm of entertainment. It seeps into the consciousness of society. When these characters face challenges and triumphs, they inspire audiences to reflect on their own struggles. They serve as reminders that it is okay to feel fear, doubt, and confusion. Through the lens of these monsters, viewers and readers learn to embrace their vulnerabilities and find strength in their journeys. Moreover, the exploration of ancient monsters in modern media often tackles pressing social issues. Stories that involve the Nugui, the vengeful female ghost, can shed light on themes of justice, empowerment, and the consequences of societal wrongs. By presenting these figures in a contemporary context, creators can spark important conversations about gender, identity, and the need for understanding and empathy. The struggles of these characters resonate with real-life issues, giving voice to those who feel marginalized or unheard. As technology advances, the representation of these monsters becomes even more dynamic. Virtual reality experiences and animated films bring audiences face-to-face with these mythical beings, allowing them to feel their presence in a visceral way. The fear and awe that once surrounded these creatures evolve into a profound connection. Viewers find themselves empathizing with the monsters, understanding their motives, and recognizing that they are not so different from us. The impact of ancient monsters on modern culture is a powerful testament to their enduring legacy. They remind us of the richness of our shared history, the lessons learned through stories, and the importance of embracing both the light and dark within ourselves. As we engage with these narratives, we connect with our heritage and acknowledge the timeless struggles of the human spirit. In this swirling blend of ancient and modern, monsters become allies in our quest for understanding. They challenge us to confront our fears, embrace our complexities, and strive for a world where compassion reigns. As these stories continue to evolve, the essence of these ancient beings lives on, woven into the fabric of our everyday lives, reminding us that we are all part of a grand narrative, one filled with magic, challenge, and the endless pursuit of truth. As night falls and lanterns flicker to life, a magical energy fills the air, wrapping around families and friends gathered to celebrate. The Lantern Festival paints the streets with vibrant colors, and the Mid-Autumn Festival invites everyone to gaze at the glowing moon. But behind these joyful celebrations lies a tapestry woven with ancient legends of mythical monsters that have shaped these festivities for centuries. In the heart of the Lantern Festival, stories of the dragon are alive and well. This magnificent creature, symbolizing power and good fortune, inspires awe and reverence. As families hang colorful lanterns shaped like dragons, they honor the spirit of the dragon, believing it brings prosperity and luck for the year to come. Children giggle and run, their laughter mingling with the crackling of fireworks, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Each lantern lit represents hope and joy, a reminder that the dragon watches over them, guiding their dreams. Among the lanterns, a few depict the legendary Nian, the beast that once terrorized villages during the new year. Families tell tales of brave villagers who outsmarted this ferocious monster using loud noises, bright lights, and the color red. As they share stories around the dinner table, children listen intently, their eyes wide with wonder. The narrative teaches them the importance of courage and cleverness in the face of fear. The colors of the festival, vibrant reds and golds, symbolize the triumph over darkness. Families embrace the spirit of the Nian, finding strength in unity and resilience. As the Lantern Festival gives way to the Mid-Autumn Festival, the moon rises higher in the night sky. This celebration is deeply tied to the legends surrounding the moon goddess Chang'e and her companion, the Jade Rabbit. According to legend, Chang'e lives on the moon, forever gazing down upon her beloved Earth. Families gather to admire the full moon, sharing mooncakes and stories of love, sacrifice, and yearning. The spirit of Chang'e inspires them to cherish the bonds of family and the sweetness of life. Children hold their mooncakes close, relishing the delicious flavors, feeling the warmth of family around them. The Jade Rabbit hops alongside the moon, gathering herbs to help humanity. In many ways, it represents hope and perseverance. As children listen to tales of the rabbit's bravery, they learn the value of kindness and the joy of helping others. The moon, bright and full, reflects the hopes and dreams of everyone watching. The legends remind them that even in the darkest times, they can find light and guidance. In the evenings of the Mid-Autumn Festival, families set up altars adorned with fruits and flowers to honor the moon. They place lanterns shaped like rabbits and other mythical creatures to welcome blessings. The aroma of incense fills the air, blending with laughter and the soft sounds of traditional music. Under the moonlight, families share their wishes, believing that the spirits of the past listen and respond. This sacred connection brings a sense of peace and belonging, reinforcing the bonds between generations. Throughout these festivals, the spirits of mythical monsters play a crucial role, bridging the gap between the past and present. The stories of these creatures infuse the celebrations with meaning, reminding everyone that they are part of a rich cultural heritage. The emotions felt during these festivities are not just about joy, they encompass nostalgia, longing, and gratitude. Each tale, each ritual, adds depth to the experience, creating a mosaic of shared memories. As families gather around tables filled with festive foods, they also remember those who came before them, their ancestors who faced challenges with courage and resilience. The monsters from their stories become symbols of strength, embodying the struggles and triumphs that shaped their identities. They honor the past while looking forward to the future, understanding that they carry these legends within them. When the lanterns are released into the night sky, families make wishes for their loved ones. As the lights float away, they become beacons of hope, symbolizing dreams that soar high above. The mythical monsters, once feared, transform into guardians that protect these aspirations. The act of letting go becomes a powerful moment of trust, a reminder that the universe is listening. With each festival, the legends of these creatures continue to breathe life into the traditions. The stories are passed down from generation to generation, evolving yet remaining rooted in the essence of who they are. Each retelling sparks the imagination, igniting the hearts of the young and old alike. As the celebrations come to a close and families return to their homes, the spirit of the festivals lingers in the air. The warmth of shared laughter and the echoes of ancient stories remind them of the connection they have with each other and their heritage. The monsters of their myths are not just figures of fright, they embody the strength, wisdom, and perseverance that define their journey through life. In the dance of lanterns and the glow of the moon, the legends of mythical monsters become a living part of their culture. They are reminders of the beauty found in unity, love, and the stories that connect them all. The festivals stand as a celebration of life itself, where every myth, every creature, adds richness to the tapestry of their shared experience. As the night sky darkens, the stars twinkle brightly, as if echoing the stories told around the tables, filling the hearts of all with hope, love, and a sense of belonging. In a quiet room, a gentle breeze flows through an open window, carrying the faint scent of jasmine and earth. This space is not just a room, it's a sanctuary, carefully arranged to invite harmony and balance. In the corner stands a small statue of a dragon, its fierce gaze seemingly watching over the area. This dragon, a mythical creature steeped in wisdom and strength, is not just a decorative piece. It holds a deeper purpose, a protective charm placed there to bring good fortune and ward off negative energy. In the practice of feng shui, the placement of these statues and charms becomes an essential ritual. Each mythical creature, from dragons to phoenixes, embodies unique qualities that contribute to the energy of a space. The dragon, revered as a symbol of power and protection, stands tall with its body coiled, exuding an aura of confidence and stability. As you look at it, a sense of calm washes over you, reminding you that you are safe and secure in this space. Families often gather to discuss how they feel about their surroundings. They speak of the dragon's presence as a guardian, a fierce protector that helps them navigate the challenges of life. It is believed that placing this creature in the east corner of a room can enhance health and vitality. The warmth of the dragon's spirit ignites their hearts with hope, encouraging them to embrace their potential and chase their dreams. And then, there are the creatures that lurk in the shadows, such as the Nugui, the vengeful female ghost. Her image, though not as common as the more traditional monsters, appears in certain folk art, her pale face and dark, hollow eyes a haunting reminder of wrongs left unrighted. She is not here to protect, but to seek retribution. Her presence in art is a warning of the consequences of betrayal, of promises broken, of lives cut short by cruelty. In the midst of all these beasts, both fierce and wise, stands the imperial lion, or the guardian lion, Shishir, one of the most recognizable symbols in Chinese architecture. Found at the entrance of palaces, temples, and even homes, the lion stands tall, its mouth slightly open, as if in mid-roar. One paw often rests on a globe, symbolizing power over the world. These lions, though not mythical in the way of dragons or fox spirits, have taken on a sacred role in Chinese culture. Their fierce expressions are meant to ward off evil spirits, protecting those inside from harm. Each of these creatures, from the dragon to the lion to the lesser-known Bai Zhe, holds a piece of China's soul. Through centuries of dynasties, wars, and cultural shifts, they have remained constant, their forms etched into the very architecture of the nation. They are not just monsters, they are symbols of the values, fears, and hopes of the people who crafted them. And as they stand guard over temples and palaces, they continue to tell their stories, stories of power, wisdom, justice, and the eternal struggle between good and evil. In these silent, stone-carved figures, there is life. There is the hum of the past, the whispered prayers of emperors long gone, the hopes of those who sought protection within the temple walls. These monsters are more than mere decorations, they are the heartbeat of China's rich cultural history, forever watching, forever waiting, forever guarding the legacy entrusted to them. In the quiet solitude of a moonlit night, a traveler finds himself standing at the edge of a dense, ancient forest. The path ahead is dark, but he knows that beyond the shadows lies a sacred temple, a place of wisdom and peace. Yet, before he can reach it, he must face the beings that dwell within the forest, beings neither fully evil nor fully good. They are guardians, challenges, and sometimes, reflections of his own fears. This is the world of monsters in Taoism and Buddhism, where they are not mere creatures of terror, but forces that shape the soul's journey toward enlightenment. In the teachings of both Taoism and Buddhism, monsters often serve as gatekeepers, testing those who seek the path to inner peace and understanding. They are embodiments of the obstacles that lie within every person: fear, desire, anger, ignorance. In their grotesque forms, they mirror the chaos of the mind, the unruly thoughts and emotions that must be tamed to achieve balance. Their presence is terrifying, yet it is necessary, for without facing these monsters, there can be no progress, no enlightenment. One such figure is the infamous Mara, the tempter from Buddhist lore. Mara is not a monster in the traditional sense, but a being who embodies all the distractions and delusions that keep individuals from attaining enlightenment. When the Buddha sat under the Bodhi tree, seeking truth, it was Mara who appeared, hurling armies of demons and seductive illusions in an attempt to break his resolve. The demons that Mara summoned were fierce and terrifying, their forms shifting between grotesque and alluring, reflecting the inner turmoil of the human mind. They were manifestations of doubt, fear, and desire, all the things that can lead a person astray. Yet, as frightening as they were, these demons were not invincible. The Buddha's calm mind and unwavering focus allowed him to see through their illusions, and with each breath, he moved closer to the truth. In the world of Taoism, monsters also play a significant role, but here, they often take on a more ambiguous nature. The Tao, or the Way, is about balance, between light and dark, life and death, good and evil. Monsters in Taoist thought are not always obstacles. Sometimes, they are protectors, helping to guard sacred spaces or guide those who are lost. These creatures exist in the liminal spaces between worlds, embodying both the chaos of the natural world and the order of the divine. The guardian beasts of Taoist temples are examples of such creatures. Carved from stone or depicted in ancient scrolls, they stand watch over the gates to sacred places, their fierce appearances meant to ward off evil spirits and unworthy souls. These creatures, like the dragon or the qilin, are powerful yet benevolent, using their strength to protect rather than destroy. To those who are pure of heart and mind, these monsters are nothing to fear. But for those who harbor ill intent, they are insurmountable barriers, standing between them and the wisdom they seek. In Buddhist texts, the journey toward enlightenment is often depicted as a perilous one, fraught with dangers both external and internal. The monsters that appear along this journey are manifestations of the kleshas, or mental afflictions, such as greed, hatred, and ignorance. These monsters are not simply external threats, but representations of the internal battles that every seeker must face. They are the fears and desires that cloud the mind, making it difficult to see the truth. One of the most vivid examples of this can be found in the story of the monk Tang Sanzang, the central character in the Chinese epic Journey to the West. On his pilgrimage to retrieve sacred Buddhist scriptures, Tang Sanzang is constantly beset by monsters and demons. These creatures, though terrifying, are not random obstacles. Each one represents a specific challenge or lesson that Tang Sanzang must overcome to continue on his path. Some are embodiments of temptation, others of fear or anger. Each encounter forces the monk to confront a part of himself, to understand his own weaknesses, and, through that understanding, grow stronger. But not all monsters are enemies. In some stories, they are protectors, guiding lost souls or aiding those who are worthy. In both Taoist and Buddhist traditions, the concept of transformation is central. A monster can start as an enemy, but through understanding and compassion, it can become an ally. This reflects the belief that enlightenment is not about destroying or suppressing the darker parts of oneself, but about integrating them, finding harmony within. The monster, then, is not something to be feared, but something to be understood. The bodhisattvas in Buddhist teachings embody this principle. These enlightened beings, who have chosen to remain in the world to help others achieve enlightenment, are often depicted as protectors against demonic forces. They do not seek to destroy the monsters, but to show the way beyond them, guiding others through the trials of life with compassion and wisdom. The monsters, in turn, are seen not as evil in and of themselves, but as part of the natural order, beings that must be faced on the path to enlightenment. In another part of the house, a statue of a qilin rests gracefully on a shelf. This creature, often depicted as a benevolent unicorn-like being, symbolizes peace and prosperity. When family members enter the room, they feel an inexplicable sense of tranquility. The Qilin's gentle aura seems to invite a sense of calm, reminding them that during turbulent times, there is always a path toward harmony. Children often look at the Qilin with wide eyes, captivated by its beauty, feeling inspired to be kind and compassionate. Not far from the Qilin, a pair of Fu lions guard the entrance, their expressions fierce yet welcoming. These creatures symbolize protection and loyalty, serving as the first line of defense against negative energies. As the family steps through the door, they take a moment to acknowledge the Fu lions, knowing that their strength is always nearby. It creates a comforting routine. The act of recognizing these guardians fills their hearts with gratitude and a sense of connection to their heritage. Every family member plays a part in maintaining this sacred space. Children are encouraged to help clean and arrange the statues, fostering a sense of responsibility and respect for these mythical beings. As they dust the figurines, they hear stories passed down from generations, tales of how these creatures protected their ancestors and guided them through life's challenges. The connection grows stronger with each retelling, weaving a fabric of love and memory that fills their home. In feng shui, the presence of these creatures is not merely about aesthetics, it's about intention and energy. Each charm placed in a specific location is thought to resonate with different aspects of life. A phoenix, representing rebirth and transformation, might be placed in the south to inspire creativity and success. Its vibrant colors evoke feelings of joy and enthusiasm, urging everyone to rise above adversity and embrace change. At the same time, a turtle symbolizing stability and longevity may sit in the north, offering wisdom and grounding. It serves as a reminder to take life slowly, to cherish each moment and appreciate the lessons learned along the way. Families often gather around the turtle, sharing stories of their ancestors who faced challenges with grace and resilience, igniting a sense of pride and belonging. The magical interplay of these creatures also extends to special occasions. During Chinese New Year, families gather to set up altars adorned with figurines and charms. Each item is carefully chosen, representing hope, prosperity, and protection for the coming year. As they light incense and bow in reverence, they invite the spirits of these mythical beings into their home, ensuring a year filled with blessings and good fortune. Amidst the celebrations, the joy and warmth of togetherness envelop everyone. They share laughter, delicious meals, and heartfelt wishes for one another. The energy is palpable, heightened by the presence of the mythical creatures that symbolize their hopes and dreams. Each toast made in honor of the new year carries the weight of tradition, creating a bond that spans generations. The creatures also find their way into the fabric of everyday life, influencing decisions and interactions. Parents often remind their children to embody the qualities of the mythical beings. Be like the dragon, be brave and strong, they might say, or channel the wisdom of the turtle when facing challenges. This guidance helps shape their character, encouraging them to embrace the lessons learned from these legendary figures. As seasons change, the energy within the home evolves as well. During the autumn months, families might rearrange their statues to reflect the shift in focus. They bring out the tiger, a symbol of courage and protection, to prepare for the colder, darker days ahead. The act of honoring these creatures reminds everyone of the importance of adaptability and resilience, helping them find strength in uncertainty. In the quiet moments of reflection, as the sun sets and the room is bathed in soft light, families find solace in the presence of these mythical creatures. The dragon, Qilin, Fu lions, and turtle all stand as silent witnesses to the joys and sorrows, the hopes and dreams that fill their lives. They become symbols of strength, wisdom, and love, reminding everyone that they are never alone in their journey. Through the practice of feng shui, the placement of these statues becomes a sacred act, a way to invite positive energy and protection into their lives. Each creature carries the weight of tradition and the promise of good fortune, connecting the past with the present in a beautiful tapestry of love and memory. The mythical beings serve not only as guardians of the home but as eternal reminders of the values that bind them together. In this space, where hope and history intertwine, the heart feels lighter and the spirit finds peace. Every night, as the city lights flicker on and the stars shimmer in the sky, stories of mythical creatures whisper through the air. These tales, passed down through generations, are not mere remnants of the past, but living, breathing entities that continue to shape the very fabric of modern Chinese culture. They carry the essence of 1,000 years of wisdom, teaching lessons about courage, loyalty, and the delicate balance between good and evil. Take a moment to think of the dragon, a powerful symbol of strength and wisdom. In the heart of the city, you can see its presence in parades, festivals, and art. The dragon dances through the streets, weaving its way between buildings, bringing joy and excitement to everyone who watches. Children's eyes light up with wonder as the colorful scales glisten under the sun, embodying not just a creature but the spirit of the people. This dragon is more than a symbol, it is a connection to their heritage, a reminder of their history, and a beacon of hope for the future. As families gather during festivals, stories are told of how the dragon helped ancient heroes defeat demons and restore peace. These tales resonate deeply, echoing the values that families wish to instill in their children. Be brave like the dragon, a mother might say, sharing stories of sacrifice and honor. Each story brings a sense of pride and belonging, weaving together the threads of history and culture into the tapestry of everyday life. Then there is the phoenix, rising from the ashes, a symbol of rebirth and transformation. In modern literature and film, the phoenix represents resilience. Many young adults relate to its journey, feeling the weight of expectations and the desire to break free. When they face hardships, they remember the phoenix and its ability to soar high again. This connection empowers them to embrace their struggles as part of their journey, transforming pain into strength. In schools, teachers share these stories, using them as tools for teaching morals and ethics. Students learn that, like the mythical beings, they have the power to influence their surroundings positively. The lessons of courage, kindness, and resilience become part of their character, molding them into compassionate individuals. In these classrooms, the legacy of the monsters thrives, encouraging creativity and imagination. In art and music, the influence of these creatures is palpable. Artists draw inspiration from the fierce beauty of the tiger or the ethereal grace of the qilin. Paintings capture the intricate details of their forms, while musicians compose melodies that echo the stories of these legendary beings. This artistic expression allows individuals to connect with their culture, expressing emotions that words alone cannot convey. Social media also plays a vital role in keeping these legends alive. Young people share memes, illustrations, and stories about these monsters, creating a sense of community around their cultural heritage. Platforms become vibrant spaces for discussions about their meanings and representations. A simple post about the importance of the Nugui, the vengeful ghost, can spark conversations about women's rights and justice, showing that these ancient tales still resonate in contemporary society. Even in the world of gaming, the influence of mythical creatures is undeniable. Games inspired by Chinese mythology draw players into fantastical realms, allowing them to become heroes fighting against demons and protecting their villages. As they embark on quests, players learn the values of teamwork, perseverance, and bravery. They live out the stories that have shaped their ancestors, forging new paths while honoring the old ones. As the sun sets, bringing the night alive with the glow of lanterns, people gather to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival, sharing mooncakes and stories. The tales of Chang'e and her rabbit companion intertwine with those of the Yaoguai, the demon kings, reminding everyone of the duality of life. Just as there is light, there is shadow. The balance between these forces is essential to understanding their world. As families sit under the moonlit sky, they reflect on their dreams and fears, connecting the past with the present. The legends of the Rakshasa also find a place in the hearts of those who hear their stories. These fierce creatures remind everyone that even the most fearsome beings have a role in the world. They teach that fear can be a powerful teacher, guiding individuals to confront their darkest thoughts and emerge stronger. This lesson resonates deeply in times of uncertainty, encouraging people to face their fears head-on. In everyday conversations, phrases inspired by these mythical creatures slip into language. Expressions like to be as wise as the tortoise or to rise like the phoenix infuse everyday life with wisdom and hope. Each saying carries a weight of meaning, connecting people to their heritage and reminding them that they are part of something much larger than themselves. As generations pass, the legacy of these mythical monsters continues to endure. They serve as a bridge, connecting the past with the present, tradition with innovation. Each new story told, each new piece of art created, breathes life into these ancient beings, ensuring they remain vibrant and relevant. In the quiet moments of reflection, when the world slows down, individuals feel the weight of their ancestors behind them, guiding their steps. The lessons learned from these mythical creatures echo in their hearts, reminding them that they are capable of greatness. As they navigate their own journeys, the stories of courage, resilience, and compassion become a source of strength, lighting the way forward. The enduring legacy of Chinese mythological monsters is a beautiful testament to the power of storytelling. These creatures, once mere figments of imagination, have grown into symbols of hope and strength, forever woven into the fabric of modern Chinese culture. They inspire and teach, shaping the hearts and minds of all who encounter them. In a world that often feels chaotic and unpredictable, these legends provide comfort and guidance, ensuring that the magic of the past continues to illuminate the future. Across the vast landscape of human imagination, monsters have always held a unique and powerful place. They are the shadows lurking behind the door, the whispers in the night, and the creatures that teach us profound lessons about ourselves and our world. In China, mythical beings like the dragon, the phoenix, and the nine-tailed fox stir the spirit, evoking both fear and admiration. They tell stories of courage, transformation, and the balance of good and evil. But these magnificent creatures are not confined to just one culture. Their counterparts in other mythologies, such as those from Greece, Norse lands, and India, echo similar themes, connecting us all through our shared human experience. Imagine the majestic Chinese dragon, a symbol of power, wisdom, and auspiciousness. With its long, serpentine body and luminous scales, it embodies the hopes and dreams of a people. This dragon soars through the skies, bringing rain and prosperity. In contrast, the Greek dragon, like the one fought by Cadmus, serves a darker purpose. It guards sacred treasures and threatens anyone who dares to approach. Both dragons share a fierce protectiveness, yet their roles reveal a difference in perspective. While the Chinese dragon is seen as a benevolent force, the Greek dragon is more often a daunting obstacle. The themes of guardianship and challenge run deep in both cultures. The Chinese phoenix, representing rebirth and renewal, mirrors the Greek myth of the phoenix that rises from its ashes. Both creatures symbolize resilience in the face of adversity. The stories remind us that no matter how many times we fall, we have the power to rise again. This shared understanding of renewal resonates across cultures, illustrating how struggles shape our identities and futures. Now, look to the Norse lands, where mighty beings called trolls dwell. These giants, often depicted as fierce and menacing, guard treasures and pose threats to unsuspecting travelers. Much like the Yaogwai of Chinese lore, who can manipulate spirits and animals, the Norse trolls embody a more chaotic side of nature. Yet, they also share a complex relationship with humanity, sometimes acting as both protectors and destroyers. This duality reflects the ongoing battle between light and darkness, a theme woven into the fabric of myths across the world. In Indian mythology, the Rakshasa are flesh-eating demons that invoke fear and fascination. They can shapeshift and possess great power, reminiscent of the cunning and magical nine-tailed fox from Chinese legends. Both creatures challenge heroes and serve as reminders of the complexities of good and evil. They show us that monsters are not just obstacles to overcome, they are reflections of our inner fears and desires. As the stories unfold, we see a rich tapestry of shared values and morals. The Xiezi, the Chinese one-horned creature that distinguishes right from wrong, stands alongside figures like the Greek Sphinx, which challenges travelers with riddles. Both creatures require wisdom to navigate their worlds. They teach us that discernment and intelligence are vital in our quests, urging us to seek truth amid chaos. These mythical beings also play crucial roles in shaping cultural identities. Chinese monsters often embody harmony and balance, teaching lessons of unity and respect for nature. In contrast, Western myths frequently reflect the struggle between civilization and chaos. The differences highlight how societies grapple with their values, using monsters to explore the very essence of humanity. But what happens when we look at the emotional resonance of these creatures? The heartache of the Nugui, the vengeful female ghosts of China, resonates with the tragic tales of figures like Medusa in Greek mythology. Both reflect the pain of women wronged, their stories echoing through time, pleading for understanding and justice. The suffering of these mythical beings resonates with the real experiences of individuals, reminding us that even monsters carry stories filled with heartache and longing. In the end, the comparisons we draw reveal more than just the similarities and differences between cultures. They show how deeply interconnected we are. Each story, each creature, holds a mirror to our souls, reflecting our struggles, dreams, and fears. When we share these tales, we create bonds that transcend borders and generations. The monsters of our imaginations teach us compassion and empathy, urging us to confront our fears and celebrate our resilience. As we gather around the fire, telling stories of dragons, trolls, and ghosts, we breathe life into these ancient beings. They become more than myths, they become part of who we are. With every tale told, the legacy of these monsters grows, a testament to the enduring power of storytelling and the human spirit. In the dance of East and West, the monsters remind us that despite our differences, we all share the same heartbeat, echoing across the ages.